Before the extraordinary begins, every story starts with an ordinary life being irrevocably altered. Inside the pristine office of Hashikawa Industries, Hiroshi Iijima stood in stunned silence as his employer delivered a devastating blow, asking him to retire after a decade of faithful service. Shocked by the sudden announcement, the 29-year-old employee demanded an explanation, unable to comprehend why he was being forced out so abruptly. With an air of detachment, the executive leaned back and cited corporate restructuring and financial difficulties as the sole reasons for the decision. Desperate to defend his standing, he reminded his superior of the endless unpaid overtime and sacrifice vacation days he had poured into the firm. Unmoved by the plea, his boss coldly asserted that complaints would change nothing, weaponizing past financial debts to silence him completely. Reflecting on his past, he acknowledged his lingering gratitude toward the man who had taken him in after his father's death, enabling him to raise his younger sister. Superior admitted that Hiroshi's late father had often boasted of his son's diligence, recognizing how much practical experience he had gained over the years. Continuing his condescending tone, the executive pondered aloud what advice to offer a man with such specific knowledge. Cruelly laughing in his face, the boss suggested he might as well reincarnate into another world, prompting Hiroshi to clench his fist in silent anger. Suppressing his pride and frustration, he bent deeply in a formal bow, expressing sincere thanks for the decade he had spent with the company. Without a second thought, the executive instructed him to leave the signed retirement paperwork on the desk before walking out the door. Stepping out onto the sunlit city streets, he carried his belongings into the open air, utterly alone with his thoughts. Glancing down at his phone, he read a heartwarming text from his sister, thanking him for taking care of her now that she was fully independent. Remembering his father's wisdom about kindness and gratitude, he found comfort in knowing that his sacrifices had successfully helped others. Clutching a small book of poetry titled "Be Not Defeated by the Rain," he stepped toward the crosswalk, determined to live as a strong and compassionate person. He held tightly to the book left behind by his parents, relying on its words as a compass to guide his life, when a sudden cry warned a young child rushing heedlessly into the street. Without a second thought, he sprang forward and shoved the child out of harm's way, taking the full impact of the oncoming truck himself and sending his body airborne. As he lay dying, he reflected that he had faced his life squarely without holding grudges, watching his cherished book slip from his hands onto the wet asphalt. Seeing bystanders rush to comfort the unharmed, crying child brought a final sense of peace to his fading consciousness. His final moments, the timeless lines of the poem echoed in his mind, affirming his quiet resolve to remain unbroken by life's hardships. As his spirit drifted away, the ideals and verses he held dear began translating into mystifying, glowing cards of innate abilities within the void. A vast collection of skill cards materialized around his soul, each corresponding to the selfless virtues and enduring spirit of his past thoughts. Among the swirling lights, a glowing hand reached out toward a key card that signified his quiet, unpretentious nature. Final awakening solidified into an extraordinary boon, granting him enhanced capabilities across all attributes. Reborn into a new world as a young noble, he remembered his past life as Hiroshi Iijima while standing in his new, refined form at 13 years old. His new home was the grand estate of the Roswell family, situated prominently within the kingdom of Asgard. Walking through the ornate corridors, he reflected on being born the elder twin of a prestigious noble house, serving as the kingdom's guardian shield. Though enjoying a life of luxury far beyond his former self, he felt a lingering reservation about his destiny as the heir to the lordship. His younger twin brother joined him at the window, asking what caught his attention, to which he pointed out an unusually large line of carriages entering the town. Down in the streets below, a strange procession of foreign merchant carriages arrived, completely empty of cargo. He observed the town alongside his twin brother, listening attentively as the elder sibling pointed out the economic stagnation gripping their domain. The circulation of trade had ground to a complete halt, threatening the livelihoods of all their people. His brother pressed on, explaining that the head maid had also expressed grave concern over rising inflation and the growing difficulty of procuring basic necessities for the estate. Reflecting on the situation, the elder brother wondered if the crop yields were down a half because of the natural disaster that occurred during the year of their birth, though a light-hearted chuckle suggested the truth was somewhat more complex. As they walked together, the young noble found the intricate political and economic details overwhelming, while his brother sternly warned that major troubles lay ahead if they failed to address these issues immediately. Determined to shoulder his responsibilities, the elder twin declared his resolve to save their citizens who were suffering under heavy taxes, knowing that as the eldest son, the duty fell squarely on his shoulders. He swallowed nervously as he contemplated the upcoming ceremony, anticipating that the divine gift would grant him powers of governance or military leadership, all while keeping his retained knowledge for his previous life ready to assist him. Breaking his train of thought, his brother suddenly urged them to hurry to the church so they would not miss their scheduled divinations, setting off at a quick pace down the corridor. They soon arrived inside the majestic holy hall of the divine church, where sunlight filtered dramatically through high stained glass windows onto the polished stone floor. Upon entering, their father, Lord Oliver Roswell, chided them for their tardiness, while the young noble apologized and explained he had been caught up in a conversation with his brother regarding the family's future duties. Standing at the altar, the high priest addressed the young heirs, explaining that divinations were divine revelations granted to humans upon coming of age, manifesting as sacred texts before them. The priest detailed the 4 potential divine gifts that an heir could receive, consisting of 2 paths centered on governance and 2 focused on military command. The ritual set to begin, the priest instructed the brothers to open their scriptures and commence their prayers, leading the 2 boys to kneel reverently before the altar. As he opened his holy book, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the pages, filling the sacred chamber with an ethereal glow. In that luminous moment, a magnificent 6-winged angelic entity manifested above him as he held the shining tome close to his chest. He closed his eyes in peaceful devotion as a soft feather drifted down from above, bathed in the divine light emanating from his glowing scriptures. He stood frozen in total silence as the glowing divine scriptures tumbled from the air, scattering across the polished stone floor of the grand cathedral. Examining the fallen cards, the high priest noted with approval that 2 of them pertained to governance, guaranteeing abundant future harvest for the realm, before his eyes caught sight of a mysterious final card. Gasping in shock, the clergyman held up the strange card, staring at its corrupted, unreadable text that bore only a strange fragment of lettering. The young noble questioned what sort of revelation this could possibly be. The priest stroked his beard, deciding to invoke his own divine ability, the all-seeing eye, to decipher the mysterious script. Activating his sacred vision, the bishop focused intently on the card, but a sudden recoil of dark force shattered his magic with a violent shock. Feeling back in agony as the card dropped to the ground, he gasped for breath, unable to comprehend the overwhelming pressure he had just experienced. Clutching his chest, the holy man muttered in horror that an ominous text capable of rejecting even the eye of God had manifested before them. Turning gravely to the lord of the house, the bishop warned that raising such an heir could bring catastrophic ruin upon their entire lineage. Horrified by the implication that his son might be touched by demonic influence, the noble chief realized his family could be utterly eradicated by the kingdom if the truth emerged. Desperate to find a solution, the father pleaded with the high priest to offer any alternative while his son stood silently in the background. Leaning close, the priest quietly proposed a ruthless strategy: exile the cursed boy to a distant provincial territory and name his twin brother as the rightful successor instead. Hearing the proposal, the twin brother smirked quietly to himself, reveling in the sudden shift of fate before calling out to his father. Stepping forward into the light, he proudly showcased an extraordinary array of legendary divine texts he had received, spanning protective dragons, abundant harvests, and supreme swordsmanship. Shocked by the overwhelming favor bestowed upon the eldest twin, The priest stared wide-eyed as the boy offered yet another miracle for them to inspect, holding up a holy revelation from the legendary guardian sword family. He left his father utterly stunned at the miraculous grandeur of his destiny, pondered the divine revelation, declaring that such immense power could bring their family total independence from the kingdom. Placing a firm hand on his younger son's shoulder, the patriarch praised him profusely, hailing him as his true eldest heir for bringing forth such a miraculous text. Standing alone in the grand hall, Hiro could barely process the words, protesting silently that he was the rightful firstborn. The young boy stared at his father in disbelieving horror, yet the stern lord refused to meet his eyes. Continuing his harsh proposal, the lord noted that simply exiling Hiro outright would bring shame upon the noble family's name. His favored twin chimed in with mock generosity, suggesting Hiro be demoted to a foster child and granted a small piece of land to manage. Hiro stepped forward to confront his brother, but the twin coldly brushed him off, urging him to accept his place. Stepping between them, the head of the house made it clear he would not allow blood to be spilled within the sacred walls of the church. Cold dread settled in Hiro's chest as he realized his father truly intended to discard him. Considering the arrangement, the patriarch agreed that granting Hiro an unwanted territory unfit for their loyal vassals was the most convenient solution. With an authoritative wave of his hand, he formally declared that Hiro's new domain would be none other than the deadly Great Demon Forest. Clenching his trembling arm in shock, the young boy trembled under the sheer weight of his family's betrayal. Dropping to his knees before his father and brother, he bowed his head and submitted to his exile into the perilous forest. Heavy silence hung between father and son as Hiro accepted his grim fate without further protest. Shaken by the ruthless exchange, the high priest stuttered as he officially brought the tragic divination ceremony to a close. He stood silently alongside Lord Roswell, who abruptly announced a grand celebration for his other son's divine revelations, commanding Hiro to prepare immediately for departure to his exiled domain. As Lord Roswell called for his favored heir to follow him, the newly appointed successor sneered, quietly taunting Hiro that this would be the final time their paths ever crossed. Leaning in under the guise of a parting touch, the brother harbored deep resentment over the attention Hiro had always received, insidiously telling him to try not to die in his new land before bidding him a cold farewell. Yet, left alone, Hiro felt a spark of quiet determination, realizing that even in this new world, his life's true compass remained unchanged as his territory management journey officially began. Meanwhile, an unseen observer watched intently from nearby, recognizing a distinct habit of clutching an arm and realizing with absolute certainty who had arrived. Inside a grand, sunlit study, a figure sitting behind a massive wooden desk pondered the sudden presence of Hiroshi Aijima. Deep within the dense woodland, a sudden rustle in the underbrush caught the young traveler off guard. Startled by a startled rabbit leaping past, he paused in his tracks, realizing with a growing sense of unease that he had drifted off the intended path. As birds scattered into the open sky above, he quickened his pace along the winding trail. He knew he needed to reach his assigned territory without delay, lest Marison's dire predictions about his journey come true. The domain awaiting him was notoriously grim, situated right on the border of the perilous Great Demon Forest, a harsh, desolate land widely deemed unfit for either trade or agriculture. Steeling his resolve as he trudged forward under his heavy pack, he took comfort in the vast store of knowledge retained from his previous life, confident it would help alleviate the suffering of the local populace alongside one final trump card. Subtle movement near the base of a massive tree root suddenly drew his gaze, halting his thoughts mid-stride as he spotted an unfamiliar figure slumped against the bark. Leaning motionlessly against the trunk was a beastkin warrior, her breathing shallow and labored as she struggled to remain conscious amidst evident suffering. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed toward her, calling out urgently to check if she was conscious. Dropping to his knees beside her slumping form, he tried in vain to elicit a response, but her eyes rolled back as she slipped into unconsciousness. Gently supporting her weight, he examined her back and gasped at the severity of the deep, grievous wound, an injury far beyond the scope of amateur field medicine in this isolated forest. Driven by desperate urgency, he unbuckled his enormous pack and frantically rummaged through its contents, searching for anything capable of saving her life. His fingers closed around a delicate glass vessel containing a glowing liquid, bringing it out with firm determination. Uncorking the small bottle with a crisp pop, he carefully lifted her head and poured the miracle elixir down her throat. This was no ordinary tonic, but a sacred birthday gift from his grandfather. A legendary panacea capable of completely curing any injury or disease regardless of severity. A single bottle of such magic was worth a fortune vast enough to secure a noble's luxurious lifestyle forever, representing his single greatest asset for establishing his new domain. Yet, remembering ancient words of wisdom about aiding those in distress, he looked upon her recovering face without a shred of regret, knowing he had made the right choice. Tilts the flask back, carefully pouring the legendary elixir down the unconscious girl's throat. As the miraculous liquid takes effect, a radiant surge of healing magic erupts, illuminating two divine cards within his mind's eye. Blinding light envelopes her body, completely mending the fatal wound on her stomach. The profound magical energy washes over her, leaving her skin entirely unmarked and restored. The urgent crisis past, he sits quietly on the mat in the forest clearing, watching over her as she rests peacefully. Staring at the empty container, the young noble chuckles softly at the staggering reality that his entire inherited fortune is now gone, just as the Beastkin girl begins to stir and stretch beside him. His gaze drifts down to the empty wooden case, noticing an inscription on the lid that mentions a passive skill called benevolence. Looking at her closely, he realizes her garments were torn to ribbons during the battle, but he brushes aside the awkwardness, simply relieved that her life is no longer in danger. Realizing she is about to fully wake up while stripped of her outer attire, he decides it might be best to make a swift exit before things get complicated. Her eyes flutter open, dark cat ears twitching in confusion as she looks around the unfamiliar forest canopy. Sitting nearby, the boy gently breaks the silence, warmly asking her how she is feeling after her ordeal. Instantly alert, she recoils and covers her chest, demanding to know who he is and what he did to her while she was unconscious. Holding up her repaired coat, he hurriedly clarifies that he was merely mending her damaged clothing, handing it back to her as she recalls the ambush. After slipping her tunic back on, the Beastkin warrior stands tall, looking down at him directly to ask if he was truly the one who saved her life. Lightly standing up, he introduces himself as Hero, an adopted child of the noble Roswell family. He explains that while traveling along the dirt road toward his assigned domain, he stumbled upon her lying critically wounded in the forest. He continues by explaining that with no doctors nearby, he used his own medicine to heal her, though she remained skeptical of his miraculous story. He watched as she glared at him with sharp suspicion, accusing humans of being slave traders or mountain bandits who loved capturing demi-humans. She pointed out that the Roswell family were high-ranking nobles commanding the Royal Knights of Asgard, making it impossible for someone like that to be wandering alone without any attendants. Furthermore, she added that no medicine existed capable of instantly healing a mortal injury like hers, until something on the ground caught her eye. Kneeling down, she examined the discarded container, recognizing the crest etched onto it, and realizing with shock that it was an empty elixir bottle. Simply admitted that he only possessed the single dose, expressing relief that it had managed to save her life. Bewildered by his selflessness, she faltered, asking why he would waste such an invaluable elixir on a total stranger who happened to be a beast man. Candidly countered that saving someone on the brink of death was hardly a strange choice, as the value of a life far outweighed that of any potion, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Breaking into a burst of laughter, she admitted it was the first time she had ever met a noble who could utter such sentiments with a straight face, though he quietly conceded his noble status was somewhat complicated. He explained his background, revealing that circumstances had forced him away from his blood family, leaving him to live as a foster child under the local lord's care. Relating to his plight, she shared that she too was considered an outcast, introducing herself as the black sheep of her own race. Introducing herself properly as Amelia, a war cat, she explained that her people were bound by custom to repay a debt, though a favor as massive as a miracle elixir posed a heavy dilemma. Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly went taut and looked off into the distance, prompting him to ask what had caught her attention. He wondered aloud if the enemies nearby were the very ones who had wounded her in the first place. She stepped forward into the bushes, clarifying that this was a completely different group approaching their position. Emerging from the tree-line, a band of rough bandits sneered, boasting that they had expected an easy target in a lost noble kid, only to be surprised by the beastman warrior standing guard beside him. As the harsh voices echoed through the trees, Hiro realized with a chill that the approaching bandits were specifically hunting for him. Turning toward him with firm resolve, Amelia declared that she would repay the debt she owed him right then and there. She offered to draw the enemy's attention so he could take the opportunity to flee, though he openly doubted whether she could handle so many attackers at once. She reminded him that war cats are a species specializing in combat, and despite considering herself the weakest of her kind, she was confident she could stand against mere mountain bandits. The sudden bound, she leaped into action to buy him time, ignoring his frantic cries for her to stop as the bandits shouted insults at her. As a bandit lunged toward her, Hiro instinctively activated his danger sense magic to move in and protect her from the sudden ambush. Driven by intense determination, she struck the ground with formidable force, shattering the earth beneath her feet. Her eyes burned with intense pride as she declared that a noble war cat was vastly superior to a common house cat. Leaving her to be alone, the bandits swarmed forward to overpower her, while Hiro quietly cast spatial movement magic to bolster her defenses. Attackers charged recklessly, unaware that magical forces were manipulating the battlefield around them. Unleashing her martial prowess, she struck with blinding speed, knocking back enemy after enemy with devastating physical blows. She delivered a bone-shattering right hook directly to a bandit's jaw, sending him crashing to the dirt before swiftly turning to face the next foe. The brutal crunch, her decisive kick slammed into another assailant, collapsing him instantly. Breathing heavily, she urged Hiro to run while he could, explaining she couldn't defeat them all, only for him to point out that the threat was already over. She blinked in utter bewilderment as the smoke cleared, revealing every single bandit lying unconscious across the clearing. She stood victorious among the fallen bandits, while her young companion praised her impressive combat skills, insisting she had been far too humble about her abilities. Yet, as the boy inspected his glowing palm, a lingering sense of unease took hold. Reflecting on her sudden surge of power, the Warcat warrior noted that her techniques felt far sharper and stronger than usual. Her companion wondered aloud if this sudden boost might be a lingering side effect of an elixir, but she quickly dismissed the idea, pointing out that elixirs could never enhance raw technique mastery. Before they could make sense of the situation, a rough hand suddenly clamped down onto the boy's shoulder from behind. The bandit leader sneered as he grabbed hold of him, agreeing that elixirs were not responsible and mockingly speculating whether the boy possessed a beast tamer skill. Alerted to the immediate threat, the feline warrior gasped in terror and warned her companion not to move a muscle. A surge of enhanced awareness flooded her mind, signaling the immense danger posed by the man standing behind him. Tightening his grip around the boy's chest, the imposing bandit smirked with dark confidence, tauntingly confirming just how dangerous he truly was as his captive froze in place. Standing guard ahead, the young cat girl warned the others that the mysterious intruder was dangerous. The young noble could only tilt his head, unsure of what she meant. She continued her warning as the man drew closer, explaining how completely undetected he had approached them. Sweat beaded on her brow as she recalled not hearing a single footstep from him. Unable to sense his presence at all, man suddenly appeared behind them with immense speed, complimenting her sharp skills while advising her not to get overconfident. Resting a heavy hand on her shoulder and the boy's head, he chuckled that with proper training, even humans could pull off feats like that. Demanding to know his intentions, the party watched as he calmly turned away, mentioning he needed to clean up a few loose ends first. Turning back toward his fallen men, he roared at the lazy knuckleheads to get off their rear ends. Defeated bandits immediately scrambled up, shouting threats and declaring that the kid's luck had run out. Without warning, their leader planted a brutal axe kick straight into one of his men's heads, bowing deeply as he apologized profusely to the group for the trouble. Sudden outburst left the group utterly bewildered and staring in stunned silence. Introducing himself as Smirnoff, The towering beastkin explained that keeping these rogue bandits in line was his sole responsibility. He began delivering a series of sharp chops to his subordinates' heads, scolding them sternly for resorting to crime just because they were starving. The succession of heavy bonks, he roared that he would never allow anyone under his command to bring dishonor to the family name. Standing over his thoroughly beaten lackeys, he acknowledged his duty to discipline them, but noted their pockets were empty before pitching a proposal. The calm, confident smirk, he asked if they would be willing to let the matter slide under a reasonable arrangement. Casually offered his own head, prompting a bewildered hero to ask what he meant, to which the bandit chief confirmed it was indeed his bounty he was proposing. Wanted poster revealed Smirnoff as an S-rank bounty target labeled the Sword Saint, wanted dead or alive for treason, with a 10 million gold reward. Hearing this insane offer, the subordinate bandits cried out in protest, begging their leader not to go through with it while offering to be sacrificed in his place. Turning on his crew, Smirnoff loudly disowned them, ordering them to return to the countryside and take up odd jobs since his family had no room for useless hoodlums. As the disgraced bandits trudged away into the snowy woods, he warned them never to show their faces around him again. Suddenly, a warning radar flashed a red alert, forcing the bandit chief to instantly reverse course and order his crew to get back right away. Ground trembled violently under heavy footsteps as one of the subordinates turned back in confusion. Smirnoff charged past the young travelers, leaping backward as a massive impact shook the clearing. Emerging from the trees was a towering Minotaurus armed with a massive double-headed battle axe, shocking the bandit leader, who cursed its impossible appearance. Colossal beast stepped into the open, causing the young group to freeze in horror as Smirnoff screamed at them to run. Faced with the giant monster looming directly over them, the chief resolved that he would not let anyone die on his watch. With astounding physical strength, he caught the monster's downward axe blow directly on his wide iron greatsword. Clenching his weapon tightly, he yelled out to Hero asking if he had any beast-taming skills to calm the creature, but the boy shouted back that he possessed no such ability. Realizing he was entirely on his own, the warrior braced himself to deal with the terrifying beast personally as their weapons clashed. Minotaurus swung its massive axe downward with devastating force, sending the bandit chief skidding backward through the snow as he grunted under the overwhelming pressure. Skidded back across the dirt, his heavy boots kicking up dust as the sheer force of the monster's strike sent him sliding out of the fray. Turning to the boy, the veteran warrior urged him to take the opportunity to grab the young girl and run. The boy instantly protested, refusing to abandon him to such a dangerous fate. The veteran imparted a final piece of wisdom, explaining that while a man must sometimes put everything on the line, a true warrior also knows when it is time to fall back. Urging Amelia to move quickly, Hero began planning their escape, intending to seek out Smirnoff's comrades for assistance. Amelia froze in horror as she realized the beast had hunted her all the way to this location, fearing that everyone present was now in grave danger. Observing her distress, Hero connected the dots, realizing that the monster must have been responsible for Amelia's previous injuries as well. Trembling, Amelia apologized and begged Hero to leave her behind and flee for his life. But Smirnoff interrupted, exasperatedly asking if they were trying to go on a romantic date in the middle of a battle. Before they could react, the Minotaurus reared back and unleashed a devastating torrent of flame directly toward the group. As the fire raged, Amelia pushed Hero behind her, determined to act as a shield and buy time for him to escape. Watching her selflessness, Hero reflected on his past life and current reality, realizing he could not bear the thought of dying or letting someone die to protect him again. Recognized that even if Smirnoff managed to block the fiery breath, their grim situation remained unchanged, driving him to search desperately for a solution. Thoughts turned to the mysterious revelation card that the high priest had been unable to comprehend, realizing it was his only remaining option despite not knowing how to activate it. Stealing his resolve, Hero clenched his fist, determined to trust in this power regardless of the unknown risks involved. Surrounded by a shimmering, ethereal array of GACHA skill cards, Hero reached out toward the last remaining glimmer of hope. With absolute conviction, Hero declared that this singular power was his unique ability. He hesitated for a second, remembering his terrible luck with lotteries in his past life. Yet, seeing the imminent danger, he knew there was no time to second-guess himself. With absolute resolve, the boy raised his arm toward the heavens, invoking his skill to activate the divine text lottery. A radiant column of light burst forth, surrounded by fluttering feathers and the shimmering apparition of an angelic figure bestowing a mysterious tome. As the light subsided, he held out his hands to catch the floating book, sensing a peculiar, innocent aura emanating from it. To his utter astonishment, the item revealed itself to be a legendary rare item, the text of the divine dragon. Eagerly, he flipped open the cover to examine the ancient magic circle inscribed inside. The moment he opened it, glowing bands of sacred script uncurled from the pages, swirling dynamically around him as the spell's true power began to manifest. Examining the scroll that emerged alongside the divine dragon's egg, Mari-san pondered its sudden appearance and wondered what it truly signified. Stepping forward with the egg in hand, he dramatically called upon the divine dragon to emerge from its shell and protect them. Unrolling the parchment, he read the instruction manual, which explained that the dragon takes a long time to reach full strength, requires a suitable environment, loves meat, and prefers a calm owner. Realizing the high demands placed upon him, he dryly noted the excessive requirements, while Smirnov shouted a desperate warning as an attack loomed. Before anyone could react, a massive blast struck the ground, exploding in a blinding flash of power. As the smoke cleared, Smirnov shielded Mari-san and Amelia with his own body, wincing from the sheer force of the blow. Mari-san checked on his companions, asking if they were unharmed, while Smirnov gritted his teeth and wondered what kind of monster had just attacked. Descending gracefully from the sky was an ancient, majestic dragon with towering antlers and feathered wings. Looking up at the giant beast, Smirnov admitted that even he couldn't stand against such a creature, let alone both monsters at once, while the enemy mocked them as lower life forms. The towering monster tossed aside a charred, uneaten remnant, complaining in frustration about its ruined appetite and bad mood. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a devastating breath attack directly at the enemy, leaving Mari-san and Smirnov stunned by its unexpected intervention. Turning to them, the dragon haughtily explained that a proud and noble creature would never aid humans, but had simply come after sensing the presence of one of its own kind. Realizing the dragon was referring to the egg, Mari-san nervously admitted that he hadn't exactly obtained it by normal means. Understanding the situation, the magnificent dragon declared its intention to resolve the matter. Taking charge of the egg to preserve dragon dignity, the ancient beast took to the sky, bidding farewell to Mari-san and leaving him behind in silent relief. Watched as the dragon asserted that the egg was a power granted by the gods, asking to take charge of it instead. Suddenly, a deep, menacing rumble shook the ground beneath them as the massive beast growled. Sensing extreme danger, the bandit leader stepped forward, offering to hold the creature off while the others fled, convinced they had pushed the dragon too far. Yet, the creature simply huffed in embarrassment, admitting that the terrifying noise was actually just its own stomach rumbling. Landing heavily on its side, the ancient beast explained that sudden movement caused its head to spin and joints to ache, having gained weight from a rich diet. With another loud growl echoing from its belly, the dragon admitted it was currently fasting and lacked the strength to fly. Relieved yet exasperated, the warrior berated the dragon for scaring them with such stomach noises. Nearby, the young cat girl blushed deeply, quietly apologizing for her own part in the confusion. Bandit chief lamented that his hideout offered nothing but grass and booze, prompting a conversation about preparing a proper meal. He inspected a selection of ancestral ingredients: pork, soy sauce, sugar, salt, and warming herbs. Overhearing mention of soy sauce, the boy reacted with utter astonishment, while the dragon leaned in closer to sniff the legendary condiment. For long, smoke drifted upward as the group gathered around a hot pot prepared in the clearing. The dragon devoured the dish enthusiastically, marveling at the divine taste while guzzling liquor alongside the meal. Presenting the hot pot and ginger fry, the young chef felt satisfaction in seeing the dragon enjoy the food, though the cat girl questioned what made the ingredients so delightfully crunchy. The calm smile, he revealed that he had incorporated nearby slimes into the dish, leaving his companion utterly stunned. He watched warmly as the rest of the group dug into the steaming hot pot, before turning his attention to the beastkin warrior with a question. The rugged warrior wondered what brought a young noble to such a dangerous forest, an area even seasoned adventurers usually avoided. Calling himself the black sheep of his race, the Beastkin asked what had happened to leave him collapsed earlier, while the young girl listened nearby. He pondered if the warrior's challenge had been taking on the formidable Minotaur. Shocked by the realization, the warrior questioned how the boy could waste a precious heirloom elixir on a collapsed stranger like him. Recognizing the crest of a great noble house, the warrior realized the boy carried significant personal burdens. The young noble explained how, despite being the eldest son of the Roswell family, he lacked the expected skills and was made a foster child with lordship over the forest. Understanding the situation, the warrior noted that bringing back the boy's head would have been enough to earn his own redemption. Realizing the young lord was effectively in exile, firmly stated that he had no intention of returning home, nor did he intend to let anyone take the warrior's head. The warrior cautioned that selflessness had its limits, and that being too kind would net him nothing in return. The bright, resolute smile, he declared that he wished to be someone who reaches out to help others and chooses their happiness. Impressed by the boy's extraordinary character, the warrior shared a hearty chuckle with his comrades. The cat-eared girl pledged to stay alongside him to repay the debt of the elixir, prompting the warrior to consider their next move. Offering their physical strength for any task required, the warrior proposed that his group become his loyal retainers. Though they were bandits, the warrior assured the young lord of their sincerity and readiness to serve him faithfully. He eagerly agreed when Hiro laid down a strict condition, warning that violence and stealing were strictly prohibited. Their pact sealed by a firm handshake, glowing magical cards materialized in the air around them, formalizing their new alliance as the rest of the group watched from a distance. Turning toward the divine dragon resting nearby, Hiro listened as the majestic beast grumbled about being left out and complaining of their scent of alcohol, before confessing how deeply enamored it had become with Hiro's cooking. Smiling warmly at the creature, Hiro promised to prepare even healthier and more delicious dishes next time, prompting the ancient dragon to grant him a new magical card imbued with divine blessing. Suddenly, the dragon rose up, marveling at how the fog in its mind had cleared, its aching joints had healed, and its senses felt 1,000 years younger after consuming the magical meal. Surging with overwhelming power and declaring a craving for 1,000 more servings, the dragon took to the sky to hunt devil boars, leaving a stunned Hiro worrying about the sheer impossibility of cooking that much food. Watching the beast soar away, Hiro openly voiced his panic over lacking enough seasonings for such a massive feast. Behind him, the beastkin warrior rested his arm casually on Hiro's shoulder, cheerfully declaring that life was about to get much more exciting and addressing him as his new boss. Stumbling back in confusion, Hiro protested that he was a lord, not a bandit leader, only for the entire band of beastkin to bow in unison and swear their allegiance. However, the moment of celebration was abruptly cut short when a dark-cloaked assassin appeared at the edge of the clearing, drawing their blade and declaring they had come to take Smirnoff's. Standing face-to-face in the snow, the dark-cloaked assassin coolly addressed Smirnoff, stating he had arrived to take his life. Smirnoff countered with a smirk, recognizing the man as Richard and noting he hadn't asked for a Dark Guild bounty hunter. Richard elaborated on his origins, describing the Dark Guild as a secretive organization carrying out illegal operations, assassinations, robberies, kidnappings, and torture that could not be done in the open, even pulling strings within the government. Smirnoff mocked Richard's sudden fall from grace, pointing out how the former beacon of hope for the Holy City's Night Order had stooped to picking fights alongside common bandits for pocket change. Richard shot back sharply, reminding Smirnoff that he was hardly one to talk, having been born into a wealthy noble family only to end up as a mountain bandit himself. Revelations sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Mari-san stared in utter disbelief, shocked to learn that the rough bandit Smirnoff was actually of noble blood, while Smirnoff simply scoffed at Richard's obvious aristocratic appearance. Overhearing the exchange, Mari-san leaned in to whisper to Amelia, noting how no matter how he looked at Smirnoff, he seemed like a pure savage rather than a noble. Smirnoff grumbled under his breath, vowing to remember that insult. Smirnoff clarified his past, explaining that he hadn't fallen, but rather severed ties with his family on his own terms, disgusted by the corrupt nobles lining their pockets with heavy taxes. Richard dismissed the nobles' motivations as irrelevant, declaring that Smirnoff was going to die regardless. Smirnov merely grinned, confident in his chances now that he had a war cat on his side. Before the tension could break, steps echoed through the snowy clearing as a mysterious female beastkin approached, claiming she had recognized a familiar voice. Amelia gasped in shock as the newcomer greeted her warmly. Recognizing the woman immediately, Amelia stood frozen as the rival beastkin questioned her presence in these distant lands. Strange beastkin mockingly wondered if Amelia had been searching for the ruins in the great forest to retrieve their race's treasure, Artemis's bow. She sneered, labeling Amelia as the village's weakest and most useless black sheep who was bound to fail. Amelia remained silent, her eyes wide with hurt and hesitation under the newcomer's sharp glare. Continuing her taunts, the rival beastkin recalled how much she used to enjoy seeing Amelia's life turned upside down, mocking how rapidly Amelia's standing and sight had deteriorated. She reminded Amelia of their past training sessions where Amelia couldn't even touch her, mocking the terrified expression on Amelia's face. Mari-san looked on, deeply concerned for his companion. Smirnov interjected nervously, warning Richard that facing such a formidable adversary meant he would be lucky to leave the encounter alive. Grimly warned the others that the Dark Guild was no mere band of common criminals. Every assassin in their ranks possessed martial strength rivaling 1,000 soldiers, men who easily could have been celebrated as heroes had they chosen a legitimate path. Calling their past duel at the Holy Cities tournament, the veteran warrior admitted he had barely managed a single strike against Richard back then. Worse still, the deadly swordsman had grown immensely stronger in the years since. While acknowledging Smirnov's reputation as a sword saint, the enemy beastkin female mocked their tactical restraint, noting that the young boy would have perished immediately had he charged forward. Amused by their bond, she offered Amelia a single free strike. Stepping out to face Amelia directly, the rival beastkin casually opened her stance, promising not to dodge or counter standard blows. She taunted the girl, encouraging her to target vital points, suggesting that with enough luck, she might actually score a lethal hit. Sensing Amelia's terror, the beastkin commander placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, declaring with confidence that fortune favored their cause. He urged her to trust in her unique talent, convincing the hesitant girl that her keen vision could resolve the confrontation in a single strike. Reassured by her companion's soft encouragement to simply try her best or flee if necessary, the young warrior gathered her resolve and thanked them. She stepped forward into the clearing, fixing her eyes squarely on her former kin, standing motionless before her. Announcing her approach, she mentally likened the upcoming thrust to aiming a bow, focusing all her concentration into a singular point. Narrowing her gaze and steadying her breathing, she gathered her inner strength and burst forward with blinding speed, driving her staff straight into the target. The force of the sudden impact connected cleanly, catching her opponent completely off guard as the blow hit home. Surprised by her own success, she gaped in disbelief as the arrogant intruder crumpled heavily to the ground from the devastating strike. However, Richard stepped forward, dismissing his comrade's defeat as mere child's play and declaring that the true slaughter was about to begin. Unsheathing his blade with a cold, lethal aura, the rogue knight mockingly offered them the honor of dying by a master swordsman's hand. He had barely unsheathed his resolve when the bandit leader delivered a devastating strike, sending the assassin crashing into the ground with overwhelming force. Bleeding and battered, the assailant spat out blood, realizing too late the vast gulf in power between them. Struggling to rise, the defeated foe cursed the wild combat style of his opponent. The former bandit calmly explained that he was no longer a common outlaw, having pledged his blade to a worthy lord who was standing right behind them. Looking up, the assassin caught sight of Hero, now hailed as the new lord of the great forest, standing proudly alongside his companion, a vision that left the assassin utterly incredulous. Nearby, the remaining attackers lay groaning on the ground, their plan to eliminate the young lord shattered. Recognizing their complete defeat, they scrambled to adjust their course of action under the heavy weight of their failure. Without warning, a towering dragon burst onto the scene, unleashing a ferocious strike that decimated the remaining hostile forces in a single, explosive moment. The terrifying creature towered over the battlefield, leaving the defeated assassins trembling in terror as they questioned why a legendary monster had appeared before them. Observing the massive dragon, the bandit leader noted that their enemies seemed bewildered by the arrival of the legendary beast who had come to protect Hiro. Giant dragon loomed menacingly, declaring that anyone targeting its sworn friend would become its next meal, striking absolute horror into the heart of the assassin. In an instant, the confrontation reached a sudden end. The intruders lay completely incapacitated at the feet of the colossal dragon, which scoffed at their utter helplessness. Surveying the unconscious bodies, Hiro wondered if they had gone too far, but the group agreed that a decisive show of force was necessary to prevent future attacks. Emilia expressed her amazement at the incredible strength of their divine ally, while the bandit leader proudly reminded them that the god of war was on their side. Reflecting on his growing arsenal, Hiro reviewed his magical cards and skills, realizing how these unique command abilities granted him remarkable control over his domain. Though Hiro Modest expressed a desire to be stronger himself, the bandit leader assured him that his true strength lay in his leadership and the powerful allies who rallied around him. Surrounded by formidable warriors, a master swordsman, a lethal beastkin archer, and an ancient divine dragon, Hiro possessed a force capable of rivaling entire armies. Standing together amidst the peaceful forest, Hiro recognized that the true power to challenge nations came from the deep bonds of trust and kindness he had built with his companions. High above the grandeur of the city, within the secluded study of the Roswell family estate, maids quietly attended to their duties. Inside, Lord Roswell sternly confronted a hooded visitor, making it clear that regardless of her title as a great sage, she had no right to meddle in family affairs and should depart immediately if her business was concluded. The visitor, Great Sage Lillian, teasingly called him cold as she presented a debt ledger, asking if anyone cared about the impending financial burden. Oliver gruffly told her to take the matter to the fools responsible, boasting that now that he had disposed of useless trash, paying off the debt and amassing wealth would happen in the blink of an eye. She turned toward the door to take her leave. Lillian paused, advising him to listen closely since this would likely be her final visit to the estate. The subtle, ominous smile as flower petals drifted around her, she delivered a chilling warning. The very ground he stood upon was a gateway to destruction. Standing amidst the quiet clearing, Hiro checked on Emilia to confirm she had survived the sudden encounter unscathed. She softly reassured him that, somehow, she was all right. Realizing the immediate danger, she explained that dire wolves were relentless in their pursuit of the Dragon Lord's egg, urging them to flee before the rest of the pack swarmed the area. But as she spoke, a sudden movement in the tree-line caught Hiro's attention, prompting him to shout out a desperate warning. Without warning, a ravenous dire wolf lunged directly at her, forcing her to instinctively thrust her quarterstaff forward to block its jaws. Off in the shadows of the forest, another wolf prowled closer, ready to join the sudden assault. Having narrowly repelled the violent beasts, Hiro rushed to check on his companion, anxious to know if she had sustained any injuries. Emilia caught her breath, apologizing for letting her guard down, while Hiro admitted they should have secured Smirnoff's escort, despite the circumstances. Calling the situation back at the guild, Hiro remembered how Smirnoff's entire crew was completely incapacitated by a heavy hangover. Meanwhile, the ancient dragon had departed to hunt a demon boar for dinner, leaving Smirnoff as the only one capable of handling the local underground guild affairs. Considering their precarious situation, Hiro acknowledged that pushing forward alone through the perilous woods was far too risky, given that even stronger monsters lurked ahead. Consulting his map, Hiro noted that according to the directions, the Lord's estate and the surrounding village should be nearby. Emilia peered through the trees, expecting to see signs of settlement by now. Looking up into the distance, Emilia suddenly pointed toward a chimney and gabled roof rising above the treetops, asking if that could be the mansion. Relieved by the sight, Hiro celebrated the fact that they could finally find a proper place to rest after their exhausting journey. Their excitement faded as they arrived at the estate, confronted by the stark reality of a grand house abandoned, overgrown, and crumbling into ruins. Surveying the desolate estate from above, Hiro realized the harsh truth. There was no thriving village, no residence, and the mansion itself was entirely dilapidated. Standing before the rusted iron gates, Hiro stuttered in utter disbelief, unable to process that his appointment as a lord was to a ruined and deserted territory. Approaching the entrance, Hiro noted the faded family crest displayed on the stone pillar, begrudgingly accepting that this was indeed their designated destination. Stepping inside the cavernous foyer, the duo stared up at the shattered arched ceilings, crumbling stone stairs, and debris scattered across the marble floor. Looking around the completely ruined interior, Hiro quietly voiced his hope that they could at least find one intact room to use for shelter. Steps into a surprisingly intact room within the dilapidated mansion, noticing that a massive tree trunk from the forest outside has grown directly into the interior structure. Looking around, the boy notes how clean the space remains compared to the rest of the ruins, speculating that the giant tree might have shielded it from the worst of the wind and rain. Suggesting they set up camp here and secure the dragon egg safely, Amelia sets down her pack while Hiro notices a subtle glint embedded near the tree trunk. Examining the small, glowing crystal, the young noble identifies it as a magic or used for fuel, wondering aloud why such a valuable item would be left behind in a place like this. Deciding to make good use of the discovery, he kneels before the fireplace, reasoning that a previous traveler must have camped here and forgotten it. Focusing his mind, his fingers hover over the ore as he prepares to ignite it, admitting to himself that it has been a long time since he last attempted casting. Spreading his arms wide, a bright burst of flame erupts around him as he successfully invokes fire magic to ignite the hearth. Surprised by his display, Amelia asks if he can wield magic, prompting the young lord to explain that he only learned basic lifestyle spells as part of his aristocratic education. The tone turns solemn as she brings up his father, remarking how harsh it was to appoint him to such ruined lands, noting that nobles are often willing to sacrifice even their own children. She suggests that his father essentially handed him a death sentence disguised as a convenient lie, prompting the young boy to call out her name in protest. With absolute conviction in his eyes, he firmly warns her never to speak of such terrible things or harbor such dark thoughts. Turning to face her, he explains his belief that resentment and lies always return to haunt a person, just as acts of kindness eventually find their way back. Recognizing her inner turmoil, he gently notes that she has felt guilty ever since claiming her struggle with the Minotaur was merely a test of skill. Standing together in the quiet room, he asks her directly to share the true reason she was being pursued by the beast. Looking back at him with resolute determination, Amelia reveals that her true goal is to obtain a divine artifact carrying clairvoyance, the Bow of Artemis, in order to save her sister. She explained how the Bow of Artemis grants divine clairvoyance, allowing its user to sense and strike a target regardless of distance or poor eyesight. Her family history was tragic. Their parents had passed away young from illness, leaving only her and her sister to fend for themselves. She revealed a formal request letter recently sent from the village elite, demanding that she and her sister be taken as playthings and kept for life by their son. Outraged by the outrageous demand, the young boy vehemently declared that she must refuse, though she admitted she would if she only had the power to do so. She detailed the strict structure of the Warkatir tribe, where an annual martial arts tournament determines each family's rank and social standing. Having consistently ranked at the bottom since becoming head of her family, she felt compelled to prove her strength in the upcoming tournament just 1 month away, as the weak were expected to submit completely to the strong. Driven by the desperate need to secure clairvoyance to overcome her failing vision, she knew the Bow of Artemis was her only salvation. While confident in her archery skills, she acknowledged that her worsening eyesight held her back entirely. Reflecting on her previous failures, unable to handle even the Minotaur in the temple, she felt she was failing as a guardian. Resolved to protect her sister's future at all costs, her desperate gaze met his, prompting him to wonder if he should step in to help. He offered a potential solution, suggesting his own magic might assist her, even if it wasn't a divine revelation like the artifact. Though he admitted he couldn't guarantee success or explain precisely what he planned to do, he urged her to give it a try. She agreed, closing her eyes as instructed after he asked her to hold still for a moment. With her eyes shut, she felt his presence moving surprisingly close to her face. Uncertain of what to expect, a wave of nervous anticipation washed over her as she braced for his spell. Instructed to open her eyes, she was overcome with shock as her vision cleared dramatically, realizing the incredible nature of his magic. She adjusted the foreign contraption rested on her nose, as Hiro explained that it was called glasses, a device created to restore and assist vision. Touching the smooth frames, she marveled at the delicate craft, wondering aloud how he could have possibly carried such fragile pieces with him. Clarified that the lenses were not ordinary glass at all, but rather delicately sculpted ice set within a found metal frame. Went on to admit that he had fashioned the design entirely from memories of his past life, warning her that while it might require further tuning to fit her eyes perfectly, it would grant her clear sight once properly adjusted. However, a sudden droplet of water broke the moment as the magical ice began to thaw, prompting Hiro to apologize sheepishly for his imperfect spellcraft. Despite the slight imperfection, she gasped softly in wonder. Though distant objects remained a bit hazy, her hands and the details of the room around her surged into sharp, beautiful clarity. Overwhelmed with sudden emotion, she lunged forward and threw her arms around him, pulling the surprised boy into a tight, heartfelt embrace to convey her gratitude. The soft, affectionate look in her eyes, she lowered her voice and whispered that there was something else her restored sight had finally allowed her to notice. Leaning in closer until their faces were inches apart, she confessed with a gentle smile that he possessed a remarkably handsome face. His face flushed with deep red as he stammered in utter confusion, unsure of how to respond to her sudden intimacy. Ignoring his flustered reaction, she drew even closer, closing the distance between them, as if to seal her gratitude with a kiss. Before their lips could meet, a sharp, radiant pulsing sound echoed through the room, drawing their attention toward a blinding light bursting nearby. Surprised by the sudden flash, both of them turned to see the cloth wrapping the mysterious object glowing brilliantly, exposing a holy revelation book floating amidst the light. Hiro watched in disbelief as two separate revelation texts levitated in midair, slowly drawing together until they fused seamlessly into a single entity. Holding the newly transformed card in his hands, he gazed down at the newly forged power granted to him, a revelation of the subjugate Dragon Master. As he looked on in surprise, the massive egg in front of them violently cracked under a burst of light. Amelia cried out in excitement, announcing that it was finally starting to hatch, prompting him to react in utter disbelief. Fractures deepened across the shell, invoking the legendary name of the Lord Divine Dragon. Watching the ancient beast's shell crumble, he realized that if even an ancient dragon held deep reverence for this creature, whatever was inside had to possess immense. Joyful laughter echoed near the outdoor wash basin where preparations for a bath were underway. Amelia carefully tried to wash the newly hatched dragon child, pleading for her to hold still while warning that soapy bubbles might hurt if they got in her eyes. The child asked if her father would join them. Amelia explained that he was busy washing clothes, prompting the energetic youngster to bolt straight out of the tub. Splashing out into the open, the little girl called out, asking why he wasn't joining them in the bath. Hiro stood completely frozen and flustered, turning his eyes away from the unexpected sight. Mortified, Amelia dashed out to cover the child, desperately begging Hiro to forget the entire incident while offering her deepest apologies. Reflecting on the situation, he lamented how peaceful everything had been right up until the mysterious egg hatched into a divine duped dragon. Both he and Amelia remained in utter disbelief as they looked at the young dragonoid girl sitting before them. Calling ancient legends, they discussed how the divine duped dragon was reputed to be a legendary form of the dragonoid race. Deciding to approach her directly, he pondered whether a newborn dragonoid possessed the ability to speak right after hatching. Child simply locked her wide, curious gaze onto them, staring back in total silence. Breaking the silence, the child softly uttered the words, "Papa," while looking at Hiro, before turning her gaze toward Amelia and saying "Mama." Without warning, She lunged forward and threw her arms around Amelia, clinging to her excitedly as Amelia shrieked in shock. Realization struck them both as they remembered that the dragon race imprints on whichever figures they first see upon entering the world. Standing happily between her newly designated parents, the child cheerfully proclaimed them as her papa and mama. Having just entered the world, she stood alongside her newly adopted parents as they pondered their immediate future. Taking charge of the situation, Amelia insisted that both Hiro and the child needed a proper bath before anything else. Outside the cabin, they gathered by the wash tubs to scrub clean after the day's frantic events. He arched his sore back with a weary groan, wondering silently how his life had descended into such chaos. Reviewing an instructional guide, he learned that raising a divine dragon required a slow, nurturing environment, forcing him to confront the reality of fatherhood. Surveying their surroundings, he realized they lacked essential supplies, proper accommodations, and the means to acquire them. As feelings of helplessness began to overwhelm him, the child innocently inquired if his stomach was hurting. His gloomy thoughts were shattered when the little girl appeared dressed in a charming handmade outfit, sweetly offering to kiss his pain away. She skipped joyfully across the grass, thrilled with her new dress that Amelia had swiftly crafted from bedsheets and canopy fabric. Amelia nervously asked if the attire looked acceptable, to which Hiro enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, praising how adorable the girl looked. He openly called the young dragon child cute, catching her completely off guard with a gentle compliment. Amelia chimed in to remind her that she was the revered Shinryuko, the legendary divine dupe dragon who leads all dragons. She sounded out the grandiose title syllable by syllable, trying to process the heavy name she had been given. She declared with a bright smile that Shinryuko sounded cute, melting Hiro's heart with her innocence. Observing the exchange, Amelia turned to Hiro and suggested they give the child a proper, comfortable nickname instead. She playfully rejected the overly formal title of Shinryuko, finding it far too difficult to say for everyday use, a sentiment Hiro couldn't help but agree with. Taking a moment to observe the child's striking features, her glowing red eyes, cute curved horns, and grand lineage as the leader of the dragon race, he pondered a name that would truly suit her. Inspired by her heritage as a shining, golden divine dragon, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Dropping to one knee to look her in the eye, he offered the affectionate nickname Gol-chan. Standing together in the open field, they explained to the young dragon that the name was derived from the word gold, asking her how she felt about it. Overjoyed by the gift, the young dragon beamed with absolute delight, repeating her new name with tears of happiness in her eyes. As Amelia happily embraced Gol-chan for calling her mama, she admitted with a blush that being called parents made her feel wonderfully self-conscious. Watching them interact, he felt a profound warmth wash over him, realizing that he truly felt like he had gained a real family. His thoughts drifted back to his former life as Mari-san Roswell, where he had been rigorously raised from childhood under the great sage Lillian to become a renowned lord. He recalled how his father had loved discussing high finance and state investments with him, assuming it was out of genuine affection for their shared time. Yet, the painful reality was that even before his birth, his father and twin brother had resented him, leaving him completely isolated in his belief that they were a loving family. Reflecting on that lonely past, he realized that he had never actually known what it meant to have a genuine, warm family until now. Gol-chan innocently explained that because being with her papa and mama was so much fun, she had been able to learn how to speak so quickly. Overcome with affection, both Hiro and Amelia pulled Gol-chan into a tight, warm hug, declaring their love for her in unison. Tears of happiness streaming down their faces, they held Gol-chan close, deeply grateful for the innocent joy and love she had brought into their lives. She perked up with excitement as Hiro suggested giving her a reward for her hard work. He handed her a small tube from the laundry tub. The child immediately protested, thinking she was being tasked with chores. Asking her to watch closely, Hiro brought the hoop to his lips and gently blew through it. Bubbles began to float into the sky, catching the light and entrancing the little dragon child. She gasped in absolute wonder, mistaking the floating soap bubbles for a grand display of her father's magic. Hiro explained that they were simply soap bubbles, prompting the excited girl to call out to Amelia to show off the shimmering spheres, while Hiro's eyes drifted toward Amelia. Standing in the sunlight with her hair down, Amelia looked breathtakingly radiant, catching Hiro completely off guard as she noticed his fixed gaze and inquired if something was amiss. Blushing furiously, Hiro scratched the back of his neck and blurted out an honest compliment about how beautiful she looked, leaving her speechless. Panicking at his own blunt honesty, he rapidly waved his hands around and stammered out excuses, insisting it was merely because her hair and outfit were different than usual. As the awkward tension mounted between the two of them, the little girl tilted her head in confusion. With complete innocence, she abruptly asked if they were going to kiss. Both of them froze, their faces flushing red as they shouted in sheer disbelief at the unexpected question. She went on to explain that back while she was still inside her egg, she had witnessed them in a similar position, assuming that was what always followed. Flustered and unable to defend himself, Hiro turned to Amelia for help, trying to explain that it had only been an awkward, failed moment. However, Amelia quickly turned away on the pretext of preparing food, leaving Hiro completely rejected while the little dragon child gently patted his head to comfort him. She stood cheerfully at his side as he placed a comforting hand on her head, reflecting on how much had transpired since their meeting. Hiro silently resolved to do his absolute best for the young dragon child, determined to build a peaceful territory where everyone could live in happiness. His heart swelled when she beamed up at him, happily declaring that she would laugh plenty because being with her father was always so much fun. This deep sense of purpose reminded him of his previous life, where he had worked tirelessly in a factory to support his younger sister. He reflected on how having someone to protect gives a person the strength to endure hardships and a true reason to live. Tightening his hand into a firm fist, he acknowledged that although he used to consider himself weaker than everyone around him, protecting Joel-chan had truly made him stronger. A quiet moment of reflection was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream echoing from the estate. Shocked by the sudden noise, Hiro turned as Joel-chan gasped in fear, realizing instantly that her mother was in a quiet, grassy knoll. The newly hatched dragon child clung happily to the beastkin woman, declaring that playing with her left little time for his father figure. The young woman nodded along in awkward agreement, realizing how complex their dynamic was becoming. The child innocently babbled on about how playing together created a bit of a dilemma. The beastkin sighed softly, acknowledging that the growing attachment was indeed turning into quite a handful. Attempting to steer the conversation back on track, the boy brought forward a heavy wooden trunk, urging them to look inside. Unlatching the lid, he revealed a stark reality. Almost all of their carefully stored food provisions were completely gone. Horrified, the beastkin woman stammered out an apology for her carelessness, while the little dragon child looked on in confusion, wondering if she had eaten everything herself. Truth was far stranger. A lingering slime monster had inadvertently been locked inside the container along with the rations, where it remained alive and devoured every single bit of food stored within. This explained the previous day's panic, when the beastkin woman had opened the trunk only to find a massive, bloated slime bulging from the chest, causing her to scream and faint from shock. Assessing what remained, they found only a few scraps of dried meat in the boy's personal pouch and basic seasoning, as all their packed pork had been totally consumed. Suddenly, a tall, magnificent figure with majestic horns appeared before them, scolding them dramatically for offering such meager rations after he had endured a long fast. Puzzled by the imposing stranger kneeling in the grass, the boy nervously inquired who he could possibly be. The horned deity feigned offense, asking if the boy had already forgotten the face of his sworn ally, causing the realization to finally hit the young traveler. Standing tall in his full ancient splendor, the ancient dragon deity complained about having only tough dried meat for breakfast, noting how impressive it was that the boy had deduced his identity. He warned that dragon offspring possess enormous appetites far exceeding those of adult humans, meaning a few small strips of dried meat would barely satisfy the child. He suggested that hunting a giant demon boar would be necessary to keep them fed, emphasizing the urgency of acting quickly before hunger set in. Turning his gaze directly toward the young boy, the dragon god lowered his tone, asking if he might request a specific favor from him. Listen carefully as the ancient dragon offered to take the young dragon child under his wing, explaining that every species possesses unique customs and traditions that only one of their own kind can impart. apart. The elder dragon emphasized that there were countless vital lessons the others simply could not teach, while the companions looked on in quiet reflection. Turning toward the child, he knelt to her eye level and urged her to listen closely and choose whichever path felt right to her, encouraging her to make the decision for herself. He shared his perspective, noting that learning from a fellow divine dragon would likely be beneficial for her, then asked her directly what she truly wanted to do. Across the clearing, the ancient dragon waited patiently for her response, standing tall amidst the quiet landscape. Brief silence fell over the group as the child hesitated, while nearby, the small, trapped slime squirmed restlessly in its spot. Breaking the tension, the dragon child brightened up with joy and declared her decision to play with her new mentor, whom she warmly referred to as her grandfather. The ancient dragon formally announced his solemn duty to nurture the child into a magnificent member of dragonkind, though the young child immediately protested his overly formal speech. Determined to establish her own identity, she firmly stated that she was herself and rejected any attempt to change who she was, prompting the elder dragon to quickly adjust his approach to suit her wishes. With an energetic burst of enthusiasm, the child scrambled onto the elder dragon's shoulders, ready for adventure, while the group observed her lively spirit. As he carried the child off into the distance, she happily cheered while their companions cautioned them not to do anything dangerous. The mentorship settled, the young hero turned his focus back to the pressing issue at hand, stressing that they still needed to solve their severe food shortage. Stepping forward with quiet determination, Amelia offered to go out hunting, eager to contribute and be useful now that the ancient dragon had taken on his new role. He explained that the warrior catfolk hunt daily to sustain themselves, preserving any extra meat for the winter months so the tribe never goes hungry. She added that valuable materials like horns and pelts could be traded for essential spices and seasonings or processed into durable clothing and tools. The boy questioned how she planned to hunt without proper tools or traps, but she confidently suggested that showing him her methods directly would be far faster than explaining. She began by demonstrating the fundamentals of field survival, explaining that the simplest hunting methods relied only on basic sticks and local vines, a skill taught to children of her kind. Continuing her explanation, she stressed the importance of harvesting materials directly on site, as foreign scents on prepared tools could easily alert sharp-nosed game. She pointed out a nearby game trail, detailing how supple tree branches and braided vines gathered around the estate grounds provided everything needed to construct a functional trap. The young companion considered the dense thicket, mindful that a trail originating from the dark woods could just as easily draw far more dangerous predators. Reassuring him, she mentioned checking the area beforehand to ensure no immediate threats were nearby, making it safe to forage for wild vegetables, though she cautioned against letting their guard down entirely. She shuddered visibly as she recalled tales of giant slimes capable of swallowing full-grown adults whole, a thought that left the young boy thoroughly disturbed. Focusing back on the task at hand, she identified a prime spot along the trail and began carefully assembling the wooden snare mechanics. Once the initial trap was secured, she stood up satisfied, planning to set 3 more in similar key positions along the animal paths. He remarked on how much she seemed to enjoy the work. She offered a warm smile, expressing her gladness at finally being useful to him. Suddenly interrupting their conversation, the boy spotted something in the foliage above and urged her to prepare her viewing glass. Perched on a high branch across the clearing sat a massive parrot-like bird, leading her to assess the distance and regret not bringing a longbow. Instead, she produced a sling, explaining that her feline kin were renowned for using heavy slings capable of felling giant beasts, though a simple small stone would suffice for their current target. Warming up her arm, she loaded a pebble into the pouch and whipped the sling forward with astounding velocity toward the target. Tiny projectile struck the distant tree canopy with explosive force, shattering branches and sending a shockwave through the forest. Left utterly speechless by the destructive output of a mere stone, the boy remarked with nervous sweat that he was relieved she hadn't thrown it with her full strength. Pondered the immense power granted by divine revelation, realizing the need to master control so future hunting attempts would yield intact game rather than obliteration. Beside him, The catfolk beastkin let out a sigh of relief that their current meal had survived the ordeal. High above on the roof of the manor, the young dragonoid child called out eagerly to her newfound guardians. Surprised by her sudden presence on the roof, both the young noble and his companion looked up, wondering what she was attempting to do. Excitedly, the dragon child announced that she had just mastered an incredible new trick and demanded their full attention. Drawing a deep breath, the young child unleashed a surge of raw magic power from deep within her chest. Blinding flash of energy erupted forward, illuminating the entire domain in a split second. The unleashed ultimate breath technique detonate across the landscape with catastrophic explosive force. From a high vantage point, the ancient dragon watched in awe as the child demonstrated the tribe's devastating, annihilating roar, which left the surrounding grounds utterly charred. Approaching the proud little dragon child, the young lord gently patted her head as she gleefully demanded praise for her display. Continuing to pat her head, he swallowed hard in silent horror, realizing his entire territory had nearly been wiped off the map. Nearby, the ancient dragon basked in pride, eagerly accepting credit for teaching such a formidable technique to her young kin. Crossing his arms sternly, the young noble delivered immediate justice, decreeing that the mentor would receive no dinner that evening. As the mentor wailed in protest about existing food shortages, he held her accountable for recklessly bestowing a weapon of mass destruction on a child. With eyes wide in anger, he calculated the vast amount of precious crops and wild vegetation lost in the blast, warning her that as the appointed mentor, she would have to face the consequences. Desperate for mercy, the dragon mentor turned to the catfolk warrior, complaining that their usually soft-hearted lord had become terrifyingly strict. Watched in silence as the ancient dragon desperately pleaded with little Joel-chan to speak up on her behalf. Joel-chan hesitated, wide-eyed and uncertain of how to navigate the sudden tension. With innocent enthusiasm, the young dragonoid girl announced she would solve the problem by eating all of the dragon's food herself, leaving the ancient dragon wailing in despair. Meanwhile, an unknown figure observed from afar, musing on how a lord setting up a remote outpost could turn into a lucrative opportunity. Standing amidst the quiet woods, Amelia adjusted her glasses and took in the view, noticing a house off in the distance. Hiro noted how well she seemed to be adapting to the new glasses as they stood together among the trees. Expressing her gratitude, she adjusted them further, confident that her improved vision would eliminate any issues for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Summarizing their preparations, Hiro observed that archery practice was wrapped up and ample food was stocked, leaving only the ancient dragon's task to complete. Turning home, exhausted from their grueling training sessions, they caught their breath after pushing themselves to their limits. The young dragon child rushed forward, enthusiastically announcing that she had gathered a massive haul of food. Curious about what had been brought back, Hiro and Amelia wondered what kind of catch awaited them. Leading the way excitedly, the dragon child urged them to hurry and follow her to see the catch. Piled high before them lay a massive mound of slain monsters, prompting Hiro to marvel at the sheer size of the haul. Hiro pointed out that while he had requested staple foods, the haul consisted of dangerous creatures like a devil boar, sea serpent, minotaur, and even a Medusa. Questioned why inedible monsters were included, but the dragon turned away, offering only a dismissive hum. Dragon admitted she simply wanted to show off her supreme strength by defeating disaster-class beasts like the Medusa. While acknowledging her immense power, Hiro reminded her of the practical reason he had asked for simple staple food. Explained that such a massive quantity of meat would spoil before it could all be eaten or preserved through smoking. Hiro concluded by explaining the cycle of nature, noting that unconsumed meat decays, enriches the soil, and sustains plant life to continue the natural law of the world. He reluctantly agreed with the assessment, realizing that because the young dragon child was so small, she wouldn't be able to devour the entire pile of hunted monsters right away. The little dragon girl excitedly waved her arms toward the sky, calling out to her father. Turning to the side, a terrified merchant knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for his life and begging not to be eaten. Beside him stood the little dragon girl in a maid outfit, looking down at him with an imposing demeanor. Looking over at the newcomers, Amelia questioned who the person was. The young dragon child explained that the traveler had fallen into a pitfall trap, so she had simply captured him. Sniffing near the frightened man, the dragon girl remarked that he smelled good and would likely taste delicious too. The poor merchant could only beg frantically for someone to listen to his explanation. Introducing himself, the man explained that his name was Jack, a traveling merchant doing business in the Rothwell territory under the Arches Trading Company. Hearing this, the group noted how unusual it was to encounter a traveling merchant in such a remote area. Adding a small pouch tied to his belt, Jack revealed that all his goods were safely kept inside. He showed off his magical artifact, an heirloom passed down from his father, which could easily store an entire warehouse worth of items. Adjustment to his spectacles. Jack confessed that along with the artifact, he had also inherited a massive debt from his father. That heavy financial burden was the sole reason he had traveled so far out to conduct business. He recounted how, ever since the new successor for the Rothwell territory had been decided, market prices had skyrocketed out of control. It had become nearly impossible to purchase inventory, and even when stock was available, the prices were too high to sell to ordinary citizens. Sitting dejectedly, Jack explained that at this rate, he could no longer make a living. Thus, he was forced to travel to other territories to buy goods, using this local mansion as a temporary stopover along his journey. Clenching his fist in determination, Jack mentioned that he had spotted the group last week during his pass-through, prompting him to return today to formally introduce himself. Reflecting on the situation, Hiro realized that the effects of heavy taxation were spreading far faster than anticipated. If left unchecked, the Rothwell territory would be ruined by those two, making it urgent to intervene before it was too late. Noticing his quiet contemplation, the dragon child asked her father if something was wrong with her catch. Hiro quickly reassured her that her catch was fine, though he felt slightly disappointed by the broader regional news. Contemplating their next move, Hiro pointed out that if they allowed the dragon girl to eat Jack, they would lose a merchant who could supply them with tasty goods. Demanding a resolution, the dragon child stomped her foot, insisting that she wanted to eat tasty things right away. Hiro suggested that their first step should be apologizing to the terrified merchant. Bowing low in apology, the dragon child offered a reluctant sorry to the tasty-looking merchant, though she couldn't resist muttering under her breath that he still looked delicious. She beamed with pride as the young lord praised her efforts, while the merchant bowed low, deeply relieved that the dangerous misunderstanding had been cleared up. Introducing himself as Hiro Rothwell, an adopted member of the ruling family, he generously offered to let the traveler continue using the grand estate free of charge. Amelia immediately interjected, her posture tense as she voiced her sharp skepticism regarding the stranger's true honesty. Her expression tightened with concern, calling him far too soft for offering complete strangers free lodging without a second thought. She warned that such naive kindness would inevitably lead to betrayal, confessing that she simply could not bear to see him get hurt. He offered a gentle apology for worrying her, yet held his ground firmly as the ruler overseeing the territory. The boy reasoned that if he turned away everyone out of fear of deception, he would never be able to save those genuinely in need. Steady determination in his eyes, he declared that whenever a cry for help reaches him, he will reach out his hand without hesitation. Touched by such noble sincerity, Jack admitted he finally understood why fearsome dragons and proud catfolk followed the young ruler. Hiro chuckled modestly, acknowledging that despite his lofty ideals, their small faction was currently overwhelmed by immediate survival troubles. Looking out across the silent estate, he pondered their massive dilemma, governing a land devoid of citizens, left with a ruined mansion and piles of uneaten monster carcasses. Recognizing a solution to their shared predicament, the merchant raised his hand to present an advantageous proposal. Jack revealed that his primary business was trading food supplies, proposing to purchase all their hunted beast meat directly. He detailed the incredible market values of their harvest, explaining that Medusa eyes, Minotaur horns, and dragon scales command astronomical prices at auction. Reassured Hiro that he would personally handle dismantling the carcasses and selling the remains, simply deducting a processing fee from the total earnings. Nervously raised a hand to adjust his glasses, sheepishly confessing that he lacked the immediate capital to purchase such an enormous volume of monster materials up front. Outraged by his admission, Amelia immediately accused the merchant of attempting to scam them, though he frantically waved his hands to explain that he simply lacked the fortune required for an outright purchase. Bridge the gap. The merchant proposed drafting a formal contract rather than a private deal, pulling out a sealed parchment scroll from his possessions. The document was an official magical promissory note utilized by the Ardamic Trading Company for territorial commerce, legally binding deferred payments. Detailed the terms of agreement, explaining that he would collect the harvested goods weekly and pay the full sales revenue by the end of the following month. The merchant went on to explain that the company normally took a 5% cut from sales as a fee, though he quickly offered to cover that guarantee personally when he noticed Hiro's contemplative glare. In response, Hiro insisted on a fair trade, acknowledging that simply opening a stable trade route out on the isolated frontier was already an immense benefit to his territory. Relieved and humbled by the boy's generosity, the merchant bowed deeply in gratitude, asking if they were ready to finalize the formal contract. He mentioned a standard requirement of the Ardamic Trading Company, stating that when dealing with noble lineages, the contract required either a spouse or an heir to sign as a guarantor. As Hiro pondered the condition, the merchant noted that nobles were notoriously irresponsible with spending, but assured him that the guarantor clause was merely a formality on paper. Turning toward his beastkin companion, Hiro casually asked if she would mind serving as the guarantor for the official paperwork. Stunned by the casual request, Amelia squeaked in shock at the implication, while Hiro tried to reassure her that it was nothing more than a nominal label on parchment. Hiro reasoned that while they would technically be listed as husband and wife on the document, he felt comfortable doing so with her, whereas he would have refused with anyone he disliked. Blushing furiously as she twirled her hair, the cat girl stammered that even if it was just on paper, she wanted him to say such meaningful words properly. With wide, flustered eyes and a glowing face, she nervously looked up, quietly asking if she was truly acceptable to him. She stood in stunned silence as the young boy dropped to one knee, extending his hand toward her in a dramatic, earnest plea for her to become his wife. He asked timidly if she was truly all right with the arrangement. Flustered and blushing furiously, she turned away, mumbling that she supposed she had no choice, though she agreed as long as he was fine with it. But before the proposal could settle, an angry voice shouted out a fierce rejection from the shadows. Sudden shouts startled them both, freezing them in place as a stern presence stepped into view. The newcomer harshly accused her of bringing shame upon their family within the village and questioning if she intended to tarnish their name out here as well. Her eyes narrowed with deep hostility as she declared that someone carrying the proud blood of warrior catfolk marrying an invader was utterly revolting. Drawing a formidable bow, the fierce catfolk warrior demanded her immediate return to the village, threatening that any refusal would be met with lethal force to erase the family. Standing guard with her bow ready, Natasha, a catfolk reconnaissance specialist, strictly confronted Amelia, offering a cold ultimatum to return to the village or die by her hand. Surprised by this intense confrontation, Hiro inquired if Amelia knew the hostile archer, to which she confirmed that Natasha had taught her much during her childhood. Amelia explained that Natasha was one of their village's elite scouts, sent to track her down after she departed. Natasha made it clear that her departure was not the issue, but rather the presence of humans existing on this land. Confused by her hostility, Hiro pointed out that the territory had been inherited by the Roswell family for generations, questioning why humans were considered a problem. Natasha retorted that the land sits adjacent to the catfolk village and was once a historical center for human-led demi-human hunting. She continued, asserting that while she had done nothing wrong, she never expected one of her own tribe to stand alongside the humans. Defending her companions, Amelia passionately stated that Hiro was different, having spent his entire fortune to save her life when she was on the brink of death after battle. Hiro tried to ease the tension, inviting Natasha to sit down for tea to talk things over. But she dismissed his offer as a trick, refusing to believe that a human would share medicine or water with starving demi-humans. Accompanied by two giant white wolves, Natasha demanded to know what magic trick Hiro had used to tame such beasts, while Hiro internally noted that the local wolf pack had grown surprisingly fond of him. White Dragon offered to instantly reduce the enemies to ash at Hiro's command, forcing him to quickly weigh their options. Hiro firmly rejected the dragon's offer, knowing that escalating the conflict would only ruin Amelia's position within her tribe. As he evaluated the situation, Hiro realized that time was running out and a peaceful resolution needed to be found quickly. He contemplated his options, realizing that pleading for mercy might cost his life, while a physical fight was impossible against a master bowman, proving his previous life's corporate experience useless here. Refusing to give up, Hiro remembered the lessons from his past life, determined to make a decisive move to flip the situation entirely. He knew the risk was immense, but determined that using the points Amelia had given him was his best option to change the tide. Across the clearing, Natasha commanded her white beasts to prepare their attack, unyielding in her hostility. Holding the divine scroll aloft, he triggered the lottery skill, praying for a miracle as light enveloped the field. A massive tome materializing behind him revealed its true identity, a special rank artifact known as the Book of Senna, God of Abundance. Opening the floating book, his breath caught in his throat as he scanned its glowing pages. His bewilderment. The divine power granted a passive agricultural skill that tripled crop growth and produced tanuki beans and soybeans. Overwhelmed by disbelief, he sank into quiet despair, realizing he had gambled his final option on farming supplies in the middle of a battle. Observing his strange display, Natasha scoffed at what she perceived as a pathetic attempt to buy her off, drawing her bowstring tight. Before the arrow could fly, Littleville leaped forward with outstretched arms, crying out tearfully for the hostile scout not to hurt her adoptive parents. Tasha looked down with disgust, berating Amelia for turning her back on her tribe's duties to play family with humans. Fixating her deadly aim squarely at Hiro, Natasha prepared to shoot, leaving Amelia to scream in panic as Hiro found himself frozen in place. A split second of rapid calculation, he weighed his grim options. If Amelia stepped in, her pride would shatter. If he dodged, GOL would take the strike. With ruthless precision, the catfolk archer released her finger, sending the lethal shaft whistling through the air. Closing his eyes, he offered a silent apology, bracing himself for the piercing strike. Suddenly, a swift hand snatched the arrow right out of the air. Smirnoff had made an unexpected return, standing tall beside him. He admonished the young lord for holding his own life so cheaply, asking what would become of the others if he were to fall. Gesturing to the group standing behind him, Smirnoff explained that these refugees were farmers and craftsmen brought along because they hoped to serve Hiro's realm. Having lost their land after failing to pay extortionate taxes, they had sought out Smirnoff on his return journey, leaving him powerless to shelter them all on his own. Smirnoff made it clear that these people had not come begging for charity, but to offer their labor in exchange for a home. Standing beside Hiro, he sternly reminded him that a true territory is built by every soul within it, not by one person shouldering the burden alone. Sudden clarity struck Hiro, making him realize that what he lacked was not raw power, but something far more fundamental. Newfound conviction, Hiro declared his resolve as ruler, commanding everyone to resolve the conflict without suffering casualties on either side. Taking charge, Hiro issued quick tactical orders. Smirnoff was to subdue the catfolk archers on command, while Amelia and the dragon guarded the refugees. Rallying his companions, Hiro signaled for the entire squad to move forward into battle. He activated a magical projection spell using his device, projecting the dominant aura of a grand lion toward the beastly attackers. In an authoritative voice, Hiro shouted an absolute command directly at the oncoming wolves. The giant wolves froze instantly in place, stunning Natasha, who was completely caught off guard as Smirnoff closed the distance with terrifying velocity. Smirnoff burst forward like a streak of lightning, moving far faster than his massive frame suggested. Analyzing his rapid advance, Natasha realized she could not evade his secondary strike and decided to counter by aiming directly for his neck. She struck out ruthlessly for his vital spots, but Smirnoff calmly blocked her blade, reprimanding her for throwing away her life so recklessly. He held her firmly, looking down with stern affection as he called her kitten and demanded to know if she understood. Overwhelmed by his intense embrace and command, she yielded tearfully, softly submitting to his authority. Hiro expressed his deep gratitude to Smirnoff for his incredible intervention, though the seasoned warrior modestly redirected praise back to the young lord for his own quick action. Relieved to see that the magic wolves remained entirely uninjured, Smirnov turned toward Hiro and inquired about the mysterious magic he had just unleashed. Hiro explained that one of the revelations stored within his device, the roar of the Beast King, was typically intended to smooth over dealings with beastmen, but enhancing his tone turned it into an absolute command. He mused quietly that he had not expected such a power to work on dragons as well, while behind him, the small dragon child rested peacefully beneath a protective wing. Turning her focus to the subdued archer sitting on the ground, Amelia approached her kinswoman, requesting to ask a single question. Tasha looked up, questioning why Amelia defended humans so earnestly despite the long, troubled history between humans and demi-humans. Amelia recounted how Hiro had looked her straight in the eye and asked if it was wrong to save someone who was dying, reminding Natasha that this core belief was something Natasha herself had once taught her. Warm memory of their shared heritage washed over Natasha, recalling their tribe's unspoken tradition that the war cat-ear tribe always repays the debts they owe. Shamed of her former aggression, Natasha admitted her fault and asked the human boy what he intended to do with her now that she was at his mercy. Hiro assured her that he held no plans to punish her, asking instead for a simple favor from the defeated warrior. Hiro asked her to guide them directly to the war cat-ear tribe's village, explaining that since Amelia was returning to participate in the upcoming martial tournament, it made perfect sense for their party to travel together. The matter resolved, Natasha agreed to escort them so they could introduce themselves properly, setting their trajectory straight toward the land of old grievance. Deep within the shadowed expanse of the demon forest, footsteps crunched softly on the overgrown path as the party journeyed onward. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he paused beneath the high canopy, while his companion reassured him that their destination was just up ahead. Overhead, the dragonoid child wondered aloud why they couldn't simply fly to resolve matters quickly, but the idea of soaring into enemy territory on her back was immediately shut down. Explained that their goal was a peaceful introduction to their neighbors, as tension already simmered between the humans and the Beastkin tribe. The burly warrior beside them questioned if their small group was really enough, noting that caution was always wise. Amelia and Natasha exchanged glances, aware that the hostility toward humans in their village remained intense. And Smirnov asked why they hadn't mobilized a larger force. He pointed out that everyone back home had vital duties to perform. Having tasked Jack with securing materials, the group was set to be away from their home territory for nearly a fortnight. Back at the estate, the work continued unabated as farmers cultivated the land with newly blessed crops, craftsmen built homes, and even the lower ranks helped clear the land. Reflecting on how much had already been accomplished, Smirnov conceded that improving relations with the Warcat tribe was indeed a top priority. The ultimate goal was trade, turning mutual exchange into shared prosperity between the mansion and the village, since the forest soil was far from fertile. Looking at Amelia, he expressed his hope that participating in the upcoming martial arts tournament would serve as a bridge between their communities. She hesitated, voicing her doubts about whether her tribe would welcome her back or even allow her to enter the contest after she had left on her own terms. She warned that her clan worshipped strength above all else, and any display of reckless bravery would be met with swift and harsh consequences. Smirnov questioned if the villagers truly grasped the stakes, suggesting some might foolishly throw their lives away, while Natasha brusquely told him to save his words. It entrusted them with a secret weapon, as Amelia reminded Hiro while they approached their destination, assuring him they could rely on it if negotiations broke down. Hiro quietly hoped they could resolve everything peacefully without resorting to violence, though the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Before them stretched a dark, cavernous passage cutting through the dense forest, serving as the sole gateway into the Warcat domain. Emerging on the other side, Hiro gazed up in awe at the massive natural stronghold, marveling at how it resembled a fortress carved entirely by nature itself, a sentiment his warrior companion promptly confirmed. High atop the rocky ledge, the Warcat elders and warriors stood guard, looking down with intense hostility and warning the intruders that foolishly trespassing upon their sanctuary would cost them their lives. Undeterred by the harsh reception, Hiro stepped forward to introduce himself respectfully as a new neighbor who had recently settled in the demon forest. He offered a warm smile, explaining that he merely wished to extend a proper greeting and open a friendly dialogue between their peoples. However, the leader of the war cats dismissed his gesture instantly, commanding him in no uncertain terms to turn back and leave immediately. Hiro pressed on, pleading for a moment of their time, despite knowing full well how deeply the beastkin distrusted humanity. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent cut through the air, forcing Hiro's guard to spring in front of him just as he realized the threat was far from an idle bluff. Above them, Natasha drew her bow string tight, taking deadly aim at Hiro until her leader commanded her to hold her strike. Emilia stepped forward defensively, declaring that Hiro was her savior and benefactor, vowing to fight anyone who threatened him. When Natasha mocked her poor eyesight and range, Emilia unveiled a sacred spell card, summoning a legendary armament. Natasha gasped in utter shock, instantly recognizing the divine weapon held in Emilia's hands, a relic deeply sacred to their entire tribe. Steady hands. Emilia drew back the glowing string of the bow of Artemis, while the astonished warriors looked on, wondering what scheme she could possibly be orchestrating alongside a human. An arrow slammed into the ground at Hiro's feet as the catfolk leader vented her frustration, berating them for failing to grasp her plain warnings. Looking down upon them with disdain, the chief mocked their youthful arrogance, expressing disbelief that proud beastkin would ever lower their heads to serve a mere human child. She demanded that the intruders calm down, maintaining that they had not come to fight, but the warrior chief scoffed at her words, warning them that another step forward would mean their lives. The chief unleashed a volley of arrows directly at Hiro. Suddenly, a tremendous force repelled the incoming projectiles before they could make contact. The warcat chief stood frozen in disbelief, her eyes widening as she felt the sheer, overwhelming pressure of an unseen defense. As the shattered arrows fell harmlessly around the clearing, she staggered back, questioning if the boy had used magic to deflect an entire barrage effortlessly. The young dragon creature dismissed her shock, explaining with casual ease that it had merely flicked a single wing to disperse the incoming attack. The massive surge of power, the majestic white dragon manifested fully beside the boy, towering over the clearing and filling the air with an imposing aura. Recognizing the creature as a divine ancient dragon, the chief's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. She remembered Emilia's earlier warning about regretting her hostility, realizing too late the true scale of the power standing alongside the travelers. Without hesitation, Hiro stepped forward and lightly tapped the giant dragon on its side, instantly calming the mighty beast and settling the chaos. Emilia chided the dragon for its sudden display of force, but the young creature insisted it had only moved because both sides had drawn their weapons first. Watching the young boy command such an ancient force with complete ease, the warcat chief stared in shock, wondering who he could possibly be. Surrounding warcat archers looked to their chief in silence, waiting for direction as Hiro stood calmly before them. Breaking the heavy silence, the young traveler bowed deeply, offering an apology as a representative of his domain for his companion's abrupt actions and asking forgiveness for their lack of manners. Seeing his humility, the chief quickly urged the mighty youth to raise his head, humbled by his respectful demeanor despite his overwhelming strength. Introducing herself as Emeralda, the chief explained that her tribe deeply respects strength. She expressed her gratitude for him withholding his true power and admitted that he seemed remarkably different from other humans. Hiro modestly brushed off her praise, explaining that they had simply come to offer greetings upon moving into the neighboring forest. Esmeralda revealed that Emilia had spoken of his entry into the martial arts tournament and expressed a desire to witness his prowess firsthand, though she privately scoffed at Emilia, viewing her as a dropout who had abandoned their village. She lowered her guard, allowing a tense calm to settle over the clearing as the surrounding foliage rustled softly in the wind. Offering a swift apology, the warcat chief admitted that complex circumstances were at play, acknowledging that such a delicate matter should not be discussed out in the open. Turning her back on the group, she invited them to follow her to the clan's manor, where they could converse in private and lay out all the necessary details. She guided the party down a sunlit path toward a gigantic tree. She explained that the massive trunk was rumored to house a deity. Listening closely, Her kinswoman reflected on the legendary bow of Artemis, a divine instrument forged by the gods themselves. Deepening her explanation, the leader revealed that their ancestors had been solemnly entrusted with guarding this sacred tree, a holy duty that drove their entire tribe to endlessly pursue greater martial strength. Approaching the end of the forest tunnel, the chieftain alerted her guests that they were about to exit the passageway, warning them that the bustling settlement ahead might be quite noisy. Crossing the threshold, the young boy's eyes widened in sheer astonishment at the sight greeting him. Stunned by the breathtaking view, the former bandit leader marveled at the sheer grandeur, while the catfolk warrior softly acknowledged that they had finally arrived at the heart of the Warcat tribe's domain. Nestled high within the sprawling boughs of ancient giant trees, an intricate village unfolded, seamlessly blending wooden architecture with the living forest. Multi-story dwellings and steep rooflines clung gracefully to colossal trunks, forming a thriving canopy city suspended above the woodland floor. As the newcomers ventured through the settlement, local residents looked on in disbelief from high walkways, whispering among themselves about the unprecedented sight of an outsider human being welcomed into their hidden sanctuary. As the party ventured deeper into the settlement, Hiro marveled at the breathtaking sight of a village woven directly into the living giant trees. Noticing quiet movements in the brush, he observed several young beastkin children peering at them warily from behind the foliage. Amelia wondered if the young ones were begging or targeting them, while their companion cautioned everyone to remain alert and prepared to move at a moment's notice. Suddenly, an energetic surge of villagers rushed toward the group, catching them completely off guard as the crowd closed in. Excited catfolk surrounded them immediately, marveling at the rare arrival of human visitors in their secluded village and remarking on their striking appearances. Local women flirtatiously pressed close to the travelers, overwhelming them with playful questions about their companions and romantic interests. Commanding roar echoed across the clearing, instantly silencing the chaotic crowd. Chief Emeralda stepped forward sternly, ordering the overzealous villagers to back away and reprimanding them for their disrespectful behavior toward guests. Turning to the group, she offered an apology, explaining that her people lacked restraint due to their sensitive nature regarding outsiders. Hiro admitted his relief, having initially feared an immediate attack upon their arrival, though he was pleasantly surprised by the warm reception, urging them to move quickly before another crowd formed. Emeralda led the party toward her personal residence. Upon entering the residence, she welcomed the travelers into an immaculate, traditionally decorated chamber set aside for private matters. She graciously invited the travelers to take their seats on the tatami mats and make themselves comfortable. Surprised by the magnificent interior, Hiro and Amelia settled down, ready to transition straight to business. Seated gracefully across from them, Emeralda brought up their stated goal regarding the martial arts tournament, questioning if there was more to their visit. She noticed his direct demeanor as the young noble cut straight to the point, admitting that they had two distinct objectives for their visit. Laid out the first objective clearly, establishing trade relations with the Warcat tribe. The village chief listened intently, asking if there was something specific he needed or sought to sell. Remaining pragmatic, she pointed out the dire state of their domain, questioning whether trade was truly realistic given their current circumstances. She reminded him of the harsh history of this land, where beastman hunts and centuries of conflict between humans and beast folk had left deep scars, alongside the widespread use of dark poisons and magic. The surrounding wilderness, dangerous monsters gathered around soil stained with blood, where lingering magical contamination rendered the ground completely infertile and incapable of supporting crops. Confronted with the harsh realities of this wasteland, the boy produced a strange card from his coat, demonstrating the unique magic at his disposal to overcome these desolate conditions. Dozens of magical cards materialized in formation around him, leaving the chief utterly awestruck by the sheer volume and divine origin of the powers he possessed. Though she recognized the immense societal value of such power, he quietly acknowledged that these abilities brought little direct benefit to his personal well-being. He recounted his past, explaining how he was born into the great noble house of Rothwell, but was banished due to this very power, leading to his adoption as a lord elsewhere, while his younger brother inherited the family estate. Clenching her fist, she demanded to know his true motivations, whether he sought revenge against those who betrayed him, territorial conquest, or something else entirely. He explained his dream of creating a peaceful realm where no one went hungry or had a fight, building a thriving community even in a land as unforgiving as this one. Amelia listened closely as he noted how their reliance on hunting and trading raw materials with ancient dragons would soon fall short as their population grew. Recognizing that survival in the forest required expert knowledge, he reiterated that connecting with the war cat tribe was essential for building a lasting future together. Satisfied with his explanation regarding trade, the chief nodded slowly and inquired about the second goal he had mentioned earlier. Sitting beside Amelia, he stated his second objective with absolute clarity. They had come to rescue her younger sister. He explained that he had heard the details from Amelia, questioning whether Amira fled because failure in the tournament meant being forced to serve under a powerful figure. Esmeralda sternly asked why Amira hadn't consulted them, to which Amelia quietly admitted that no one would listen to a village dropout like her, leading to Amira's exile. Stunned by the chief's severe words, Amelia could barely process what she was hearing. With an unwavering gaze, Esmeralda declared that both sisters had been exiled from the village, leaving Amelia completely paralyzed with shock. Unable to stay silent, Hiro interjected, arguing that simply leaving the village without permission shouldn't warrant such a harsh punishment. Esmeralda explained that their sacred rule, granted by the gods, existed to protect the divine tree, as exposing the village's location could invite past tragedies once again. She continued, warning that if news spread of someone leaving from the weakest family line, it would arouse suspicion and potentially drive traitors to join outlaw guilds. Esmeralda scolded Amelia for failing to consider the danger brought upon her family, though Amelia desperately attempted to ask about Amira's current state. Turning slightly away, the chief fell silent for a brief moment as Amelia watched intently. Suddenly, Amira stepped out from the background, calling out softly to her sister. Overjoyed to see her safe, Amelia embraced her sister tightly, overwhelmed with relief as she wept, having feared she would never see her again. As Amelia asked why she was here, Esmeralda revealed that she had personally protected Amira. Chief explained that prior to the tournament, Amira had been accused of fleeing and forcibly taken to serve, but her family was officially stripped of status and exiled to resolve the matter. Stepping forward once more, Hiro inquired about what Amelia and her sister were supposed to do now that they had been exiled. Directing her gaze toward Hiro, Esmeralda asked if he would consider taking the two sisters into his own domain. She bowed her head low, acknowledging the sheer absurdity of her request, yet pleaded desperate for him to bend the rules just this once. Hiro quickly urged her to raise her head, assuring her that he would be more than happy to welcome both sisters, even if asking bluntly might cause friction with anti-human factions. Calling the children living on the streets they had seen on their way, he realized those young ones were in the exact same desperate plight as Amelia. Esmeralda admitted bitterly that in her position, helping the weak would only breed resentment, leaving her powerless to stop the ongoing disaster despite her desires. She explained grimly that those homeless children faced only two grim fates: being sold to other villages as forced labor or returning to the unforgiving soil. Pivoting back to their trade proposal, Hiro knelt before the chieftain and boldly asked if his domain could take in those impoverished children instead. He reasoned that his land urgently needed labor to develop, promising they would provide food, clothing, shelter, and proper education and training for every child. Surprised by his sudden offer, Esmeralda questioned his motives, but Hiro pointed out that this arrangement would justify housing the two exiled sisters alongside the street children without raising suspicion. With a warm smile, he added that as their relatives, she and her people could visit the children anytime, leaving the chieftain completely stunned by his thoughtful foresight. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by an imposing elf envoy entering the room, coldly chastising Esmeralda for acting on her own and eavesdropping on private matters. Towering elf warrior revealed she had already submitted paperwork to purchase the children, offering to buy the Kakin girl at any price if Esmeralda dared to be dissatisfied. Esmeralda glared back fiercely, rejecting the ridiculous notion of accepting a slave contract, declaring that her true concern was the children's future not coin. The elf envoy demanded to know if the chieftain truly intended to break a 1,000-year friendship with the elves just to sign a contract with mere humans, pointing out that their canceled labor agreement had brought them here. Shaken, Emeralda warned that if they attempted to bring war upon her village, her people would resist with everything they had, fully aware of the grave consequences. As tensions boiled toward an outright conflict, Hiro stepped between the two hostile leaders and called for calm, announcing that he had a compromise proposal to solve the crisis. Determined to resolve the matter according to local customs, knowing that strength governed all rules in this territory. Stepping forward, the young leader proposed holding an intertribal martial arts tournament, suggesting that the victor should claim negotiation rights to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The chieftain roared back passionately, declaring that the Warcat tribe would never back down from a martial trial, as accepting protection without fighting was a disgrace to their clan. She added that the victor should grant a single request to the losing village, ensuring no further worries for the defeated side. Accepting the intriguing terms, the elven representative stepped forward and announced that Alexia would fight on behalf of the elf tribe. Putting forth Amelia as their champion, the chief outlined that the tournament rules permitted all forms of combat, from close-range melee to long-range archery. To bolster their chances, a pair of human-made glasses was presented to improve eyesight beyond relying solely on divine weapons. Putting on the spectacles, Amelia marveled at how an artifact made by humans could alter one's fate so dramatically. Overjoyed, her sister pointed out a mole that she had never been able to see before, confirming that her vision was perfectly restored. Demonstrating her renewed prowess, she aimed her bow out the window, targeting a falling leaf miles away with absolute precision. Her arrow pierced the target across the city instantly, reassuring everyone that there was nothing left to worry about. News of the prodigy archer's return quickly reached the ears of those anticipating the upcoming clash. Pride and honor on the line for both tribes. The stage was set for the intertribal martial arts tournament to commence. An announcer welcomes the honored guests as the grand opening of the tribal martial tournament commences within a towering outdoor coliseum. This intense competition pits three distinct factions against each other. The Warcat tribe who guards a sacred tree, the elf tribe seeking ancient wisdom, and for the very first time, humans who were granted entry into the village. Three warriors representing their group stand ready. Jairus, the cat tribe's mightiest fighter known for extreme strength. Elena, the unmatched magic archer. And Amelia, once hailed as a prodigy who left the village after being saved by humans. Fate of their entire realm now rests squarely upon the shoulders of these three formidable fighters. As Hiro stands in the middle of the arena, hostile jeers ring out from the spectators, telling him to bow down to humans and insisting there is no way he can win. Despite the harsh hostility inside enemy territory, the group pushes forward, noting how starkly different this reception is compared to when they first entered the village. The young dragonoid child vows total annihilation on anyone who dares to hurt her mama, while nearby onlookers scowl with open disdain at the catfolk. Adjusting her glasses, Amelia grips the Artemis bow recovered from Smirnoff, drawing confidence from her companion's support as she prepares for victory. The announcers explained that the elf tribe provided various magical artifacts to establish the strict parameters of the tournament. Protective enchantment creates a massive magical barrier over the entire arena to ensure spectators remain completely safe from stray attacks. Rules permit unrestricted use of revelations and weapons, but explicitly forbid fatalities while projecting the battle directly into the sky for all to witness. All damage taken inside the barrier is transferred to a human-shaped proxy doll that replicates injuries exactly. Losing a limb or suffering critical damage destroys the proxy, knocking the combatant unconscious and signaling defeat. The officials warn that any continuous attacking after an opponent's proxy is destroyed or using full-force lethal spells will be treated as a severe foul and penalized with lightning magic. With all safety preparations and rules thoroughly established, the three primary competitors move directly to their designated starting positions. Looking on intently, the officials call upon the chieftain to officially signal the beginning of the match. She declared with solemn authority that the outcome of this battle would determine the land's future ruler, emphasizing that the spectacle about to unfold was worthy of such monumental stakes before giving the resounding command to begin the tribal martial tournament. Seeking cover immediately after the signal, Amelia maneuvered behind a cluster of large rocks, deeming the rocky outcrop a sufficiently safe position to assess the field. The match got underway. Hiro recalled the key combat capabilities of the participants, noting Garius's complete concealment skill alongside Alexia's reliance on magical arrows. Towering low behind the stony barrier, she acknowledged her severe disadvantage regarding combat range, deciding her best strategy was to wait patiently until another contender initiated an attack. Subtle movement rustled nearby, catching her feline ears off guard as an intruder breached her hiding place. Instantly, the imposing figure of Garius materialized right before her eyes, radiating a formidable magical presence. Without giving her a moment to react, he launched a devastating physical strike that smashed directly into her chest. Watching from outside the barrier, Hiro gasped in shock as the protective proxy doll took the full impact of the brutal onslaught. Sudden ambush struck with merciless force as Garius sought to eliminate a dangerous competitor right at the very opening of the match. Spectators watched intently, stunned by the sheer velocity and violence of the initial clash. Shaken but standing, she realized that without Hiro's divine protection, the blow would have ended her fight instantly, while Hiro observed the reckless charge with a growing sense of foreboding. Gaining her footing on the dusty terrain, she pondered why her opponent chose a direct frontal assault over stealth, wondering if he held her combat abilities in contempt. Determined to counter immediately, she readied her ranged weapon, predicting he would evade her opening shot and preparing a follow-up maneuver. She released her projectile straight into his face. Yet to her astonishment, he made no effort to dodge and absorbed the shot directly. Pressing his advantage without hesitation, Garius surged through the blast to strike again, forcing her to realize she could not let her guard down for even a fraction of a second. Leaping high into the air with an agile aerial maneuver, she attempts to put distance between herself and her opponent's reckless charge, realizing she desperately needs time to regroup. He slams into the earth with tremendous force, creating a crushing shockwave. She watches in astonishment, overwhelmed by a level of physical power that far surpasses what an ordinary beastman should possess. Suddenly collapsing to his knees before her, the mighty beastkin breathes heavily and weakly gasps out her name, begging her to finish the fight and strike him down. Looking down at him, she instantly notices his failing vision and fading consciousness, realizing he is nearing his absolute limit. His clouded mind, memories flash back to moments before the contest, remembering how he unknowingly consumed a drink spiked by scheme-crafting elves. Clenching his jaw against the toxins, the warrior resolves that if defeat is inevitable, he would far rather fall in honorable combat to a fellow beastkin that succumbed to foul trickery. Understanding the pride of a warrior who would choose death over dishonorable defeat, she reaches for her weapon, recognizing the immense agony he must be enduring to ask for such an end. Drawing her bowstring back with unwavering resolve, she honors his request, promising to meet his spirit by fighting with every ounce of strength she possesses. Assessing the situation in an instant, she knows a simple direct shot will never breach his defenses, but remembering the divine blessing granted to her, she prepares to execute a decisive technique. Taking a deep breath and locking her aim, she recognizes this single fleeting window of opportunity and releases her full focus into the shot. With incredible speed, she unleashes divine lightning speed, darting across the ground in a blur of lightning-fast footwork. Her eyes spark with crackling magical energy as she locks onto her opponent with absolute precision. A blinding flash of offense, she executes a rapid multi-shot, launching a devastating volley of arrows through the air. His eyes widen in sheer shock as the sudden barrage overwhelms his senses before he can even react. Crashing heavily to the dirt in defeat, he mutters in disbelief as she stands victorious, her weapon lowered over her fallen opponent. She stood stunned amidst the ringing silence of the arena as the crowd erupted into sheer disbelief. Spectators gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how someone dismissed as a failure had overcome her tribe's formidable champion. Glancing down at her waist, Amelia noticed the protective proxy doll strapped to her gear cracking under the residual strain. Though the talisman was meant to absorb physical trauma and spare the body from injury, the lingering weight of exhaustion and pain still washed over her. Looking down at Garius lying unconscious on the dirt, her heart heavy with sympathy for the agony he had endured throughout their grueling match, she quietly acknowledged the sheer torment he must have suffered while poisoned. Without warning, her passive danger detection perception flashed violently in her mind, signaling an incoming thread of intent from all surrounding angles as her eye widened in instant alarm. Lethal projectile whistled through the air at blinding speed, grazing her cheek by a hair's breadth and shattering the artifact at her hip in a burst of kinetic force. In the shadow of the nearby tree line, a cold voice casually mused over the missed assassination, lowering a taut bowstring. Esmeralda stepped out from the foliage, mocking her target for managing to dodge what should have been a fatal strike, though taking solace in having successfully destroyed the peculiar defense item. Shocked and vigilant, Amelia turned her gaze toward her kin. Alexia's sudden strike missed its target, evaded only through the sharp, razor-focused instincts of the Warcat tribe. Standing across the clearing, Amelia gripped her weapon tightly, keenly aware of how close to disaster she had just come. She realized that only her divine intuition had saved her from the unexpected strike, though losing her protective spectacles was a severe handicap. She stared at the elf in disbelief, questioning why the respected representative of the elven tribe would resort to such treacherous actions. Facing her adversary directly across the barren glade, Amelia called out Alexia's name, demanding to know what dark scheme she was concocting. Pieces of the puzzle began clicking into place as she remembered Garius's bitter admission about being drugged by an elf. The realization settled in that a far larger conspiracy was at play than a simple tournament match. Holding up a small glass flask, Alexia casually confirmed her suspicions. She revealed it contained a concoction designed to strip away pain and grant strength beyond physical limits at the cost of total self-control, musing that her formula still required refinement since Amelia had managed to overcome its effects. Amelia voiced her disgust, incredulous that anyone would use poisonous concoctions merely to secure a victory in the arena. Alexia coldly suggested that her indignation was misplaced. Standing over the fallen form of Garius, the elf explained that the mighty warrior himself had practically begged her for the forbidden serum out of sheer desperation to claim triumph. Glancing down at the bottle, Alexia noted that she typically provided him with a less chaotic enhancer meant solely to boost physical capabilities. Amelia pressed further, demanding to know the true purpose driving her actions. Alexia began to recount her past, explaining that she had originally been assigned to the village as an educator meant to teach magic to the younger generation. She described the grim reality of the settlement, where children born without martial aptitude or orphaned by circumstance were callously cast aside with nowhere left to turn. Drawn by the village's brutal doctrine that physical prowess was all that mattered, hundreds of helpless young catfolk were abandoned each year to perish quietly in dark alleyways. She recalled how she had fought tirelessly to alter their harsh tradition, proposing numerous reforms and support systems, only for her words to fall upon entirely deaf ears. Realizing the futility of her official post, she had stepped down as a teacher to become an envoy, secretly orchestrating the movement of abandoned youths into the labor-starved elven forests under the facade of slave trading to grant them sanctuary. The heavy, sharp gaze, Alexia asked if Amelia had any idea what title those rescued children had bestowed upon her. She revealed that they branded her the Devil's Slave Merchant, a title that eroded her spirit as she endured their terror and heartbreak, until an intriguing offer was brought to her. She believed that if she became the strongest in her village, she could change everything, and that achieving such power required the strength of magic potions. Because of this, she placed her faith in Garius, supplying him with the enhancing drug in hopes he would lead them forward. Yet in the end, he was drowned in power and nothing changed. It was in that quiet moment of defeat that she came to a grim realization. Addressing her opponent directly, she proclaimed that if one truly wants something, they must seize it with their own hands. Unleashing her magic, she fires a lightning-infused projectile into the ground, summoning the Thunderbolt Arrow Prison, a devastating magical strike that forms a searing cage of electricity around her foe. Inside the shimmering electric cage, Amelia braces against the proxy damage, while Alexia urges her to surrender before the injuries become fatal. Anticipating a counterstrike, Alexia immediately casts Wind Shield to form an impenetrable barrier around herself. Observing the defensive wall, Amelia realizes that standard protection will not suffice at this distance and prepares to unleash her revelation technique. The powerful surge, Amelia executes Arrow Tornado, turning Alexia's own magic back against her in a swirling squall of destructive force. Spectators in the arena marvel at how easily such a versatile spell, designed for both offense and defense, was completely turned around. Caught in the center of the storm, Alexia acknowledges the dire shift in momentum. Watching from the stands, Joel Chan worries that Amelia might lose, but Hiro gently reassures her that Amelia has special words that grant her ultimate strength. Leaning in, Hiro whispers a plan into Joel Chan's ear, making her smile bright with enthusiasm. Together, Hiro and Joel Chan shout across the arena with all their might, cheering Amelia on so that her spirit receives their strength. Mid-combat, Amelia's ear twitches as the loud, supportive cheers reach her across the battlefield. She struggled to rise from the dust, coughing heavily as her body shook from the impact, determined not to give up. Across the shattered ground, her opponent mocked her state, taunting that she was out of options and questioning whether she could even continue the fight. Looking down at her weapon, the catfolk warrior realized with dread that every gem embedded in her bow had shattered to pieces. Sensing the turn of the tide, her rival cautioned herself to stay calm and prepare to retreat, even as Amelia growled that she wouldn't let her escape. The swift movement, Alexia unleashed a crushing shockwave blast, believing this decisive strike would end the duel once and for all. The blast tore through the air. Amelia found herself in dire straits. Without her glasses, her vision was a complete blur at this distance. Alexia followed up with a barrage of scatter shots, forcing the catfolk warrior to frantically dodge while trying to recall a crucial lesson Hiro had once shared with her about crafting lenses. A quiet memory, Hiro had observed how her temporary ice glasses had melted away, pointing out that while useful, she should learn to create proper lenses using basic daily magic. He had painstakingly explained the mechanics of optics, how a convex lens enlarges images while a concave lens shrinks them, and how shaping ice and sealing it with air could replicate a magnifying glass. The technical jargon had initially left her baffled and scratching her head. He had patiently encouraged her to give it a try, handing her a crude viewing tube. He had demonstrated how even a simple alignment of lenses could sharpen faint, distant sights. He taught her that placing lenses at both ends of a cylinder created a powerful tool to peer far into the distance. Turning to the present, she realized this was her sole remaining gambit, using her magic to form precise ice lenses on both ends of the focal line to lock onto her enemy. Channeling her magical energy, she created a crystal-clear ice sniper scope, instantly bringing her distant adversary into sharp focus. Across the battleground, Alexia gritted her teeth in frustration at her rival's persistence, taking aim and resolving to drop her with a single final strike. She draws her bow to its limit, unleashing a massive storm of dark arrows that surges across the battlefield. Able to pull the bowstring with her injured hands, Amelia realizes she must find another way to strike. Bracing herself on the ground, she hooks her legs against the bow and pulls back the string with all her remaining physical strength. Releasing a super heavy class arrow, the projectile launches skyward with incredible momentum. She channels every drop of her mana into a maximum power lightning arrow to carry her final hope. Guided precisely by her ice lens, her singular arrow slices directly through the center of the dark barrage, completely destroying the incoming attack. Alexia gasps in disbelief as the high-powered arrow breaks through her magic barriers and hits her squarely in the chest. Stunned that she could be defeated by someone she looked down upon, the warrior collapses to the ground in defeat. Voices resound throughout the entire arena, officially proclaiming Amelia as the victorious champion. Looking at her trembling hands, she realizes her success and softly speaks Hiro's name in gratitude. Tears of joy and relief stream down her smiling face as she savors her hard-earned victory. Rustling echoes through the vibrant woodland village as smoke gently drifts above the treetops, signaling the start of a quiet, restful meal after the recent conflict. Holding her fork eagerly, Amelia takes a bite of the hot dish, her cheeks bulging with delight as she savors the unexpectedly rich flavor. Surprised by how good the slime dish tastes, she offers another portion, marveling at how a simple creature could be turned into such a delicacy. Nearby, the young dragon joins in the feast, thoroughly impressed by the crispy fried potatoes that taste far better than ordinary travel rations. Watching the companions enjoy their meal, a feeling of quiet satisfaction fills the air as the modest victory feast continues smoothly. Serving the food with a smile, the young lord encourages everyone to eat hearty, while his companions admire his remarkable talents that span from military leadership to fine cooking. Gazing with admiration, Amelia and the dragon child declare to Chief Emeralda that the young lord is capable of anything, emphasizing how his wisdom was instrumental in saving Emeria. Looking toward the quiet treeline, they discuss how Amelia can finally return home, recognizing the hard work that went into protecting the village territory. Suddenly, Chief Emeralda issues a severe decree regarding Alexia, leaving Amelia completely stunned as she demands an explanation for the harsh judgment. Fixing her gaze forward with an unyielding glare, the chief confirms her decision without a shadow of hesitation. Kneeling solemnly upon the grass, Alexia receives her official sentence of banishment from the clan, while Garius faces a matching fate of exile behind iron bars for his disgraced actions. Handing over a folded document, the chief instructs her to read the written terms thoroughly, making it clear that the verdict is absolute. Protesting the cold decision, Amelia pleads on behalf of her kin and questions what will become of the pact with the young lord, only to be cold-shouldered by the chief. Stepping forward with quiet confidence, the young lord addresses Chief Emeralda directly, interrupting the tense confrontation with an unexpected proposal. Gesturing calmly, he inquires whether it would be acceptable for him to invite both Alexia and Garius to resettle within his own domain. He stood his ground, pointing out that no established laws dictated how exiles should be treated, which left Chief Emeralda questioning his true motives. Flustered and blushing, Alexia suddenly demanded to know if his intention was to make her his captive. Amelia immediately interjected in outrage, refusing to let her father's memory be lumped together with Garius's vulgar reputation. Observing the commotion, Emeralda pressed him further about his master plan, only for the young lord to blithely dismiss her concerns. Garius looked on silently, knowing the young lord was far too soft-hearted and prone to prioritizing others, though he worried that such naivety would fail him this time. Once both sides recognized each other as allies, a divine revelation activated across the realm, instantly shifting the status of the entire War Cat tribe. The War Cat tribe officially brought under his banner, Hero assumed the mantle of Grand Lord over both the Demon Forest and their home village. Garius realized the sheer scale of the forces gathered: a Sword Saint, a War Cat Princess, and a Dragon Clan child. Realizing why the elf chief had moved so swiftly to form an alliance. By severing ties with the former leadership, the young lord could step into their territory without appearing as an invader while protecting himself from political backlash. Taking in disgraced exiles as direct subordinates was a dangerous gambit that required absolute, airtight justification to prevent an all-out political war. Asked why he would go so far, Hero explained that letting talent go to waste was foolish, pointing directly to Alexia's value as an educator. He reasoned that the young War Cat children would require proper schooling, making it a complete waste to abandon someone of her expertise. Turning his attention to Garius, he highlighted how his mastery of stealth made him uniquely suited to protect key figures as trade networks expanded. Garius was caught off guard by the thoroughness of the plan, while the young lord declared that managing such strategic choices was simply his duty. Though he acknowledged that his offer was sudden and unreasonable, he gave them complete freedom to accept or walk away. He emphasized that the selflessness demonstrated in setting everything aside to save others was precisely the compassionate guidance these children required. One of the young catfolk children approached Alexia, where she sat in the grass, seeking her presence. Remorse weighed heavily on her mind as she recalled her past failures and her feelings of utter helplessness. With bright, hopeful eyes, the young child eagerly pleaded with her, asking if she would become their teacher. Overcome with emotion, she quietly questioned if someone like herself could truly be worthy before offering a gentle nod. Tears streamed down her face as she pulled the little girl into a tight, warm embrace, accepting the role with all her heart. Reflecting on the offer afterward, she acknowledged to Amelia that the young lord was truly a good man. Amelia remarked on how his benevolence could almost be worrying at times, before revealing that she had a proposal of her own to make. Alexia reminded Amelia of the strength she had displayed in the tournament, noting that as she grew older, the path to becoming a clan chief would lie open before her. She then asked if Amelia desired to return to her home village, prompting Amelia to consider that she would need to consult Hero first. The young lord voiced his support for the idea, pointing out that returning would allow her to live with her family again and eventually assume leadership of her clan. His words left Amelia stunned as she silently questioned his insistence on family. Recalling her position as his betrothed, unaware of her inner turmoil, he casually added that their arrangement was merely for appearances and that families were always happier together. Frustrated by his oblivion, she reached out and pinched his cheek softly, leaving him looking thoroughly bewildered. Blushing deeply with a mix of affection and annoyance, she called him a fool under her breath as he stood there in confusion. She turned away in a fluster, clutching her chest as emotions overwhelmed her, while the young lord stood nearby, utterly bewildered and wondering if he had done something wrong. Seeing her run off, the young catfolk children immediately swarmed him, loudly demanding to know why he was picking on their favorite companion and ordering him to chase after her without delay. Startled by the children's fierce scolding, he yielded instantly and dashed off to find her, while Alexia watched his hasty retreat with her amused glance. As the two elders observed the boy, Emeralda remarked that despite his impressive abilities, he was still remarkably inexperienced in matters of the heart, a sentiment Alexia readily agreed with. He reflected on how burdensome managing a whole territory must be, making it easy to forget that he was still just a young boy in the prime of his youth. Deep in the forest, he finally caught up to her waiting beneath the trees, as Alexia inwardly recalled how she too had initially judged him to be untrustworthy when they first met. Alexia thought back on how much her perception had shifted, from casually using rare elixirs and wielding high magic to crafting glasses for her. He had proven time and again how truly extraordinary he was. He reached her. He humbly downplayed his achievements as mere coincidences and divine luck, prompting her to softly complain about his constant self-deprecation. He insisted he was simply stating the truth, but she turned away with a pout, confessing that while his stubbornness frustrated her, it was also part of why she felt so drawn to him. Turning back to him with tear-glistening eyes, she poured her heart out in a sudden confession of deep love, leaving him rooted to the spot in utter astonishment. Clutching the fabric of his shirt with trembling hands, her voice shook as she softly called his name. Pressing herself against him, she tearfully questioned if she was no longer needed, asking if she ought to return to her village or if she could remain by his side. Overcome with regret for causing her such pain, he gently wrapped his arms around her, offering a sincere apology for his foolish misunderstanding. Holding her close, he confessed that he loved her as well, prompting her to tease him through her blushes about making her say it first, though deep down, her only desire was to stay by his side forever. Framed by the towering trees of the quiet forest, the two remained wrapped in a warm, unspoken embrace, their doubts finally laid to rest. He stood alongside Amelia at the edge of the forest, gazing out over the breathtaking landscape and softly remarking on how beautiful it was. Overcome with sudden emotion, she flushed bright pink, mistakenly assuming his praise was meant for her. Noticing her reaction, he quickly clarified that he was referring to the scenic view, musing how wonderful it would be to have a peaceful place like this in their own land. Flustered, she stammered in realization, her blush lingering as she composed herself. Turning his thoughts toward the future, the young lord reflected on the progress awaiting them at home, confident that the newly cultivated farmland would soon yield crops and hoping their domain would grow more developed over time. He harbored a quiet wish to one day take his time building lush gardens of their own. Listening intently to his ambitious plans, she curiously inquired why he was in such an urgent rush to establish the domain, wondering if that urgency was the real reason he had pushed her to return to the village. Posture stiffened and his fist clenched tight as he recalled how the arrival of Smirnoff and the craftsman had confirmed his worst suspicions, forcing him to acknowledge that his territory was on the verge of facing grave danger. Hearkening with resolve, his gaze sharpened as he considered the troubling signs that had been mounting for some time, aware that a storm was brewing and that time was rapidly running out. Far away, the pristine, sprawling estate of the noble domain stood quiet under the open sky, oblivious to the ominous cloud of impending crisis drawing ever closer. The grand residence of Count Roswell, a prestigious domain holding the title of guardian shield to the royal family. An unsettling scene was unfolding within its opulent walls. At the dining table, Lord Oliver Roswell inspected the meal served before him with deep disdain, questioning what kind of dish had been placed on his plate, while the nervous household chef looked on in quiet terror. Outraged by what he perceived as an insult to their noble lineage, Lord Roswell slammed his hand onto the table with a loud crack, startling the poor chef, who flinched in absolute panic. Gestured angrily, shouting that as the head of the noble Roswell family, it was utterly unacceptable for him to be expected to consume commoner food. Attempting to defuse the situation, Marin Roswell spoke up smoothly, suggesting to his father that indulging in simple fare once in a while was harmless. Turning his attention toward the servant, Marin calmly inquired about how long the chef had been working in their household, to which the anxious man replied that it had been 20 years. Marin reasoned that since the chef had worked there even before he was born, his long service must have earned him a substantial salary, assuming the man and his family were living quite comfortably. Chef quickly corrected him, explaining through nervous sweat that far from being comfortable, his household finances were constantly in the red as he worked tirelessly to support his 3 daughters. Though his personal circumstances were difficult, the chef added with humble pride that his family was honored that he was permitted to prepare meals for the Count's esteemed household. Without a hint of remorse, Marin coldly declared that the chef was fired effective immediately, leaving the devastated man falling to his knees, desperately pleading for mercy. Sweating profusely and overcome with dread, the chef desperately explained that ingredients had been scarce recently, stressing that losing his job would ruin his family. Beginning at the top right, the chef wept that his daughters and entire family would end up begging on the streets, cursing his incompetence. At the top left, Marin feigned pity for the pitiful situation. Dropping down to the bottom right, the chef bowed his head in complete submission, while Marin leaned forward to propose a dark alternative. With sinister smirk and wild enthusiasm, Marin offered to hire all 3 of the chef's daughters to serve as his personal night companions. Starting at the top right panel, Marin checked if his father approved of the arrangement, while Lord Oliver casually agreed. Dropping down to the lower panels, as the chef scrambled away in terror to comply, Lord Oliver warned sternly that if the family tried to run, he would have them all executed. Observing the ruthless interaction from afar, a silent observer reflected on how Marin had begun revealing his true, twisted nature ever since Hero was exiled from the household. He harbored deep suspicions that someone was secretly pulling strings in the background, resolving to rely on his divine revelation skill if push came to shove. Moments later in the dining hall, the young noble entered urgently, calling out to his father to ask if he had any knowledge of the alarming situation unfolding before them. Summoned by her master, the secretary maid promptly provided the requested income and expenditure reports so they could analyze their current financial standing. Examining the documents, the Lord voiced his disbelief, demanding to know why their tax revenues had plummeted to such a low amount. Addressing her master directly, the maid offered her insights, while he questioned why the crop yield from local farmers were only half of what they should have been. She pointed out that although crops were growing, a severe drought had struck the land, drastically impacting the overall harvest. Acknowledging the situation, the Lord noted that a distant mountain eruption had brought unexpected rain, which ultimately saved the crops from total failure. However, the young noble remained skeptical, arguing that the reported crop issues might just be an excuse for tax evasion, especially given how rapidly crops should be growing thanks to divine revelation. Maid further clarified that despite the divine skill's influence, recent growth seemed noticeably slower than before, leaving the collected taxes still far below expectations. Absorbing this critical information, the young master paused in realization as the true nature of the anomaly began to take shape. Viewing the ledger himself, he pointed out that the true cause of the revenue drop stemmed from a specific trading company whose tax payments were nearly zero compared to the previous term. He explained that this Ardmic trading company was importing massive quantities of extremely rare goods, ranging from sea serpent scales to medusa eyes and boar meat. Detailed how the company avoided taxes by basing transactions solely on purchases rather than reported income. allowing them to mark up prices elsewhere without contributing to local tax coffers. He realized these rare goods were being funneled directly from the demonic Great Forest into their territory, functioning like opportunistic flies drawn to the region's wealth. Shocked by the revelation, the Lord struggled to accept the truth of the situation as his son asked if he was aware of the troubling rumors circulating about the operation. He had dismissed the growing rumors circulating throughout the realm. Whispers of a sanctuary hidden deep within the demonic Great Forest, where refugees found safety under the protection of a savior who commanded dragons. Refusing to entertain such tales, the Lord scoffed at his maid, declaring that the land in question was cursed and steeped in the blood of beast folk hunting. He ordered the great sage to be summoned for answers regarding the northern front. The maid timidly revealed that the sage had already departed in pursuit of his exiled son, leaving the Lord utterly stunned. Adding to the crisis, she hesitatingly reported that barbarian forces had been actively invading their border territory for several days. Enraged by her failure to report the incursion immediately, he berated her, emphasizing that the sage's presence had been the sole deterrent holding the barbarian invasion at bay. He lamented their delayed response, acknowledging that the barbarians' military strength rivaled that of the kingdom's own army, leaving the estate exposed to catastrophic damage. Surrounded by compounding disasters, the barbarian raid, dwindling tax revenues, and a thriving dragon-guarded refugee settlement, the Lord grimly realized he was standing at the threshold of total ruin. His mind drifted back to the birth of his twin sons, recalling how divine providence had blessed the land with doubled crop growth, convincing him that one child possessed an extraordinary divine revelation skill. During the divine oracle ceremony, it was announced that the eldest son held the divine revelation skill, leading everyone to believe the other child was completely talentless. Because crop yields subsequently plummeted and tax revenues collapsed, he had cast out his reportedly useless son into exile. A chilling question began to haunt him. Had he made the wrong choice? And were all those mysterious blessings and dragon encounters actually driven by the exiled boy's true divine power? Horrified by the sudden realization, he wondered if his son's meek acceptance of exile had been part of a grand, calculated strategy all along. Try to shake off the doubt, reasoning that people do not change easily, and reassuring himself that his son was merely a good-natured fool who never complained, even after being unjustly fired in a past life. Reflecting on memories from their previous existence in modern Earth, he remembered intimately how their past lives were interconnected. He recalled his former life as an executive who had financially ruined the boy, leaving him destitute after his parents died, only to be stunned when the young man later sought employment at his company. He reflected on the dark past of his previous life. Remembering the rainy night, he caused the fatal drunk driving accident that took the lives of Ijima's parents, a crime easily covered up since the victim was his own employee. Using the stolen life insurance payout he seized after concocting faults in the claim, he had successfully rebuilt his failing enterprise and secured a prosperous existence. To him, such ruthless exploitation was merely natural, a core philosophy he carried directly into his current life as he accumulated vast wealth and power without remorse. Facing his domain's current crisis, the Lord pondered his options, realizing that panic would yield nothing, until his younger son stepped forward with a scheme to exploit the newly rumored savior. Though Oliver recoiled in pride at the thought of humbling himself before the eldest son he had exiled, the younger son pointed out that because the demonic forest lay within Roswell territory, any dragons or settlements residing there legally belonged to their family. Having formulated a cunning plan, the young noble called forth George, a skilled knight, to put their design into motion. The son summoned George, a low-ranking noble renowned for his elite swordsmanship, detailing a plan to issue a royal decree ordering the dragon tamer and his beast to advance directly to the northern war front against the invading barbarians. By placing George at the head of this newly formed dragon mercenary corps, they intended to resolve the barbarian threat while installing George as the domain's public savior. Young noble warned that allowing news to spread of the tragic exiled son commanding mythical beasts could ignite a dangerous rebellion among the dissatisfied populace. To eliminate the risk entirely, they resolved to label the settlement an illegal heretical gathering, effectively erasing its right to exist while George listened obediently. Lord Roswell officially issued the royal mandate, commanding George to seize the dragon tamer's forces and deploy their overwhelming might to obliterate the northern invaders. George inquired how to handle potential resistance from the villagers. Oliver coldly declared that he only sought the power of the dragons, leaving the fate of the people entirely at the knight's whim. Hardening his stance, the Lord decreed that if the village dared resist, it should be burned to the ground, adding that if George could master the beasts himself, the dragon tamer was entirely disposable. With mock encouragement, the young noble wished their designated savior success as the chamber doors closed on the sinister plot. Deep within the silent confines of the Roswell family office, a tyrannical decree had been finalized, launching a lethal threat directly toward the demonic forest. He gripped his desk with swelling ambition, calculating that securing the dragons of the newly developed territory would guarantee a century of absolute prosperity. Expanding his grand design, he realized that with such immense power, his family could break free from the realm entirely and establish their own sovereign nation. Scornful of the rumors hailing a hero on the frontier, he maintained that commoners existed for no other purpose than to enrich their ruler, expected to bow low and grovel in the dirt. Resting his chin on his hands, he recalled telling his rival in their past life that leveraging knowledge was impossible without being reborn, an assumption he now admitted was mistaken. Narrowing his glare, he remained convinced that no matter how much wisdom his opponent applied or how hard he struggled, every effort would end in utter futility. The cold, sinister smile, he vowed to Hiroshi Aijima that even in this second life, he would strip away everything. Traveling along a peaceful, tree-lined trail, the group resumes their journey through the forested countryside. Amelia offers a sincere apology to the young lord for delaying their journey by an entire month. He reassures her, admitting he had never anticipated remaining in the village for such a lengthy stay. She notes that the prolonged downpour left them with little choice, while he reflects on how educational the time was, allowing him to gain valuable knowledge about history, geography, local facilities, and commercial ventures. Expressing slight concern, she inquires whether leaving his domain unattended for so long might pose a risk. He confidently assures her that necessary precautions were taken before their departure. Further explains that the ancient dragon and Amelia were sent ahead as lookouts along with GOL, ensuring that any potential threat would be reported immediately. Their seasoned companion cautions them that the wilderness beyond the residential perimeter remains highly hazardous, advising constant vigilance just as a sudden sound catches the young noble's attention. Inspecting fresh prints pressed into the dirt, the beastkin warrior identifies them as belonging to a sizable pack of magic wolves. Realizing the dangerous beasts are still prowling nearby, the young lord recoils in shock as an unseen entity lunges at him from the shadows. As his companions cry out in alarm, he catches the unexpected creature, finding a small beast snuggled securely against his chest. Surprised by the sudden commotion, he turns to see young Amelia approaching enthusiastically, proudly announcing that her father captured the creature for her. Baffled by the unexpected reunion, the traveling companions wonder aloud how GOL and the young dragon girl arrived here so quickly. Recognizing the child, the beastkin warrior recalls that this was the very dragon child named by the ancient dragon lord. Looking closely at the strange beast in his arms, the young noble realizes it is a small Cerberus. Dragon girl pleads her case, explaining that the creature was being picked on by others and needs shelter, though her grandfather refused to let it inside without permission. She asks if she may keep the small beast at home, noting that her grandfather promised to allow it if her father grants approval. He asked Natasha if keeping a magic wolf would be acceptable, to which she readily agreed without hesitation. Catfolk warrior noted that proper training would allow the wolf to bond as a loyal guard dog or hunting partner, while the young dragon child eagerly sought her father's approval as he thoughtfully considered the idea. Kneeling beside the creature, he reflected on how formidable a combination of a divine dragon and a Cerberus would be, a force capable of threatening entire nations, yet warmly welcomed Caro into their domain. Young dragon girl excitedly patted the pup, eager to share the news with everyone so they would no longer fear having frightening companions around. She suddenly remembered a pressing matter, frantically announcing that the villagers had reported trouble back home and were waiting to speak with her father the moment he returned. Taken aback, he began to worry about what disaster could have struck, whether an epidemic, a monster attack, or a bandit raid, wondering how such a thing could occur when an ancient dragon guarded the area. Upon reaching the edge of the forest and peering through the trees toward the estate, his breath caught at the scene before him. Broad vista revealed a pristine, beautifully restored mansion standing grandly beside serene rural homes and clear waterways. Nearby, meticulously organized farmland stretched out, complete with tidy farmsteads and lush crops thriving in order. Staring at the flourishing fields and fully renovated mansion, he was utterly baffled by how remarkably well-kept and transformed everything had become. Dragon Child cheerfully pointed out the drastic change as trouble, leaving him to slump his shoulders in relief and exasperation at her dramatic misunderstanding. As the ancient dragon approached in her elegant robes, he noted with satisfaction that even the new Cerberus pup seemed smoothly accepted into the realm. He explained that GOL had found the pup only after the protective barrier was established, a dragonfolk spell designed to shield their treasures and prevent anyone with hostile intent from crossing. Then questioned why she felt the need to deploy such a massive barrier in the first place, leaving the ancient dragon momentarily silent. Turning around with a dramatic sigh, she complained about whether endlessly monitoring the territory from the sky could truly be compensated by a mere 30 pieces of fried chicken, leaving him sweating at her unexpected grievance. She assured him that with such a barrier in place, no enemies could enter, but the young lord pointed out a critical flaw. If the barrier remained active, future settlers would be entirely unable to reach them. Nearby, the traveling merchant Jack explained that he was planning to convert surplus funds into alcohol later, prompting Hero to question what surplus he was talking about. Jack admitted his own surprise, explaining how 2 weeks after delivering farming tools, he returned to discover that the land had already yielded a full harvest of wheat and soybeans. Pointing toward the lush fields stretched out before them, the merchant voiced his amazement at the newly planted crops flourishing at an impossible rate. Went on to clarify that with the local storage completely overflowing, he had sold the excess produce in town and was holding the profits as Hero's personal wealth. As Amelia marveled at the thought of harvesting twice in a single month, Hero pondered the underlying cause of this incredible agricultural surge, realized it was likely the work of his divine revelation skill, which could single-handedly solve their food shortages, though harvesting at such extreme speeds brought its own set of complications. Before he could dwell further on the matter, a female villager approached, offering to share details that might prove useful to her lord. He asked if she was facing any difficulties in her daily life. The woman paused to reflect on the recent developments. She explained that the rapid crop growth left them desperately short-handed, warning that continuous cultivation without proper land rotation would soon deplete the soil, while also hinting that the village men were failing to pull their weight. While the men had diligently repaired the mansion and built the storage sheds initially, they had since slackened, spending their days drinking alongside the Dragon Lord instead of working. She added bitterly that under the guise of helping short-staffed carpenters, the men had left the women to handle all the grueling field work alone while enjoying a carefree existence. Hearing that his father and the men were throwing daily drinking parties with the ancient dragon, Hero sighed in resignation, promising to handle the situation. He instructed Amelia and the others to gather everyone immediately, requesting that the village women assemble at the mansion so the issue could be addressed. His resolve set, the young lord marched back toward the mansion to confront the loafers and restore order to the estate. Having cleared the area, the young lord turned to his traveling merchant companion to inquire about the state of his personal treasury. Consulting his ledger, the merchant calculated the accumulated wealth, reporting that the total savings reached an astounding 300 gold coins. The mention of 300 gold coins, he cried out in sheer disbelief, completely floored by the astronomical figure. Merchant calmly explained that even after selling the rare monster materials and agricultural harvest at bargain prices, the sheer volume had yielded a massive fortune. Doing the math in his head, he recalled that 1 gold coin was worth 100 silver pieces, whereas an average household earned merely 250 silver coins per year. With those figures in mind, he realized with a serious expression that his personal funds alone could fund the territory's entire operation for well over a decade. As the conversation turned toward future expenses, the young leader expressed his firm intention to guarantee the livelihood of every resident, prompting the catfolk warrior to wonder if he truly intended to support the entire population himself. He made his stance clear, arguing that because the citizens sustain him through taxes and crops, a lord who lives in luxury while his people suffer is failing his duty. Elaborating on his philosophy, he insisted that high status inherently carries heavy social responsibilities, making it only natural for a ruler to protect his people. His companions, however, met this noble sentiment with a unanimous outburst, declaring that such thinking was entirely alien to the rules of their world. Feline Warrior pointed out that while she appreciated his kindness, taking full financial responsibility for refugees who were perfectly capable of working was unheard of. Looking at him earnestly, she asked him to explain what kind of world he was ultimately trying to build. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, he declared his desire to create a world free from hunger, a society without barriers where people support one another. He reflected silently on the cruel, inefficient nature of the existing social order around them. Including his thought, he pointed out how traditional feudal systems allow exploiters to live in comfort while the working citizens suffer under oppressive taxes. He explained that the modern knowledge he possessed contained numerous ways to generate wealth, and that by implementing a system capable of turning a profit even under high taxation, a stable, high-welfare society could be established. They could construct a town where all citizens lived happily. Surrounding territories and nations would take notice and follow their example, spreading this prosperity across the land. A radiant vision of a harmonious future floated in their minds, a true circle of happiness where common folk, beastkin, and children lived side by side in peace under clear skies. Though Amelia doubted whether the fundamental structure of the world could truly be reshaped, he assured her with a confident grin to simply watch, determined to demonstrate his own capability after relying on everyone for so long. Opening his grimoire with unwavering resolve, he declared the first concrete step toward his goal, providing immediate employment for all citizens through large-scale public works projects. The Lord's residence within the demonic Great Forest, Hero stood outside the grand estate to express his deep gratitude to the gathered subjects for responding so quickly to his sudden summons and for successfully carrying out the mansion repairs and residential construction while he was away. Stepping inside to the grand entryway of the estate, he gathered the people near the wide staircase, addressing the ongoing repairs and explaining that after careful consideration, prompt action was necessary to address the situation at hand. Having heard details about their current circumstances earlier, he emphasized the urgency of their next steps to ensure everyone was aligned. The steady, focused gaze, he prepared to deliver a proposal that would shape the future of his domain. He announced his intention to undertake public works projects, leaving the gathered villagers looking completely bewildered by the unfamiliar term. Unfamiliar with such concepts, the villagers whispered among themselves in confusion, wondering what public works actually entailed. Nearby, a companion pointed out that common folk and farmers who were not from noble backgrounds could hardly be expected to know about civil engineering terms. Acknowledging this gap in knowledge, the young lord offered to explain his plan in simple terms so everyone could understand. Clarified that when nobles undertake public works, it usually means developing infrastructure like bridges, castle gates, and roads throughout their territory. The workers assumed they would be constructing roads, bridges, or perhaps a grand villa. He funding the project revealed a completely different vision for their labor. With a warm smile, he proudly declared that the very structures they would be building were their own homes, granted them full freedom to choose any location within the territory for construction, asking only to be informed of their chosen spots before work began. Immediately, his seasoned advisor voiced strong opposition, calling the proposal far too unreasonable. Standing at the base of the stairs, the advisor questioned the logic of constructing personal homes under the guise of official domain development. Reminded his master of standard feudal practice, explaining that noble construction projects typically served as tax collection, putting citizens who could not pay taxes to work on infrastructure like roads and bridges to cover their unpaid dues with tolls. Voiced his deep concerns, arguing that forcing tax collection through mere housing projects seemed excessively harsh, even for a leader with well-meaning intentions. Surrounding villagers cried out in agreement, desperately pleading that they possessed nothing of value and that such heavy demands would drive them to total ruin. Acknowledging their fears, Hero assured them that while self-serving rulers often exploited public works for personal gain, his approach would be entirely different. He announced that he would pay wages for their labor without levying any taxes, leaving the warrior completely bewildered by a plan that offered free housing along with paid income. While Hiro clarified that wages applied strictly during the construction phase, the battle-hardened man struggled to grasp his master's ultimate goal, calculating that he could only contribute around 20 silver coins. Raising 3 fingers, Hiro explained that public works served 3 vital pillars: industrial improvement, quality of life enhancement, and territorial preservation. He elaborated that laying an industrial foundation required active investment, as their undeveloped territory currently relied solely on basic self-sufficiency. The warrior remained skeptical, asking how a domain could function without traditional tax revenue, and how building simple homes could ever generate income. Hiro detailed how improving the citizens' living standards directly boosts productivity, enabling local produce and goods to be traded globally through commercial enterprises. Noted that corporate sales would yield sustainable tax revenue to fund further developments, leaving his companion thoroughly impressed by the economic model. Observing the exchange, the merchant quietly reflected on the wisdom of generating economic activity from absolute scratch. Hiro emphasized that this was merely the beginning, with their immediate goal being the efficient distribution of resources to stabilize the local economy. The merchant pointed out that a severe shortage of labor would cause the entire effort to collapse. Hiro confidently assured him that he had already addressed the issue. Gesturing toward a group of young beastkin children standing alongside Amelia, Hiro presented them as the workforce for his upcoming projects. When asked if he had purchased slave children from the beast folk settlement, Hiro firmly denied it, explaining that these young ones were simply orphans without homes or parents. He went on to detail how securing the children had been made possible by Amelia's triumph in a recent martial arts tournament, which allowed them to take responsibility for their care and education in exchange for labor. Looking down from the grand staircase, he explained that the children would temporarily lodge at the mansion while plans for dormitories and a school were set in motion. The adult workers listened intently, acknowledging the plan with understanding despite noting that none of their own children were present to join. Nearby, the orphaned children felt a warm wave of gratitude, embracing their new reality as they were welcomed like family. Overwhelmed by this display of genuine care, Amelia reflected deeply on how unprecedented it was to experience such shared joy alongside humans. She stood beside him, both resolved to repay the happiness and trust they had been granted through this good deed. Gathering everyone in the central hall, he announced that it was time to demonstrate his divine revelation skill. Holding an open tome, he clarified that receiving a divine book from the gods depended entirely on performing good deeds, though the exact book obtained remained a matter of luck. Channeling his magical energy with a focused chant, he activated the GACHA mechanism of the Divine Revelation Book Lottery. Radiant glow summoned a rare grade reward, the Book of Dionysus, god of intoxication, represented by an imposing figure holding a bowl of grapes. Flipping through the newly manifest pages, he manifested a physical bowl containing a cluster of unique crop seeds. As Amelia leaned in closely to inspect them, the text identified these items as the seeds of breath of abundance and frenzy. Uncertain about such a sinister name, he mused whether planting them might cause unintended disasters or if it were safer to throw them into the fire. Alarmed by his suggestion, the gathered villagers immediately shouted in protest, pleading with their lord to refrain from burning them. He hastily explained that these seeds belonged to a thought-to-be extinct, top-grade variety of grapes, leaving both him and Amelia stunned by the sudden revelation. He listened attentively as the villagers explained that while ordinary grapes require up to 10 years before harvest, this divine variety matures in just 3. Villagers went on to share the sacred myth, telling how gods had once taken these very grapes from the mortal realm to brew a wine of otherworldly perfection. Considering the implications, the young lord wondered if they could become a unique specialty product, though the traveling merchant cautioned that suddenly circulating extinct grapes would draw unwanted suspicion unless they claimed the harvest originated from the demonic grape forest. Turning his thoughts inward, the young noble realized that producing wine would be ideal, as relying solely on dragon remnants for territory revenue was unsustainable. With absolute conviction, the Beastkin warrior and her fellow maidens stepped forward, declaring that winemaking was traditionally women's work and offering to take charge of the entire process. Rough Beastkin chief chimed in, recalling a stern superstition that the gods would grow furious and ruin the brew if it were not prepared by pure maidens. Recognizing the gravity of divine tradition, the merchant agreed that adhering to these ancient customs was essential when dealing with sacred seeds. Pondering their advice, the young lord silently deliberated on how to structure the production while respecting the ancient legend. Foresaw a daunting logistical hurdle: the immense labor required to gather farmhands, clear farmland, cultivate the soil, and tend to the delicate grapevines. Faced with the sheer scale of the undertaking, anxiety gripped him as he struggled to find a simple solution to their manpower shortage. Recruiting new settlers seemed logical at first, but opening the borders risked inviting dangerous criminals or fugitive outlaws into their refuge. Even if specialized craftsmen were brought in, there was no guarantee they could keep the secret of an extinct grape variety from leaking to the outside world. With options running thin, he briefly contemplated taking on the entire burden of farmland management and winemaking by himself. Memories of his past life surfaced, recalling how he had single-handedly managed every household chore and cared for his sister because there was no one else to rely on. His gloomy introspection was cut short when the Beastkin warrior firmly reprimanded him, insisting that he could not possibly handle territory operations all on his own. He could only smile sheepishly as she stepped forward on behalf of everyone present, firmly insisting that he rely on them more instead of shouldering every heavy burden alone. She called him out directly for secretly planning to handle the entire endeavor by himself, forcing him to admit that she had seen right through his stubborn habits. Still feeling a slight prick of anxiety about whether townspeople would willingly cooperate when they began recruiting, he held on to the hope that everything would work out. Amelia chimed in cheerfully, reminding him that the circle of happiness he was creating was already expanding and that good-hearted people would naturally be drawn to their cause. It was a simple truth of their world that genuine joy and goodwill had a way of attracting even more positivity. Meanwhile, near the perimeter of the domain, an armed traveler found his sword strike unexpectedly deflected in midair, realizing with shock that a powerful invisible barrier stood in his way. His companion nervously suggested returning to Roswell to report back and devise a new plan. Lord George immediately shut down the idea, refusing to retreat. Before they could argue further, Amelia and her young companions appeared through the trees on the other side of the boundary, calmly calling out to ask who the strangers were. The young girl casually mentioned that according to the Dragon Lord, anyone blocked by the barrier must harbor bad intentions, while Amelia acutely picked up on their mention of Roswell. Startled by the casual mention of a dragon, which confirmed local rumors, George raised his hands defensively and tried to reassure the young girl that they meant no harm. Quickly explained that they were refugees who had fled hardship in Roswell after hearing about a newly established sanctuary, begging her to inform their savior that common folk seeking refuge were. Urgency gripped the young dragonoid girl as she rushed through the halls, breathlessly insisting that she had to find her father right away to report an urgent situation. Bursting out toward the grand staircase, she shouted for her father to come quickly, alerting him to the sudden arrival of a large crowd gathered outside. Hiro and Amelia caught up with her to ask what was wrong. The girl stubbornly complained that a large group of foul-smelling strangers had suddenly appeared. Outside, a noble-looking figure in a dark mantle offered a polite apology for the disturbance, explaining that they had heard rumors of a savior and sought refuge after being blocked by a massive wall. Observing the group, Hiro mused on the girl's exaggerated description, noting that while commoners had gathered, the situation was far more orderly than described. Smirnoff carefully studied the travelers, questioning if they were simple refugees, given the surprisingly high quality of their travel gear and canopy. Across the barrier, the travelers pleaded with the savior to grant them entrance and shelter within the village, but Hiro flatly declined their request. The crowd reacted with surprise. Smirnoff stepped forward, his impressive presence catching the attention of the lead traveler, who recognized him immediately. Hiro quickly gestured towards Smirnoff, humbly downplaying his own status and suggesting that any formal requests or negotiations should be directed to his formidable companion. Looking up at the grand mansion, The lead traveler pondered the rumors surrounding this secluded sanctuary, realizing this was the exiled child's haven protected by dragons. Analyzing the forces present, the traveler noted the formidable array of military power, including members of the Warcat clan and Lizardmen, and calculated how to secure peaceful entry without raising suspicions. Deciding to address the matter properly, Hiro invited the travelers inside to discuss terms of the mansion, though Smirnov immediately voiced his objection regarding security. Smirnov warned that allowing unvetted strangers through the barrier rendered it useless, pointing out that their unknown backgrounds meant they could be bandits or wanted criminals. Hiro reasoned that Smirnov and the other allies had once been strangers of unknown origin as well, questioning whether trust couldn't be extended under similar circumstances. Observing the desperate journey the refugees had undertaken to flee so far, Hiro emphasized that they simply could not abandon people in dire need. He graciously expressed his appreciation, though his companion warned him that such light-hearted generosity might eventually prove dangerous in this ruthless realm. The cat-eared girl breathed a sigh of relief at their passage. The hooded noble secretly gloated, believing the young lord's naivety would allow him to achieve his true goal. Suddenly, an armed warrior stepped into view and ordered everyone to halt, threatening to harm their companions if anyone dared to make a suspicious movement. Questioned about his motives and reminded that there was nothing of value here, the messenger firmly insisted he was no thief, but acting solely for the good of his nation. Unfurling an official parchment, he formally declared that he carried a royal decree, commanding the young lord to immediately join the battlefield as part of their military forces. Recognizing his father's emblem on the wax seal, the young lord remained steadfast, admitting he was unsure of his father's motives, but refusing to be easily manipulated. He flatly rejected the order, firmly stating that his duty was to protect this territory and its people, not to be drawn into endless warfare. The envoy warned him against resisting the decree or forcing them to use violence, but the young lord held his ground without hesitation. Reiterating his desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, the boy cautioned that initiating force would only cause suffering for everyone involved. Outraged by what he perceived as an exile's arrogance, the hooded noble drew a hidden blade and restrained Amelia, threatening her in an instant. Before he could harm her, Amelia reacted with swift agility, striking back ferociously to break free from his grasp. Furious that they had taken advantage of the young lord's kindness, she denounced their deception and retaliated with full force, knocking her attacker to the ground. Fight intensified in a flurry of quick martial movements as she pressed her assault against the hostile trespassers. She pinioned the attacker. The young lord urgently called out for her to stop, warning that violence would not solve the conflict. Amidst the chaos of the scuffle, the rest of the group watched in shock as the situation spiraled completely out of control. She rushed to shield Hiro as the incoming blow threatened to crush them, warning that the attack was far too dangerous. Shocked that his heavy strike was so easily deflected, Lord George called for everyone to remain calm as the sudden interference threw his men into confusion. Realizing a skilled sniper was stationed atop the estate, George warned his men that anyone capable of hitting a mark from that distance was a serious threat. Up on the roof, the feline archer expressed surprise that the hooded nobleman had managed to sense her presence so quickly. Taking command of the situation, George ordered those capable of fighting to form ranks while the porters kept watch for further attacks from mansions. Forces assembled in formation, bracing themselves as the standoff outside the estate intensified. George declared the entire conflict meaningless, asking if the matter could not simply be settled through diplomatic discussion. He mocked their resistance, asking who was truly foolish for disobeying the royal decree and demanding to know if they wished to die on the spot. Darius scoffed, telling the noble to shut his mouth while observing that humans were barbaric creatures who could never resolve conflict through peaceful talk. Mercenary followers grumbled among themselves, complaining to George that they had come along expecting dragon materials, only to find worthless lizards. Realizing the noble's true objective was to harvest the power of the dragon clan, the dragon guardian remarked that they had chosen the worst possible path. Unveiling his true authority, the guardian declared that the child they threatened was the golden hope destined to rule the dragon clan. introducing himself as Lord Joel's educator. Towering, ancient dragon manifested behind the group, exuding an overwhelming presence that paralyzed the attackers with terror. Terrified by the sudden appearance of the legendary silver dragon, the noble spat threats of divine retribution as a blinding flash of power erupted. The ancient beast unleashed a devastating roar of foul dragon breath directly onto George and his men, leaving the entire squad utterly horrified. He collapsed into unconsciousness from the sheer force of the blast, proving utterly pathetic in the eyes of the great silver dragon. Meanwhile, Hiro was stunned to realize the foul-smelling stranger was actually an ancient dragon in disguise, while the young dragon child wrinkled her nose at the terrible stench. The ancient guardian instructed them to drag the intruders outside immediately so they could never step foot inside again, a decision Hiro heartily agreed with. As the unconscious attackers were removed, the young noble spotted an official document left behind on the dirt floor, recognizing it as an order from his father. Examining the mandate, he read that it demanded both himself and the Dragon Clan mobilize for the northern front lines, effectively drafting them into the upcoming war effort. He contemplated the grim reality that if war erupted in half a year, the Roswell territory would be engulfed in conflict, causing refugee and trade crises to escalate drastically. Weighing his limited options, he realized that appealing to his father was futile, yet completing the development of the territory within 6 short months seemed nearly impossible. Darius stepped alongside him, lightheartedly teasing the boy, while acknowledging the truly immense power and capacity demonstrated by the ancient sage. Continuing his thought, the seasoned warrior admitted that he genuinely respected the young lord's pragmatic and earnest way of thinking. Gesticulating toward their companions and the villagers, he noted that while reckless fools rarely change, there were simply too many innocent lives relying on Hiro for him to fail. Steady resolve took root in Hiro's heart, driving him to commit entirely to safeguarding his master and protecting this land regardless of the hurdles ahead. Turning directly to his seasoned ally, Hiro asked to learn everything necessary to protect their home, prompting Darius to place a reassuring hand on his shoulder and pledge his full. Inside the Lord's office deep within the demonic Great Forest, Hiro let out a heavy sigh as he stared at the endless stacks of paperwork piled high on his desk, realizing he was facing another sleepless night. Ever since launching the new public works projects 2 months prior, he had been completely buried under a mountain of administrative documents, ranging from construction material orders and commission forms to business reports and expenditure settlements. Couldn't help but marvel at how his father had managed to find time to relax while handling all this administrative work, whereas he could barely scrape together a few hours of sleep. Refusing to let himself grow discouraged when others were depending on him, Hiro resolved to push forward, just as a polite knock echoed at the office door. Amelia stepped inside, asking if he had a spare moment, to which he readily agreed, relieved to take a well-deserved break. Pointing down at a wooden barrel filled with sugar and packed with seashells from the recent trading company shipment, she asked if he knew anything about it. He confirmed that he had indeed ordered the seashells, prompting her to ask in confusion why he would need such a thing. He explained that using expensive paper and parchment for simple classes was wasteful, and since the farmland produced crops so rapidly, writing tools were needed for education there as well. She wondered what scattering seashells would accomplish. He promised to explain further when the time came, though he admitted he had no recollection of ordering the sugar. She revealed that she was the one who had requested the sugar, presenting a box neatly packed with freshly baked pastries. Surprised by the delicious display, Hiro complimented her on her knack for making sweets. She modestly clarified that she was still learning, pointing out that her teacher had baked all the perfectly shaped ones while her own attempts looked quite different. Holding up 2 pieces, she highlighted the neat donut made by her teacher before pointing out her own misshapen creation. Hiro was stunned to learn that Smirnoff had been teaching her to bake, but she quickly took a bite, guaranteeing that her pastry tasted wonderful regardless of appearance. Taking a bite himself, Hiro smiled warmly and reassured her that no matter their shape, her treats were truly delicious. He sat beside Amelia as she gently leaned over to wipe away crumbs sticking near his cheek, scolding him lightly for his untidiness. Examining his exhausted face, she pointed out the heavy dark circles beneath his eyes, teasingly remarking that he looked like an undead after staying up all night again. She gently held his hands, reminding him that eating sweet treats helps relieve fatigue and urging him to take proper rest every once in a while. Relaxing back on the couch alongside her, he quietly thanked Amelia, admitting that simply sitting together like this put his restless mind at ease. Her quiet intimacy was abruptly interrupted when Smirnoff barged through the door to report in, only to immediately freeze as he realized what he had walked into. Blushing furiously, Smirnoff apologized and scrambled backwards out of the room, leaving the young lord flustered as the romantic mood instantly vanished. Trying to overcome the embarrassment, Hiro loudly praised the incredible taste of the treats, enthusiastically clapping his hands and complimenting Smirnoff's baking skills to divert attention. Turning to business, Smirnoff explained that local farmers were raising concerns about the fields, asking Hiro to speak with them directly since agricultural matters fell outside his own expertise. Hiro wondered if an issue had arisen with crop production, though Amelia noted that the territory's overall harvest volume hadn't shown any recent decline. Realizing he had not conducted an on-site inspection in a while, Hiro decided it was time to step outside and examine the agricultural grounds personally. Stepping out into the vibrant territory accompanied by Amelia, Hiro walked among the smiling villagers as white birds soared peacefully across the bright sky. Looking around at the growing population, Amelia observed how many new faces filled the area, noting that 20 refugees had recently arrived seeking shelter after war broke out in the north. Land development and forestry efforts were flourishing around the northern settlement, significantly increasing the amount of usable land available for cultivation and construction. Abundant local timber allowed the territory to become self-sufficient in raw building materials, even enabling the recent construction of a brand new school for the community. As he surveyed the expanding, profitable farmland, Hiro hoped that this continuous growth would attract even more settlers to build a prosperous future together. He recognized with a heavy heart that running a territory never went smoothly, as new complications seemed to arise constantly. He wanted to welcome as many war refugees and new settlers as possible to boost long-term tax revenue. Doing so meant immediate losses for his father's current tax income. The situation grew even more perilous, considering his father would be furious if he uncovered the truth, especially with the royal decree hanging overhead and the looming threat of the territory being seized. Suddenly, Amelia yanked him back by his collar just before he lost his footing, snapping him out of his deep concentration with a sharp cry. After realizing he had almost tumbled straight into a manure pit, he offered a quick apology to his companions, explaining he had simply been lost in thought before turning his attention to the nearby fields. Together, the group stood beneath a lush canopy of sprawling grapevines heavily laden with ripe fruit. A local farmer approached them in disbelief, noting that grapevines typically required 3 full years before yielding a proper harvest. The farmer went on to describe the abnormal growth rate, explaining how flowers bloomed just 2 weeks after pruning and full fruit rapidly formed soon after. As Amelia listened to the farmer recount how the grapes had ripened overnight despite thinning out weak branches just yesterday, she began to wonder what supernatural force could be responsible. She pointed out that while divine revelations accelerated growth, their effect was typically around 7-fold, whereas grape harvests usually took at least half a year under normal conditions. Farmer added that corn and soybeans were ready to harvest once a week, and wheat every 2 weeks, proving that ordinary crop variations could not explain such incredible speed. Determined to uncover the truth behind the rapid growth, the young lord pulled out his grimoire to review his active status and skills for any overlooked details. As his companions gathered closely around him, he flipped through the magical ledger to inspect his domestic cards. Amelia leaned over his shoulder and pointed directly at one specific card displayed within the grimoire. Examining the territory management card that multiplied overall efficiency, he calculated that combined with his other divine effects, the growth speed was compounding to an astounding 14-fold rate. He noticed a distinct aroma in the air as his companions led him toward a wooden barrel, presenting the grapes that had only been harvested the previous day. Looking into the barrel, they observed that the fruit had already transformed into wine in a single day, far exceeding the normal fermentation process that usually took a full week. Amelia marveled at the incredible speed, remarking that thanks to the blessing, grapes could now bear fruit in 2 weeks and ferment overnight. Hiro gently corrected her, clarifying that this extraordinary outcome was not merely the result of divine favor alone. He stressed that the abundant harvest belonged to all the citizens whose diligent efforts, from the farmers working the soil to the dragon hunting game, the children studying, and Amelia mediating disputes, kept the domain thriving. Smirnoff agreed, adding that his daily security patrols ensured complete peace, so that everyone could live without conflict. Reflecting on the situation, Amelia acknowledged that every inhabitant who had come to the territory had been working tirelessly without rest. Realizing that pushing himself too hard would only increase the burden on those around him, Hiro came to a firm decision, proclaimed to the entire village that today and tomorrow would be official holidays, calling for everyone to feast and celebrate the harvest together. Suddenly, a tremendous crash shattered the peaceful atmosphere as a massive object plummeted directly from the sky, sending shockwaves across the clearing. The ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Hiro recognized the creature from illustrations in old reference books. Colossal beast, known as a Catablipas, lay dead on the dirt, brought down by the great sage Lillian standing calm beside it. Smirnoff urgently shouted for everyone to take cover, warning that the creature possessed the lethal evil eye and was classified as a national disaster-level monster, though Lillian instructed them to remain calm. Little Joel proudly boasted of destroying the beast's deadly eye in a single strike, earning admiration for her formidable strength. Stepping forward past the fallen monster, Hiro formally requested a private word with the ancient dragon to address this sudden arrival. Points out the extreme danger of the Catablipas, reminding her that its evil eye inflicts instant death on anyone entering its field of vision, and arguing that letting Joel-chan hunt, it was far too risky. Lillian calmly advises him to consider the exact nature of the evil eye's power more carefully. Reasoning through the description, the young lord considers that the curse specifically targets humans who enter its sightline. A sudden realization dawns upon him as he catches the true meaning of her words. Lillian mockingly asks if he finally understands, explaining that the lethal gaze is merely an ancient curse placed strictly upon humanity. To the powerful dragon clan, such a fearsome beast is nothing more than ordinary livestock. She notes that even for their kind, its meat is a delicacy enjoyed only once every few decades due to the creature's rarity as they stand together beside the colossal slain beast. Hiro remarks on how impressive it is that she managed to locate such an elusive monster, to which Lillian nonchalantly explains that she simply remembered its presence in a territory she was familiar with. Suspicious of her casual demeanor, he presses her further, questioning if that location could potentially become a new source of conflict. Lillian dismisses his concern, assuring him there is no longer any trouble or any meat left in that region, leaving him to wonder where exactly she had gone. Far across the realm, jagged lightning arcs across dark, stormy skies surrounding an ominous, towering citadel built upon jagged, desolate crags. Deep within the vast, shadowy throne room of the fortress, a lonely figure kneels in disbelief amidst the silence. Dark Master of the castle seethes upon realizing that the Catablipas guarding his outer gates has been slaughtered, outraged that someone dared to violate his sacred sanctuary. Knowing that the Northern Demon Lord is currently preoccupied with preparations for an impending war, the Dark Lord contemplates who could possibly possess the audacity and power to pull off such an intrusion. Inspecting the scene outside his gate, he gazes at a massive, cratered rupture in the earth where the beast was violently overcome, putting together the sequence of events. Looking out through the high stone window, he observes a trail of blood winding across the landscape directly toward the demonic great forest, recognizing a familiar pattern in his enemy's behavior. Fixing a sinister, venomous glare forward, the formidable dark figure vows retribution, declaring that his undead legions will tear the flesh from the arrogant dragon who dared cross into the pale light of the moon. A dark shadow loom over a desolate forest where skeletal undead wander. Surrounded by chaos, Mages barked orders to raise defensive barriers and protect the wagon carrying the dragon. Amidst the confrontation, a cold voice demanded to know the location of the enemy's hideout, dismissing human lives as mere trash. Deep within the shrouded woods, rumors reached the dark figure of a village protected by dragons. As a thick fog rolled in and startled the mercenaries, the sinister lord mused quietly to himself, resolving to enjoy the upcoming hunt to its absolute fullest. Far from that ominous forest, along the southern road of the Roswell territory leading to the demonic Great Forest, Hiro journeyed alongside his companions to investigate local troubles. Jack apologized for dragging them out personally to handle the issue, but Hiro reassured him that it was no trouble at all. Hiro added that he was not entirely unrelated to the situation either, recognizing his own responsibility in resolving the matter. As they walked beneath the dense forest canopy, the merchant explained that several supply caravans had been disappearing one after another within this region. Reaching a small clearing, Jack pointed out the exact spot where they had last received communication from the missing caravan, which had been bound for the Warcat clan's village. Looking around at the empty woodland, Hiro remarked that there was no communication station nearby and asked how they usually maintain contact. Adjusting his spectacles, Jack explained that trading company caravans are required to carry magic crystals, allowing communication magic to track their location during transport. He noted that while several caravans had vanished in this area, this latest one vanished despite having armed escorts, leaving him to wonder if an escape route existed for defectors. Hiro suggested they begin searching for physical clues, prompting Jack to inquire how they planned to execute such a search in the vast woods. With a bright smile, Hiro introduced their divine white wolf companion, explaining that her keen sense of smell, far superior even to normal wolves, could track scents over vast distances and even identify old trails or diseases. Jack realized why Hiro had requested a personal item belonging to someone from the lost caravan, agreeing that scent tracking was far more efficient than searching blindly. Holding out a cloth item for the wolf to sniff, Hiro encouraged her, promising a reward of premium Catablipa steak if she successfully found the trail. Her ears perked up instantly at the mention of the treat, and she turned swiftly toward the forest's depth, having caught a fresh scent. Instructed the giant white wolf to howl if it detected anything suspicious in the surrounding woods. The young girl clung nervously to her father, whimpering about the eerie forest and the possibility of ghosts. Jack reassured her that with a group as powerful as theirs, any spirits would be the ones running away in fear. Continuing through the dense, shadows-draped trees, Jack admitted that despite the gloomy atmosphere, he understood why the young girl felt so uneasy. He noted that a secluded area like this made an ideal hideout for bandits operating in the region. He suggested that the ancient dragon's barrier should keep them safe. Lillian interjected, explaining that the protection was no longer absolute. She detailed how her barrier was designed to turn away those with malicious intent and non-recognized individuals. But because the condition regarding refugees entering the territory had weakened, the overall structure had crumbled. Those conditions failing, anyone lacking outright hostility toward Hiro could now pass through freely. Shifting the conversation back to their current search, Hiro inquired about the size of the lost caravan, while Jack reasoned that capturing entire trading caravans inside a deep forest would require a remarkably skilled group of bandits. Jack recounted that the missing shipment consisted of a single wagon accompanied by 2 merchants and 3 A-rank adventurers, 2 swordsmen and a mage, hired directly from the Royal Capital's Guild. Explained that while C-rank guards usually sufficed for ordinary goods, high-tier A-rank adventurers were specifically brought on due to the special nature of this cargo. Apart from standard daily necessities, the wagon was transporting a specialized shipment of fine wine for their master. Because A-rank contracts demand strict confidentiality, Jack concluded it was highly unlikely the elite escorts had turned on their employers to loot the cargo. Contemplating the map and route, Jack adjusted his glasses nervously, pointing out that this road led only to 2 locations, the Holy Sasika Duchy and the Great Tomb of Arg. As the party stood in the clearing discussing the trade routes between territories, Hiro realized the troubling implications of where the missing caravan might have gone. He voiced his grim speculation that if the caravan was intercepted along this specific path, the missing people might have been captured as prisoners by the Holy Sasika Duchy. He questioned why the southern forces would take so few prisoners, given that the heavy fighting was concentrated entirely in the northern lands. Kingdom of Asgard, the Holy Sasika Duchy, and the Northern Demon Kingdom have been locked in repeating territorial wars since ancient times, a delicate balance maintained only by a non-aggression treaty from the Papal Court. Should that balance collapse and prompt an invasion from the north, the Sasika Duchy would inevitably feel left behind, making the surrounding neutral zones their immediate target. This particular territory served as the crucial contact point bordering both the Kingdom of Asgard and the demonic Great Forest. Despite the obvious danger, there were far too few physical traces left behind. Finding even a single piece of hard evidence would confirm their suspicions. Search was suddenly interrupted when Karo caught a scent, barking out to signal a discovery ahead in the dense thicket. Pushing through the brush, the group stumbled directly upon the missing caravan's overturned wagon. The situation grew stranger as they inspected the wreck. The valuable cargo remained untouched with no signs of combat anywhere, as though the travelers had simply vanished into thin air. Before they could ponder the mystery further, Karo let out a low, menacing growl, sensing an unnatural presence lurking in the immediate shadows. Lillian observed grimly that rather than locating their quarry, they were the ones who had been tracked and cornered. Without warning, hostile figures ambushed them from the surrounding trees, leaping down with weapons drawn. Terrified by the sudden assault, the young dragon child shrieked in terror and clung frantically to Hero, completely immobilizing him in the opening moments of the attack. Reacting instantly, Karo pounced forward, shielding the defenseless boy and driving off the initial strike. As more assailants emerged from the forest canopy, Lillian formally entrusted their defense to the faithful hound while assessing the growing threat. Sighing softly at the inconvenience, she prepared to join the fray, noting her distaste for combat in her current physical form. She unleashes the powerful dragon claw technique, rending through the air to strike down the skeletal undead advancing upon them. Despite the devastating blow, the bone horrors instantly begin to reassemble themselves, their skeletal frames clicking back into place without missing a beat. Seeing the relentless assault, Hero calls out in urgent concern, pleading for her to retreat. Unwavering, she instructs him and the group to fall back while she holds the line against the regenerating threat. Deep within the shadowed forest, another corpse staggers forward, its broken body dragging through the foliage as it groans in agony. Observing the rapid regeneration, she notes that the undead are reviving far too quickly, concluding that their necromantic master must be exceptionally skilled. Hero watches in frustration as physical attacks prove completely meaningless against the horde scattered across the field. Realizing their plight, she advises using breath magic to incinerate the curse entirely. Suddenly, Hero notices something embedded in one of the fallen corpses. He recognizes it as a magic crystal belonging to the trading company, realizing the horrific truth of who these corpses used to be. Grim reality settles over the group. These miserable undead are the missing members of the trading caravan, subjected to a cruel transformation. Close up on the skull of one of the victims reveals their final, lingering torment, a silent query of agony, trapped in death. Above the battlefield, the robed necromancer taunts the silver dragon, warning her to accept the consequences of disturbing the king's resting place. Hero gasps as he realizes this dark figure is the culprit behind the whole tragic incident. Magnificent Dragon tells everyone to climb on her back so they can escape the danger, promising to explain the details later once they are secure. Ascending into the sky, she prepares her ultimate spell, intending to form a barrier and burn away the curse, knowing it is the only mercy left to free these trapped souls. Taking full responsibility for the tragedy caused by her past actions, she vows to grant the victims a peaceful demise with the utmost respect. She unleashes the catastrophic dragon's requiem fire, pouring a blinding torrent of holy flames down upon the forest below. As the sacred flames engulf the undead, their tormented spirits are finally purified and freed, leaving behind silent gratitude as the forest is cleansed. Hero reflects on the dark castle appearing in the distance, the great tomb of Arg where the Catablepas resides, realizing the enemy tracked them down because of his past actions. As they rode high above the clouds, the great sage reflected on the dark mastermind behind the incident. She explained that while she had crossed paths with him in the past, She never anticipated he would extend his malevolent reach directly into human settlements. Sensing the urgency as darkness approached, the young boy urged them to make haste back to the territory. In response, the magnificent winged creature spread its broad wings and surged forward at full speed, warning its passengers to hold on tight. The resolute look in his eyes, he silently prayed for the safety of everyone back home. Below them, the vast expanse of mountains and forests blurred past as the white beast beat its powerful wings against the territory fell under assault. Instructions were issued for everyone to remain hidden indoors while safety was secured. The young woman promised their sanctuary would remain safe under her watch. Stepping toward the doorway, she gave final orders to lock the gate behind her once she exited, reassuring them that they would not lose, even as concern lingered for those trapped outside. Outside, the beastkin warrior swung his massive blade in a powerful arc, cleaving through the oncoming wave of shadowed monstrosities. Bellowed at his men to pull themselves together, declaring with absolute resolve that they were the final line of defense. Facing the relentless horde of undead creatures, the defenders rallied outside the compound, shouting encouragement to hold out until victory was theirs. Behind the lines, the companions asked Lady Alexia if the damaged magical barrier could be repaired, but she shook her head with a grim expression. She explained that the breach was not caused by conventional magic, but rather an alien force that breached the advanced magical principles governing the barrier. Temporary barrier spells were placed over the damaged sectors to hold the line, though doubts remained whether they would survive another push. She urged the frontline support not to falter, while her companion marveled silently in disbelief that a single man could break an ancient dragon's barrier and command an entire undead army. Farther away, the mysterious enemy casually swigged from a dark bottle, noting with indifference that the barrier had already collapsed. Reclined atop a throne of skeletal remains, he mused aloud on how fleeting human creations were, deciding to honor their futile resistance with a gift from his power. Defenders found themselves overwhelmed as skeletal fiends swarmed over them, their strength waning under the endless onslaught. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from above as the dragon's grand tremor shattered the earth, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Massive impact decimated the skeletal ranks instantly, crushing bone and stone into fine dust. Standing amidst the clearing dust with grand winged allies, the young hero called out to check if everyone was unharmed. He listened relievedly as his companions reported that all the townspeople had reached the safety of the manor without a single casualty. Although Alexia had held off the initial undead invasion with her magic, the protective barrier had ultimately broken, signaling the arrival of a far greater threat approaching the manor grounds. Facing the dark, ancient figure known as Alucard, the grand dragon ancestor taunted the deathless king, questioning if he had already grown weary of playing with corpses and whether the fallen beast had been a mere offering. Reeling in disbelief, the young lord gasped as he realized they were confronting Alucard, the legendary progenitor vampire spoken of in ancient myths. Questioned about facing the most formidable necromancer in history, the ancient sage accepted responsibility for the chaos, declaring that this duel was his alone to settle. Recognizing that an all-out battle between their immense powers would cause catastrophic destruction to the surroundings, the ancient dragon proposed alternative plans, solemnly declared the manor grounds as his treasure vault, preparing to seal it with the ultimate barrier technique of the dragon race, a magic castable only once in a lifetime that absolute protection against all disasters and attacks. The young lord questioned whether such extreme measures were truly necessary. The ancient sage reflected on their long history of past duels, admitting that his past encounters with Alucard had ended in complete defeats. The dragon ancestor confidently declared that, empowered by his lord, he could no longer be bested, instructing everyone to retreat into the safety of the manor and bear witness to his grand battle. He signaled the commencement of the duel. The young dragonoid child cheered her elder on with affectionate encouragement, urging him to do his best while pleading with him not to push himself past his limits. Accepting her warm words, the ancient dragon prepared to teleport them away from danger, while the dark vampire watched coolly, challenging him to try. Unleashing his tremendous magical aura, the grand dragon invoked the power of the dragon's treasure vault, triggering a blinding burst of energy that enveloped the grounds. The massive barrier formed and locked into place across the estate. The ancient vampire clicked his tongue in slight irritation at the impressive display. Acknowledging that breaching the dragon's ultimate barrier would prove difficult even for him, Alucard resolved to simply walk out instead, just as the dragon unleashed a devastating breath attack directly toward him. He remains enveloped in the blinding glare of the attack as the dragon sage unleashes the catastrophic flame offering bomb, sending severe columns of fiery magic crashing toward the earth. The force of the explosion echoes across the sealed grounds, shaking the sky and churning the clouds above the forest canopy. Watching from safety, the young dragon girl marvels at her grandfather's overwhelming power, while her companions wonder at the sheer scale of the pressure magic being wielded. Relieved by the spectacle, the beastkin warrior chuckles, confident that no living creature could possibly survive a direct hit of that magnitude. Yet as the smoke clears, the ancient dragon sage lands softly, observing that his enemy's hex still holds strong despite the immense barrage. Without missing a beat, the progenitor vampire summons his second necromancy form, erecting a towering wall of interlocked skeletal bones to block the assault. Two powerful beings instantly close the distance, exchanging furious, blinding melee strikes in midair. Their violent clash splits the air as blows strike back and forth, neither combatant yielding an inch of ground. Scoffing mid-fight, the vampire acknowledges his opponent's solid aim, but criticizes his slow reflexes and shallow tactical thinking. Sudden bone construct erupts from above, crushing the ancient dragon sage down into the dirt below with immense force. Manifesting his fourth necromancy form, the Dark Lord forms a gleaming bone lance, declaring that creatures of the earth belong in the ground rather than the skies. Dragon Sage hits the earth hard with a heavy thud, cracking the ground beneath his ancient form. Surrounded by a horde of skeletal warriors, the proud dragon snaps their ranks apart with his tail, defiantly shouting that such weak underlings could never break his wings. As the vampire steps forward to bring an end to the battle, the noble dragon sage begins gathering his remaining life essence for one final, devastating counter-technique. Prepared to sacrifice his own life to protect the land, the ancient sage initiates the forbidden 666th form, summoning the funerary rite of the last spear. As the ancient sage collapsed from his suicidal gambit, a tiny figure stepped boldly into the fray to halt the conflict. The dragon child planted her feet, shouting at the attackers to stop picking on her grandfather. Though the wounded dragon warned her of the danger, she fiercely declared that she would protect this land even at the cost of her life, leaving Hero bewildered by her reckless resolve. Taking a firm step beside her, Hero and his companions united behind the child's cause, asserting that this domain belonged to all of them. Together with Amelia, Garius, and their allies, they stood side by side, fully prepared to defend their home as well. Across the defensive lines, the villagers rallied together, determined to protect their homeland with every ounce of strength they possessed as they took up their battle positions. Stepping to the forefront, Hero raised his hand and proclaimed that he was placing everyone under his unified command, unleashing his revelation ability to coordinate their forces. The dramatic surge of magical power, the core command protocol activated, bestowing an immediate enhancement to the attribute stats of every ally on the field. Defenders marveled as a wave of immense energy washed over them, feeling physical strength and vitality overflowing through their bodies. Observing from the shadows of his undead legion, Alucard remained unimpressed by the stat boosts, confident that mere magic could not stem the tide of his relentless army. Facing the approaching horde, Hero calmly cited a timeless human proverb, that the absolute best defense is a decisive offense. As Alucard taunted whether humans could withstand his combined forces, Amelia stepped forward, channeling a massive sphere of wind magic directly overhead, unleashing a towering great wind shield across the battleground. The powerful tempest repelled the incoming wave of undead, leaving the vampire lord visibly startled by the scale of her defensive magic. Seizing the opening created by the wind barrier, Hero gave the order for the rescue squad to charge forward without hesitation, directed the dragon child to assume human form and assist in escorting the vulnerable allies safely back to camp while securing their retreat route. The vanguard holding the line, Hiro commanded all non-combatants to fall back into the safety of the manor. Checking on his wounded dragon ally, Hiro offered words of reassurance, though the ancient dragon apologized remorsefully for letting her guard down. Watching the exchange from afar, Alucard voiced his disdain, questioning why the young lord went to such extreme lengths to shield a mere lizard whelp and allow himself to be manipulated by humans. Hiro firmly declared that, as a lord, he would never betray a companion, emphasizing that the ancient dragon was an indispensable comrade who sustained their territory. Acknowledging the young lord's unwavering resolve with cold respect, Alucard warned that he would claim the dragon by force, while Hiro stood resolute, determined to defend his ally with everything he had. He watched intently as the surrounding terrain shifted, holding his companion steady against the impending assault. Sensing the dark shift in the atmosphere, the young strategist focused on the vampire lord leading the skeletal army. Alucard mocked his strategy, recalling ancient wisdom about defense and offense while reminding them of the blood-drenched history of the land. The cold declaration, the undead master ordered his endless legion to surge forward and crush their flimsy defenses. Reacting instantly, the party coordinated their ranks, instructing the archers to unleash a volley before the enemy reached the line. Massive plume of dust swept across the field as the arrows struck true, leaving the defenders hoping for an immediate clean sweep. Through the settling smoke, the skeletal warriors pressed on unbothered, piercing the party's confidence. He urged everyone to stay calm, knowing that precise timing was the key to turning the tide. Citing tactical principles of warfare, he analyzed the flow of the battlefield as the two forces collided. He remembered that total victory required absolute defense and striking from positions of unassailable advantage. Calling upon Emilia, he coordinated a combined assault, forming a swirling tornado of arrows to decimate the oncoming ranks. Devastating vortex crushed the front ranks of the undead, prompting a brief celebration from the party. Suddenly, a swift surprise attack knocked Alexia off balance, forcing him to leap forward to shield her from harm. Checking on her safety, he realized with growing dread that high-ranking undead mages had infiltrated their lines. Emerging from the shadows, elite lich mages confronted the party, threatening to shatter their front line completely. Quickly assessed the situation, pointing out to his elven ally that a necromancer's overall power scales directly with their accumulated lifetime mana. He asked if her high-tier elven magic could overpower the enemy's dark spellcraft. Determined not to back down, the mage prepared her spell, declaring that regardless of her chances, she had no choice but to try. Violent clash of magic erupted across the battlefield as her gale of wind collided head-on with the enemy's swirling vortex of blood magic, neutralizing the destructive forces in midair. Landing back on her feet, the sorceress apologized for only being able to cancel out the spell rather than overpowering it. Hiro expressed his relief and immense gratitude for her successful intervention. Stepping forward with quiet confidence, Emilia readied her bow and reassured the group that every one of her shots would find its mark. With blinding speed, she unleashed a devastating multi-arrow barrage that rained down upon the enemy spellcasters in the distance. Volley struck with explosive force, though Emilia noted with regret that two enemy targets had overlapped, allowing one foe to slip through her attack. Recognizing that drawn-out combat would cause attrition, Hiro stressed to his comrades that maintaining a rigid battle formation was their only path to victory. He immediately took command, issuing clear orders for the front-line fighters to brace for melee, the archers to cover the vanguard, and the spellcasters to suppress major magic threats. Rallying the troops around his central position, he commanded all forces to assume their designated battle stations as the enemy approached. Watching cold and unimpressed from afar, Alucard scoffed at the human resistance before sending his vast skeletal horde charging headlong into the defensive line. Veteran defenders readied massive wooden barriers, calling out to one another to brace themselves for the incoming impact. They hoisted the heavy timber beams, locking arms and solidifying the barricade moments before collision. Skeletal wave crashed against the wooden beams with tremendous force, but the defenders held their ground firmly, repelling the initial onslaught. The skeletal wall deadlocked against their beams. The vanguard commander ordered the men to focus their strikes solely on any undead attempting to force their way through. Watched as the vampire lord dismissed their defensive maneuvers, noting that strategies tailored for human conflict meant nothing to an army of the dead. In an instant, skeletal warriors ambushed the party from behind, surrounding them completely. His bony minion pinioned around the group, the Dark Master declared checkmate, mockingly questioning what the young leader could possibly do next. Unmoved by the sudden trap, he calmly revealed that everything was unfolding according to his design, knowing the enemy would target the rearguard once the front line was secured. Vampires scoffed at the assertion, questioning whether the boy was merely bluffing or putting on a front to hide his panic. He countered effortlessly, explaining that his foreknowledge came simply from listening directly to the whispers of the deceased. Presenting a secret necromantic card, he explained the fundamental constraints of resurrection magic. Only a finite number of corpses could be raised at once, and once destroyed a second time, they were gone permanently. Suddenly, the skeletal warriors surrounding them began to falter, their spectral, lingering consciousnesses complaining of fatigue and longing for eternal rest. Although impressed that the young tactician could wield multiple revelations, the Dark Lord remained steadfast, asserting that the endless supply of buried corpses gave his army an indisputable advantage. Acknowledging that sheer force alone could not overcome such infinite numbers, he emphasized that victory relied on combining the unified strength of every comrade present. With sharp focus in his eyes, he declared that every action up to this moment was merely preparation to unleash their maximum magical firepower. Behind him, the great sage and the dragon child stood fully charged and synchronized, ready to unleash a catastrophic barrage on it. Standing atop the ridge, Lillian checked if her companions were ready to proceed. Confident and fully prepared, the young dragon girl asserted she was ready anytime, while the small horn child eagerly assured them she could withstand at least one dragon breath attack. Declaring that the true battle was about to begin, Hero decisively ordered the group to switch over to the dragon roar strategy, leaving the defense to them. The winged dragon soared high into the night sky, illuminated by the bright full moon. From his vantage point, the vampire lord observed a barrel launched into the air, musing that while it seemed like a human tactic, he questioned its actual purpose. Pondered whether the barrel was doused in oil to be ignited by breath, or perhaps filled with gunpowder to amplify the explosive blast. Hero tossed the barrel straight into the air toward the dragon's waiting jaws, urging the beast to take action. The thunderous roar, a spectacular double dragon breath, erupted across the sky, shattering the barrel and causing massive, blinding explosions over the battlefield. Shielding his eyes from the intense glare, the Dark Lord recognized the cleverness of combining a bright flash with dragon breath, though he noted that such tactics were meaningless if they failed to strike their target. Realizing the true motive behind the flare, he watched as Hero commanded the rear guard to retreat inside the barrier while holding their position until morning. Looking out over the field, the vampire lord noticed that the radiant burst was neither offensive magic nor holy light, as the surrounding undead remained completely unaffected and had not vanished. Demonstrating the bright flare in his palm, Hero explained that the intense light was produced by burning magnesium lime, a substance originally intended for fertilizing farmland. Vampire Lord watched in silent disbelief, baffled by how a young child could possess such advanced knowledge and turn simple agricultural tools into strategic weapons. Observing the boy's extraordinary tactical command, which rivaled that of a seasoned general, the Dark Lord recalled having encountered someone with such intellect far beyond their years once before. Intent on uncovering the truth behind Hero's identity, he activated his powers to read the boy's soul using the Akashic record. Unrolling an ancient, glowing scroll, the Dark Lord inspected the etched memories of Hero's soul, quietly confirming his suspicions. Pondered the nature of the boy's anomaly, questioning whether such a power distortion was a divine blessing or a demonic temptation that threatened the fabric of world laws. Concluding that unchecked distortion could not be permitted, the vampire lord drew his weapon, determining it best to eliminate the young boy from existence. Sensing the imminent danger, the warrior urged the boy to fall back inside the barrier while he stepped forward to face the ominous threat. Leaping high into the night sky, Amelia launched a swift aerial assault to intercept the foe before he could strike. The warrior quickly locked blades with the vampire progenitor, taunting that while his necromancy was legendary, martial arts were clearly not his specialty. Engaged in close combat, the warrior held the line fiercely to buy precious time for his young master. Stepping in front of the young noble, he declared his resolve to make himself useful in defending them. Acknowledging the warrior's martial skill, the Dark Lord coolly noted that the warrior was not his true objective. Driven to protect his master, the warrior executed a refined court-style swordsmanship routine with relentless pressure. Unleashing the sacred sword thrust, he pushed forward, drawing quiet admiration from the ancient lord for his fine blade work, though it remained insufficient. Following up with the Devil Eagle Slash, the warrior struck repeatedly against a wall of summoned skeletons, frustrated that his strikes failed to leave a dent. An army of skeletal warriors materialized to envelop him. The Dark Master asked if his spirit would break before his sword did. Striking wildly at the undead horde, the warrior pressed on, while the vampire lord observed that his erratic swings betrayed a hidden objective. High above the battlefield, the small dragon took flight, soaring straight toward the distant conflict. Unleashing a powerful area attack, the dragon summoned a massive quake of ice spikes, causing the vampire lord to express mild annoyance at the sudden interruption. He realized that his presence had not been discovered by chance, but rather that he had been deliberately lured into a trap. Watching from nearby, Hero observed that their opponent had finally caught on to the ruse. Analyzing the tactical situation, Hero explained to his companions that if the enemy pulled back, they would switch to a siege strategy, whereas maintaining their ground preserved their strategic advantage in battle. Vampire Lord sneered at the humans' cunning, threatening to rouse every undead entity buried in the vicinity, but Hero firmly declared he would not allow it. Turning to the Dragon Child, Hero signaled for her to strike, and she responded with enthusiastic readiness. Gathering immense mana into a glowing sphere between her hands, the young dragon prepared to release her latent power. Slamming her magic downward, she unleashed great golden dragon vein, sending violent shockwaves fracturing the earth in every direction. Seismic burst shattered the terrain beneath the vampire lord, breaking his defensive stance as Hero immediately ordered a joint attack from both sides. Attempting to regain control, the vampire lord raised a dense perimeter of skeletal minions to hold his position, prompting Hero to coordinate his allies' targeting. An arrow reinforced with gale force magic shot straight through the skeletal wall, piercing his defenses and leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. Stared in disbelief at the coordinated precision of the assault that had shattered his protective barrier. While the archers infused their projectiles with wind magic, Hero called upon the Dragon Child to finish their decisive maneuver. She invoked Dragon's protection, surrounding the enemy and his remaining undead in a swirling, tightly compressed dome of containment energy. Encased within the electric magical prison, the vampire lord marveled in disbelief that barrier magic could be utilized in such a manner. Trapped completely inside the concentrated spherical barrier amidst the desolate landscape, he openly conceded his total defeat. The threat neutralized, Hero caught the triumphant Dragon Child in his arms as the entire group celebrated the absolute success of their strategy. He stood alongside his allies on the scarred battlefield, watching closely as the ancient vampire lord remained trapped within the glowing magical barrier. Despite his captivity, the progenitor offered a relaxed smile, admitting that he had thoroughly enjoyed the grand battle. Dark Lord declared that humanity should rejoice, for none had managed to put an end to his legendary reign since the age of the progenitors, leaving the young leader to listen in quiet resolve. Setting aside his hostility, the young leader suggested they share a warm meal and talk things over instead, prompting a joyful gasp of excitement from the Dragon Child beside him. He explained candidly that they were completely out of options and strength, making mutual understanding through conversation the far better choice, though the vampire narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the unexpected offer. Observing from nearby, the great sage and their companions noted that he was an endearingly honest fool with a soft heart, wondering if everyone present wished to witness the paradise such a soul could create. Relenting to the warm invitation, the Dark Monarch stipulated a single condition, that he be allowed to taste delicious liquor once more. With an agreement reached, the former enemy extended his hand to seal a new bond of friendship with the young. Stepping back from the outdoor stone oven nestled beside the estate, Hero checked on the freshly cooked food, satisfied that his preparations were finally complete. Turning toward the waiting companions, he announced with a bright smile that the cooking was finished. He handed a steaming platter to Amelia, asking her to carry it over to the outdoor dining table, as she cheerfully agreed. Watching her carefully balance the hot dish on her way across the lawn, he warned her to tread cautiously so nothing would spill. Apologizing for the delay, Amelia served the meal before Alucard, who merely glanced at the dish with cool disinterest. Seated beneath a large parasol with his attendants surrounding him, the vampire lord dismissively ordered the food taken away, declaring that he consumed only blood and fine sake. Amelia questioned why he would refuse such a delicious meal, insisting he should give a try. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he growled a harsh threat, warning her never to repeat herself lest he tear out her fingernails. Terrified by the sudden outburst, the young dragonoid wept while Hero offered comfort, lamenting how harsh the lord had been despite her hard work. While Alucard reiterated his warning for the boy to stay silent, Lillian arrived under her own parasol, mockingly questioning his complaint about sunlight, since he had long overcome its fatal effects, to which he smugly challenged her to test that theory. Stepping between them, Lillian playfully reminded everyone that Hero could become terrifyingly angry if anyone dared to harm those under his care. Hero could only smile sheepishly at the exchange, privately thinking that the terrifying vampire lord was far scarier than he could ever be. Suddenly, an unexpected voice called out to Hero, causing him to turn in utter shock as he spotted another familiar face lounging nearby. Amelia watched the newcomer with suspicion, questioning Hero on how he could possibly be acquainted with such a figure. The woman casually introduced herself as Great Sage Lillian, teasingly claiming that she and Hero shared a bond far deeper than mere acquaintance, leaving the onlookers stunned by her legendary status. She observed Hero and Amelia standing close together, playfully noting their intimacy, though Amelia cautioned him not to be fooled by the mage's playful demeanor. Hero recalled that Lady Lillian had once resided at the estate as a guest mage and childhood tutor, prompting him to ask why she had traveled all this way. She admitted with a heavy sigh that she was searching for a new patron household after leaving the Roswell family, describing the fallout there as simply awful. Sage explained that when she brought up issues of debt and disinheritance, the guild threw her out, leading her to investigate rumors of a new settlement in the forest. Wrapped affectionately around Hero's shoulders, she confessed that a mouth-watering aroma in the air had drawn her directly to their location. While Alucard flatly refused to share his fine sake and the beastkin expressed skepticism, Hero stepped forward to offer their abundant supplies. Inviting her to stay for a meal, the young lord watched her face light up with eager anticipation over what kind of feast awaited her. Lavish spread was prepared, featuring a savory catablipas roast alongside fresh bread and rich side dishes. Alucard balked at the idea of eating meat from a kin monster, but Lillian urged him to set aside his doubts and sample the dish. Both visitors took a cautious bite, letting the flavors settle in utter silence. An intense shock of culinary perfection struck them both simultaneously, leaving them speechless at the exquisite taste. Staggering back from the table, the vampire lord turned to face Hero, completely overwhelmed by what he had just experienced. A sudden surge of emotion, he threw his arms around the astonished boy, pulling him into a firm embrace. Admitting total defeat before the marvelous cooking, the Dark Lord presented a token of gratitude, which Hero accepted with a modest smile. Moments later, a column of dark magical energy enveloped the vampire as he took his leave, disappearing into thin air. He watched as a powerful magical aura suddenly flared around them, catching the vampire lord off guard as he recognized the distinct signature of a progenitor's curse. The grand barrier enveloping the territory proved to be a formidable multi-layered defense, comparable in magnitude to the dragon child's own magic, designed to repel evil, while altering the very nature of those who entered. Surveying the grand structure, Lillian expressed sheer marvel at the intricate magical weave, likening the magnificent sight to something straight out of a fairy tale. She went on to observe that the reality of the settlement far exceeded any rumors, detailing how legend spoke of a miraculous haven blessed by a silver dragon, guarded by a sword saint, and governed by a savior. Her gaze swept over the diverse inhabitants, taking note of the elven folk, cat-eared beastmen, legendary beasts, and even the presence of the formidable undead king himself residing together. Turning to the young noble, the great sage affirmed that her decision to inspect the area had been correct, as it allowed her to grasp the true battle situation unfolding in the northern front. She revealed the grave news that Lord Oliver had abandoned the northern fort, leaving the boy bewildered as to why his father would make such a strategic sacrifice of a vital stronghold. As he questioned whether royal reinforcements had arrived, she explained that the front line had hit its absolute limit fighting alone after the Demon King's forces intervened. She described how Lord Oliver had dispatched requests for aid before withdrawing his troops into the surrounding villages, preventing further losses while awaiting a response. Pondering the harsh, mountainous terrain of the region, the young boy suddenly caught onto the grim implication of his father's strategic maneuver. Noticing the sudden shift in his expression, the great sage recognized that he had successfully deduced the hidden motives behind the commander's actions. She confirmed his dark realization, explaining that the plan intended to use the commoners as a stalling shield to facilitate escape, even if it meant temporary loss of northern territory. Though the loss of land risked stripping the family of their noble title, she pointed out that Lord Oliver possessed a hidden trump card to prevent his name from being tarnished. With absolute conviction, she stated that the commander undoubtedly intended to launch a full-scale counteroffensive to reclaim the lost northern lands himself. She concluded that by amassing such overwhelming military force, Lord Oliver planned not only to take back the north and conquer the Demon King's domain, but ultimately declare total independence from the kingdom. She pointed out that Lord Oliver likely planned to banish him directly into the northern demon's lair under the guise of relocation, leaving the boy startled by the stark reality of his father's scheme. Stepping forward, Amelia fiercely defended the realm, reminding everyone that this domain belonged to Hero, who had saved her life with a rare elixir even when faced with his own dire circumstances. Reflecting on her initial impressions, the sage admitted she had once dismissed him as a foolish human, only to realize he treated every single creature with equal compassion. Through his unwavering kindness and selflessness, a peaceful sanctuary had flourished where ordinary villagers could finally thrive without fear. With burning resolve, Amelia declared that even if Hero's gentle nature compelled him to surrender the territory, the people themselves would fiercely resist any attempt to yield. In response to her passion, Hero firmly reassured her that he had no intention of handing over the land, acknowledging that while his exile was unfair, he had accepted it specifically to build this ideal refuge. He went on to explain that although the region was technically listed as a Roswell dependency, he intended to declare full independence once proper preparations were completed, meaning he could not afford to abandon their progress halfway. Warning that the main Roswell region would soon be consumed by war, Hero announced his plan to journey directly to the northern fort to negotiate a peaceful ceasefire. Cautioned that if hostility broke out, his father and wave upon wave of refugees would flood their borders, robbing them of any leverage at the bargaining table. To avert this worst-case scenario, Hero stressed the need for a swift, preemptive strike of diplomacy, prompting Lillian to interject with an intriguing proposal. Lillian offered to join his faction officially as an honored guest and advisor, explaining that her renowned status as a great sage would deter Lord Oliver from forcing unreasonable demands upon them. Amelia voiced hesitation over the wisdom of bargaining with high powers. Hero reminded Lillian of her own teachings, that securing the first move grants total advantage in negotiations. Shaking hands to seal the agreement, Hero warmly welcomed the great sage into their fold, while Amelia conceded and offered to prepare their tactical directives. Hero formally announced the launch of a northern expedition, clarifying that they would travel as a small, elite unit to demonstrate purely peaceful intent. Detailed the composition of their vanguard, himself, Lillian, and the Dragon Kin, before turning his focus towards selecting the final member of their unit. It just secured a vital ally, as the mysterious high-ranking figure offered to accompany him on the trek north, citing an old acquaintance with the Demon King, an offer he gratefully accepted. Turning to his loyal beastkin companion, the young lord entrusted the governance of the territory to her, estimating that his expedition into the northern lands would take roughly 3 months at most. Sensibility and worry flickered across her face as she voiced her anxieties about him traveling for 3 long months alongside such a stunningly beautiful woman. Her hands fidgeted nervously against her tunic, confessing that it was less about simple worry and more about a deep longing to accompany him by his side. She continued to express her lingering doubts, explaining that while she trusted his noble intentions, the long separation left her mind racing with wild, unsettling thoughts. Listening patiently, the boy offered gentle words of reassurance, urging her to speak her mind freely whenever such doubts troubled her heart. Reassured by his warmth, she felt a profound sense of relief as the young lord declared with unwavering determination that he would return safely once negotiations were successfully concluded. The matter settled, and the sun hanging over the tranquil estate, final preparations were set for departure at the break of dawn. Far away at the northern fort within the Roswell territory, reports of the local forces' swift subjugation reached an imposing shadow throne room. Seated upon the grand dais, an intimidating figure scoffed at the kingdom's supposed shield, questioning the true strength behind the Roswell name. Advisor stepped forward into the gloom, warning that vigilance was essential after unsettling movements were detected across the southern territory. Examining intelligence reports, the shadowy leader noted several familiar and formidable names gathered together, including an ancient dragon and a foolishly familiar face. Clasping the parchment tightly, the ruler marveled at the absurd gathering of power, incredulous that the undead king and the witch of the great forest were aligned with a single young boy. Throwing back her dark cloak to reveal horn-adorned features and immense magical authority, the great demon Lord Ekaterina smirked at the boy's portrait, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this intriguing. High above the jagged landscape, Hiro looked ahead, pointing out that their destination had finally come into view. Excited for the upcoming expedition, he urged the group to move forward. They flew over the contested zone situated right between the Count's territory and the Demon Kingdom, deciding against landing straight in the heart of the battlefield. Hiro suggested touchdown on a nearby hill to observe the situation first. Touchdown brought a welcome moment of relief as the flying beast landed, letting out an exhausted sigh. The strain of carrying everyone had weighed heavily on its shoulders. As they steadied themselves on solid ground, a stern warning was issued to stay on high alert, as the situation was about to become extremely serious. Looking down from their vantage point, the group surveyed an ancient, crumbling fortress standing grimly amid the rocky terrain. Surveying the disarray below, one of them remarked that the situation was a complete disaster, a sentiment agreed upon without hesitation. The hooded figure explained that Oliver had rushed off ahead, leaving only orders behind, leading to chaos when fighting without a proper commander. Suddenly, a distant rumbling noise caught Hiro's attention, making him turn in surprise to check what was approaching. Carriage sped across the rough path, pursued relentlessly by ferocious, wolf-like demonic beasts. Inside the fleeing wagon, the cloaked travelers held on tightly, desperate to protect their cargo at all costs. Panicked cries echoed from the wagon as the pursuing beasts rapidly closed the gap, threatening to overwhelm them. In a flash, a figure leaped down into the fray, striking the ground with massive force and intercepting the path of the oncoming carriage. Stepping between the fleeing travelers and their pursuers, Hiro checked if they were unharmed before assuring them that his party would handle the threat. With clear determination, Hiro raised his hand and commanded the Elder Dragon and Alucard to hold the front line while warning them against launching an all-out attack. Turning to his companion, Hiro instructed Joel to help the fleeing travelers escape safely, to which Joel readily agreed. Watched as the young dragon child recognized the men who had appeared before them. Surprised by their sudden presence, he demanded to know why they were there, while the men glared back, calling him a foul presence. Men angrily explained that after disobeying orders, Lord Oliver had sent them on a top-secret mission to restore their fallen honor. He urged them to evacuate the dangerous zone immediately, but they flatly refused his warning, insisting they could not abandon their cargo. The men declared that failing this mission meant the ruin of their house, making the shipment far more valuable than their own lives. Seeing their plight, he offered them an alternative, inviting them to come live in his territory if they truly had nowhere else to turn. Men balked at the suggestion, questioning if it was a joke to ask them to move to such a remote backwater. He openly admitted that his domain held no noble titles or lavish lifestyle, offering nothing more than a humble rural settlement. He assured them that while it lacked grandeur, His land was rich in good food and laughter, asking if they would truly prefer death over being pitted as fallen nobles. Suddenly, the tall figure standing beside him stepped forward, commanding the men to join his army instead. Before anyone could process the offer, a legion of towering skeletal warriors manifested around the dark figure, surrounding the terrified men. Recognizing the terrifying presence of the undead, the men froze in absolute terror as the vampire lord demanded their choice. Standing in his full imposing majesty, Alucard gave them an ultimate ultimatum: become soldiers of the undead king or leave this place immediately. Overwhelmed by intense fear, the men shrieked in terror and fled the scene as fast as their legs could carry them. The troublesome men gone, he thanked the vampire lord, who simply dismissed them as mere obstacles in their way. He watched as the group of aggressive beastskin warriors refused to back down, realizing that stalling them any longer was becoming an exercise in futility. Mocking their audacity for threatening a monarch, the ancient vampire declared he could eliminate them with a single breath, only for the young dragon child to desperately plead with him to halt. Lashing out with emotional fury, the little girl reminded everyone of her father's strict order against fighting, warning that conflict would ruin any chance of reconciliation. Chastened by her outburst, both the proud vampire lord and the formidable demon ruler hung their heads in shame, meekly offering their apologies to the child. Reflecting on the situation, Hero noted that peaceful negotiations would fail if violence erupted, prompting Lillian to step forward and offer her assistance. Confident in her ancient craft, she proudly proclaimed her ability to achieve the impossible through unique magic, determined to prove herself superior to brute force. Gathering her mana, radiant light erupted from her hands as she prepared to cast her spell. A massive sphere of spatial transference magic enveloped the hostile beastkin, forcefully initiating a magic return spell that swept them away. The blinding flash, the spell completed its execution, leaving the area completely clear of enemies. Leaning affectionately against Hero, the sage gently reported that she had sent the intruders home, seeking his approval. Surprised by her swift solution, Hero questioned where home was, only to be casually informed that she had banished them back to the Demon Kingdom. Pondering the implications of an active invasion by the Demon Kingdom, Hero wondered aloud how matters had escalated to this point. As they stood together on the rocky terrain, she laid the blame for the entire conflict squarely on the shoulders of Oliver. She detailed how minor skirmishes between northern tribes and humans escalated once the Demon Kingdom offered aid, leading Hero to question if that violated their non-aggression pact. Clarifying the political reality, she explained that the non-aggression pact was merely a symbolic gentleman's agreement, with no real legal binding or enforcement mechanisms behind it. She went on to detail the delicate power balance among the major realms: the Asgard Kingdom as the hub of trade, the Demon Kingdom uniting the unaffiliated regions, the Holy Sashika Duchy upholding law, and the High Pontiff mediating global conflicts. She warned that if full-scale war broke out, the peace treaty would become meaningless, while the young boy struggled to comprehend if his own father could truly be involved in a scheme of such terrifying magnitude. Directing his gaze toward the back of the transport wagon, she urged him to see the reality for himself. Inside the iron cages sat captive demon folk women, bound and helpless. Boys stared in utter disbelief, realizing the horrific reality of human trafficking happening right before his eyes. Sage explained that because demon folk slaves were in high demand among human nobles, yet nearly impossible to secure under the non-aggression pact, Lord Oliver had seen a lucrative opportunity. She pointed out that this neutral territory belonged to no nation, allowing Oliver to manipulate events and suppress local tribes with his personal forces without official interference. Because the Demon Kingdom could not act publicly under the treaty, Oliver had taken advantage of the loophole to run wild in the borderlands, though even that failed to satisfy his endless greed. Recounting his illicit deeds, she listed how he stole valuables from native tribes, blackmailed leaders, and kidnapped their children, operating no differently than a ruthless bandit. His gaze narrowed sharply as she revealed that all the wealth he amassed was squandered just as quickly on alcohol, women, luxury goods, and high-stakes gambling. To cover his mounting debts, he burdened his own populace with exorbitant taxes and banished anyone who posed an inconvenience, leading Hero to grimly conclude that his father would resort to anything for self-preservation. Boy admitted feeling pity for how pathetic his father was, while Lillian concurred with a cold, mocking smirk. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed across the clearing, demanding to know who was eavesdropping on their affairs. Sharp, commanding figure ordered them to watch their tongues and bow their heads in reverence. Standing proudly before them was the formidable demon Lord Ekaterina herself, having traced the residual magic left behind by Lillian's spell. She offered a somber apology, admitting that despite thinking it was the best course of action, her plan had ultimately brought about the worst possible outcome. Floating high in the air, Ekaterina gazed down at the boy below, recognizing him as the child of the fallen Roswell family, while the young boy looked up in confusion. Suddenly, Lillian shouted out a desperate order to the silver dragon, commanding it to protect the boy at all costs. Responding to the call, the silver dragon and the progenitor vampire positioned themselves protectively in front of the young boy, stepping forward to shield him from the looming threat. Addressing his fellow ally, Alucard called out to the silver dragon, declaring that they should combine their power and strike together against their formidable foe. However, Hero sprinted between them with his arms outstretched, shouting for them to wait and insisting that there should be no fighting. Disregarding the boy's plea, the powerful allies asserted that talk could wait until the enemy was restrained, initiating a powerful combined magical strike that shattered the terrain in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, the boy gasped in utter shock as Ekaterina emerged completely unscathed, effortlessly dragging the defeated bodies of both the silver dragon and the progenitor vampire behind her. Sighing with mild annoyance as she tossed the fallen fighters aside, Ekaterina complained casually that lifting such heavy loads continuously would make her arms overly bulky. Staring in complete awe, the boy marveled at the terrifying force before him, realizing the overwhelming disparity in power that a true demon queen possessed. Approaching the trembling boy, Ekaterina calmly wondered aloud what steps she should take next, leaving him wondering anxiously how to resolve the situation. Taking a decisive breath, Hero stepped forward and blurted out a proposal of marriage, leaving the formidable demon queen blushing in utter disbelief and speech. Without warning, the imposing demon lord extended her hand toward Hero, delivering a sudden proposal of marriage that left him completely speechless and bewildered. Noticing his hesitation, she questioned if he found her unappealing, though Hero quickly tried to explain that from a human perspective, her beauty was undeniable. He struggled internally to process the sudden turn of events, utterly baffled as to why a marriage proposal was being thrust upon him in the middle of everything. Looking over at Lillian and Joel Chan, he realized that even if he attempted to flee, he could never abandon his companions to save himself. Weighing his desperate options, he considered temporarily accepting the proposal, though a lingering doubt warned him that such a choice might become permanent. As he paused to reflect, the demon lord suddenly looked back over her shoulder, sensing a sudden shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Attempting to clear the tension, he apologized for his hesitation, explaining that the current location and strange situation had simply overwhelmed his mind. A mysterious figure stepped forward from the background, taking responsibility for the poor mood and suggesting that they had rushed matters too far ahead. Sharp-tongued Prime Minister Amelth made her appearance, scolding the demon lord for ruining the mood and insisting on changing their venue immediately. Preparing to cast transport magic, the Prime Minister announced they would relocate everyone, though the demon lord hesitated to include their extra companions. She argued that only Hero was necessary to transport, refusing to bring along those she deemed useless. But her servant prepared the spell regardless. Before Hero could object to being separated or demand clarification, the spatial magic began to swirl rapidly around them. A flash of light. They were instantly teleported into a grand, sweeping hall, welcomed formally into the heart of the demon castle. Shaken by the rough spell, Hero steadied Joel Chan, while the demon lord expressed mild surprise that the young dragon child had been brought along too. Looking around the grand hall, he realized with dread that any chance of escaping had been completely severed. He realized that escape was impossible in this moment. Before him, the demon lord demanded that he dedicate his heart and devotion entirely to her. Acknowledging the grand nature of her proposal, the young noble nevertheless bowed his head and politely turned her down, stating he could not accept. Surprised by his rejection, the Dark Sovereign emphasized that she offered him the position of her primary spouse, asking if he truly meant to refuse her command. With quiet resolve, he offered a sincere apology. Continuing his refusal, he explained that he had already pledged his future to another woman. The ruler pondered what sort of person could have claimed his loyalty. Glancing toward the small child beside him, the queen jumped to a terrible misunderstanding. Lamenting that if his taste lay in that direction, she stood no chance. Horrified by her assumption, the boy immediately shouted in protest to clarify the error as she pointed accusingly at his young companion. Setting the record straight, he revealed that the person he trusted most in the world was a warrior belonging to the Warcat tribe. Narrowing her eyes in disbelief, the monarch questioned whether a cat-eared beastkin could truly be more enticing than her own supreme charm. Flustered, the boy waved his hands in panic, clarifying that it was not a mere preference for cat ears, but simply that the woman he fell for happened to be from that tribe. Amused by his earnest honesty, the ruler threw back her head and burst into hearty laughter, expressing her sudden fondness for his bold candor. Remarking that he had chosen true affection over ultimate power, she commended his integrity, satisfied that her initial high impression of him was correct. Turning her attention back to business, she noted his youthful appearance while the boy carefully pondered her underlying motives. Leaning in close, the demon monarch pressed him on why he brought a dragon, the immortal king, and a great sage to her realm, rejecting the notion that it was merely for sightseeing. Sternly warning him that his survival depended on his answer, she awaited his reasoning, to which he calmly responded that their purpose was purely diplomatic. Repeating the word with curiosity, the queen listened as he elaborated that establishing direct diplomatic relations with her kingdom posed no issue for his nation. He outlined his formal proposal, expressing his hope to secure a truce agreement between the Demon Kingdom and the Roswell Earldom. Absorbing his words, Ekaterina recognized that this was the true nature of his diplomatic maneuver, realizing he sought a truce agreement between their realms. He clarified that the responsibility for the conflict lay entirely with the human side, questioning if the proposed agreement was specifically between the Demon Kingdom and Earl Roswell. Acknowledging her point, he noted that if the war escalated further, managing their domain would become impossible, potentially forcing refugees to flee into demon lands. Despite understanding the situation, Ekaterina firmly rejected the proposal, declaring that no matter what conditions were offered, she could not accept a truce. She voiced her frustration over human actions disrupting her territory, pointing out the absurdity of perpetrators with immense military power asking to halt the conflict simply because it caused them trouble. While acknowledging his desire to protect his land, she emphasized that agreeing to such terms would destroy her reputation, leaving only one alternative to safeguard his realm without a formal treaty. She revealed that the only path remaining was for his domain to secede entirely from the kingdom of Asgard, a daunting prospect for their newly established territory. Considering her suggestion, he pointed out the impossibility of seceding, explaining that the land was merely lent to him by his father and not his to claim outright ownership over. He cautioned that attempting a military uprising would only spark a new source of conflict, though she dismissed his concerns without hesitation. Katerina explained that if he could convince King Asgard and the former pope, who were present during the previous three-nation conference, no one would be left to object to the arrangement. She added that prolonged warfare would inevitably lead Lord Roswell to confiscate their territory, relying on military strength, making independence beneficial for them as well. Ceding to her logic, he acknowledged that securing the independence of the territory for the sake of its people had always been one of his core objectives. With a subtle smile, Ekaterina asked why he wouldn't simply accept her romantic proposal if he truly agreed with her points, leaving him momentarily flustered. She pointed out that becoming her husband would free him from human conflicts while placing his overwhelming power under the Demon Kingdom's oversight, a prospect he privately found far too convenient. Listened carefully as Ekaterina acknowledged his stance, stating she understood and would not force the issue if turned down. She continued explaining that both the ancient dragon and the undead king posed national disaster-level threats, making his domain's independence advantageous under global circumstances. Surprised by her tactical assessment, the young boy pointed out her victory over them in their recent clash, though Ekaterina admitted she would have been helpless had they coordinated a serious assault. She reflected on how their assault had been an uncoordinated surprise attack, without strategy or leadership amidst the chaos. Calling the fight, she described striking their vital spots directly using powerful earth magic. Demon Lord conceded that the previous clash had been a stroke of sheer luck, warning that another full-scale engagement might devastate the realm. She voiced her long-standing frustration with the unruly pair, noting that binding them to a specific territory would benefit surrounding nations. With exasperation, she recounted petty grievances, including how the dragon mischievous harassed her in her youth and how the undead king routinely stole her prized sake collections. Offering a subtle apology for her subordinate's past antics, she declared that the long-standing feud was finally settled in the recent conflict. Pondering her words, the boy realized that if a single territory monopolized such tremendous power, major global forces would view it as an immediate threat and attack. Katerina proposed framing his independence as a forced act orchestrated by her, providing other nations with a logical justification so they wouldn't strike immediately. Acknowledging that a verbal agreement was insufficient, she commanded Arnulf to bring forth a sacred heirloom from the throne room. Presenting a glowing crimson jewel, she offered the ancestral heirloom as an official pledge of friendship, noting it was said to guide its master to greater heights. She added that while the gem's power could grant massive strength to the dragon or undead king, granting it to Lord Shinryu would make his domain exponentially stronger. Accepting the offering, the dragon child prepared to receive the glowing soul fragment held out by the demon lord. She stood transformed, her light hair, tiny horns, and made dress glowing as powerful new wings unfurled from her back after absorbing the ancestral jewel. Seeing the drastic evolution, the demon lord marveled at the sight, recognizing the child as the mythical divine demon dragon spoken of in ancient fairy tales, a creature capable of reshaping the world with a single breath. Overjoyed by her new strength, she wobbled slightly before rushing toward Hiro with open arms, proudly announcing her success before suddenly collapsing into his embrace. Hiro held her close, comforting the exhausted dragon child while Ekaterina explained that her sudden weakness was merely the natural reaction of divine and demonic powers repelling one another as they integrated. Reassuring the young lord, Ekaterina promised that the child would recover after a few days of rest and offered to invite the rest of Hiro's companions inside to settle into the guest quarters. Turning to leave, the demon lord entrusted the Declaration of Independence to Hiro, advising him that he must begin learning the intricacies of national politics. She introduced her horned, bespectacled prime minister, Arnulf, instructing Hiro to learn governance directly from him, which left the young lord momentarily bewildered. Adjusting his glasses as his avian familiar perched on his arm, Arnulf delivered urgent news. Lord Oliver Roswell had abandoned his primary territory and was currently marching directly toward Hiro's domain. Across the region, Lord Oliver led his armed battalion through the forest path, poised to seize the great demonic forest within days as tensions reached a boil. Deep within the dense expanse of the Vilewood, a full expedition force marches forward under heavy guard, navigating through the thick foliage. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lord Oliver questions if they have yet to reach Hiro's territory, wary of the looming threat of monster attacks in such wild terrain. Sudden rustle among the nearby trees causes him to freeze and glance back sharply into the shadow of the canopy. Frightened by the sound, a flock of birds bursts into flight from the riverbank as the armored convoy continues its trek through the winding waters. Observing his visible exhaustion, the maid attentively checks on Lord Oliver, who catches his breath while adjusting his dark mantle. Proudly asserting his duty as the kingdom's shield, he refuses to admit fatigue, dismissing any suggestion that the strenuous journey could ever slow him down. He reminds him of their misfortune in losing their carriage immediately upon entering the forest, leaving them forced to trek on foot for days through territory lacking proper roads. Unbothered by the hardship, he views the trek as a welcome opportunity for exercise, while she quietly notes his relentless penchant for physical exertion. Driven by sudden enthusiasm, he impulsively suggests a quick duel behind a nearby rock, leaving the maid baffled by his absurd timing. He eagerly anticipates testing his skills in combat without holding back, relishing the chance to engage in a vigorous bout amidst their travel. Emerging from the dense tree line, the vast clearing reveals a vibrant, bustling settlement sprawling beneath the open sky. Pausing at the perimeter, the two gaze upon the impressionable village in awe, questioning if they have finally reached the Savior's domain. They marvel at the flourishing agricultural fields, the absence of physical walls compensated by a protective magical barrier, and the peaceful abundance of hard-working farmers. Believe that their arduous journey has finally come to an end. Lord Oliver prepares himself to greet the settlement with full noble dignity. Striking a heroic stance, he shouts commands for his knights to form ranks and line up, grandly announcing the triumphant arrival of their lord. Bellowed the command to advance, leading his heavily armed soldiers forward in unison as they marched into the domain. As they crossed the boundary, an unseen magic instantly struck the approaching force, halting their momentum. Reeling from the shockwave, the Lord caught himself with a gasp as energy crackled through the air, leaving his subordinates bewildered by the sudden barrier. Attempting to gather his composure on the forest floor, he demanded to know what had just occurred, while Mars stood nearby, looking equally puzzled. Frustrated, he called out to Mars, demanding an explanation as to why he was the only one blocked from entering. Asking him to wait a moment, Mars prepared to analyze the magical structure surrounding the territory, referencing the law of causality. Adjusting her glasses, she consulted a glowing magical text, her eyes widening in disbelief as she read the precise nature of the enchantment. She revealed to the group that a temple-grade cage barrier had been deployed, one thoroughly layered with the scent of blood. She further explained that the blood curse repels any intruders carrying malicious intent, turning them into familiars, which explained why monsters had gathered at the forest edge out of fear. Gritting his teeth in resentment, Lord Roswell grumbled about Hero, blaming him for the loss of their carriage and wondering how much more trouble his son would cause. Brooded over his failing standing, bitter that despite being the eldest son, Hero had failed to secure achievements and caused his hard-earned position in the kingdom to crumble. Thoughts turned sharply toward Lillian, harboring deep animosity toward her for ruining his northern trade deal that otherwise would have proceeded smoothly. Glaring ahead with dark intensity, he admitted to himself that he had always hated Hero and blamed him for all his misfortunes. Interrupting his bitter inner monologue, a young beastkin child casually approached through the trees, asking what the group was doing. Outraged by the child's casual tone, one of the armored guards raised an axe and held back the Lord, shouting in anger at the beastkin's insolence. He watched coolly as his soldiers struck down the beastkin child for daring to address a noble so casually, sending the little one tumbling hard onto the ground. Looking down with sheer disgust at the trembling child lying in the dirt, the noble declared that such insolence toward nobility was utterly unforgivable. Without a hint of mercy, he ordered his men to execute the child on the spot, prompting an armored guard to draw his sword and prepare to strike. Before the executioner's blade could fall, Amelia dashed in, interposing her staff to block the strike and knock the soldier backward. Swift, decisive strikes, the warrior woman disarmed and subdued the remaining guards in an instant, leaving them groaning on the forest path. Gathering the frightened child in her arms, she boldly declared that this territory was under Hero Roswell's jurisdiction, condemning the Lord's cruel violence. Lord glared back in anger, demanding her identity, while reviling her as a mere beastkin who dared to speak so arrogantly. Introducing herself simply as Amelia, she shielded the young child behind her, standing firm despite his hostile demeanor. And asked where Hero was, she calmly explained that the young lord was currently away from the village on a business trip. Seizing upon Hero's absence, Oliver raised his arm and bellowed orders to his soldiers to immediately collect overdue taxes from the helpless village. His eyes gleamed with ruthless resolve as he commanded them to seize all food and supplies, enslave the women and children if they couldn't pay, and execute any who dared resist. Amelia immediately confronted him over his ruthless demands, pointing out that this land did not belong to him and questioning his right to enforce any tax collection here. Lord Oliver countered that as head of the Roswell family, the entire territory was rightfully his, but she stood her ground, reminding him that Hero had built this village from nothing. Dismissing her protests with an open hand, he insisted he was merely fulfilling his duty, claiming there was nothing wrong with a lord collecting taxes from his own land. He countered sharply, stating that taking taxes from a village managed by Hero while he was away was no different from outright banditry. She stood firm, refusing to back down, but Lord Roswell dismissed her accusations with cold disdain. He complained about his son's inability to train his servant properly, declaring that he would take whatever he wished. Determined to protect the village, she threatened to unleash the true power of her warcat heritage, struggling against the guard who held her at bay. Her defiance was instantly checked when the armored soldier seized the small beastkin child, using the young life as leverage to force her into compliance. Disgusted by their cowardice, she called out the noble for hiding behind a helpless child as a human shield. Unmoved by her judgment, he asserted that he was merely exercising his rightful authority as a lord, turning the blame back on her for causing unnecessary drama. Gasps broke out as Lord Roswell suddenly closed the distance, his sudden physical proximity catching her off guard and flustering her completely. Mocking her reaction, the ruthless noble taunted her, expressing cruel amusement that a mere beast could feel shame. Overcome with disbelief, she questioned how such a vile man could possibly be Hiro's father, seeing no resemblance between the noble's cruelty and his son's virtue. Grabbing her by the chin, he leaned in with a predatory smirk, threatening to personally teach her the difference between them using her own body. He openly declared his sinister intentions, savoring the thought of forcing a beastkin to share flesh with a count to create an unforgettable trauma. Turning to his attendant, he ordered a pavilion tent to be set up immediately, refusing to dishonor his noble stature in the open air before commoners. The tent was raised. The terrified girl was dragged toward it, her desperate pleas silenced as a cloth was gagged over her mouth. Cruelly taunting her tears, the Lord sneered that this couldn't possibly be her first time, walking toward the tent with absolute arrogance. Before he could step inside, a formidable group of beastkin warriors emerged from the surrounding forest, interrupting the heinous act. Demanding to know their identities, the arrogant lord was met with a stern gaze from their leader, who proudly announced that they served directly under Lord Hiro. He stood his ground as Lord Roswell vehemently barked out his aristocratic dogma, shouting that commoners exist solely to serve nobility and that the lives of peasants are meant to feed and support their lords. The tyrant continued his cold tirade, declaring that all people belong to their lord, meaning whatever belonged to his son ultimately belonged to him, including every single warrior under Hiro's command. Asserting his absolute right to treat his property however he pleased, the lord asked if anyone dared to object, while a warrior's fist clenched tightly and silent, gathering rage. The furious glare, Garius charged directly at the lord, shouting that he had countless objections, as Roswell angrily cursed the foolishness of. Out in the clearing, Garius scoffed loudly, hurling insults back toward his opponent. He mocked the noble's objection, calling him a fool and boasting that he had plenty of tricks left to play. Cruelly smirking, the noble watched the beastkin, internally mocking low-born fools for being so easily manipulated. Activating his divine revelation skill, the scapegoat of atonement, the priest thrust his hand forward, forcing a swap with his target. Suddenly, the positions shifted in a flash. Garius's sword sliced through empty air, while the knight tumbled heavily onto the ground. Surprised by the sudden swap, Garius observed the knight picking himself up, noting how the divine revelation skill instantly traded places with the designated target. The recovering knight spat out a harsh curse, angered that his head would not be taken so easily. Without missing a beat, the two warriors clashed blades in a furious burst of steel. Parrying the knight's strike, Garius acknowledged his opponent's solid form, but warned that focusing entirely on him left the knight vulnerable elsewhere. Suddenly, Amelia and her companion emerged from the tree-line, holding the secured orb. The priest gaped in sheer disbelief at the sudden appearance of an elf. Acknowledging that the rescue mission had been an absolute success, the noble praised the effort before turning his gaze toward the true prize they had managed to secure under his wing. Overlooking the vast forest, the group evaluated Garius's intelligence report, counting around 30 guards surrounding the area. Considering their options, they realized they could not draw the enemy into their territory, nor could they face such numbers in a direct head-on battle with their current force. Determined to buy time, Garius resolved to stir up trouble and hold the line until Master Hiro made his return. Stepping forward boldly, he taunted the royal knights, mocking their small elite force and questioning whether they truly believed they could defeat his men. Gesturing toward his empowered warriors, he explained that thanks to Master Hiro's divine revelation, their capabilities have been drastically enhanced, enabling them to stand on equal footing with royal knights. Contemplating the newly revealed power of Hiro's divine revelation, the enemy leader stood silent as he surveyed the battlefield and reassessed the situation. He announced his authority plainly, stepping forward as the head of House Roswell to command the clearing. Warriors sneered at the mention of status, questioning whether a mere noble title held any weight in a place like this. Expressing deep disappointment, the nobleman noted that even someone who claimed to be devout could be swayed by empty words. Recognizing the enemy's true identity, Oliver identified him as Smirnoff, a former Holy City Knight and Sword Saint, knowing his reputation preceded him. Continuing his interrogation, Oliver questioned why Smirnoff trusted the word of an exiled man over that of the high priest himself. He recalled how another dark book had appeared during the oracle ceremony, one so tainted by darkness that even the high priest could not read it. Defending his belief, Smirnoff insisted that the divine revelation granted by his young master was genuine, regardless of the priest's claims. The grim facial expression, the nobleman offered to show the beastkin warrior what a true divine revelation actually looked like. Unleashing the magic from his cards, he called upon all forces to empower his men, ordering them to destroy the traitors with the strength of the oracle. Empowered by the holy magic, the royal knights charged forward, overwhelming Smirnoff's fighters with sheer strength and speed. Watching his allies get thrown to the ground, Smirnoff realized with dread that the kingdom's knights were simply too strong to handle in a direct clash. Shouting to his men, Smirnoff ordered an immediate tactical retreat back inside the protective magical barrier. Refusing to let their prey slip away, the noble commander yelled for his knights to give chase and cut down the fleeing beastkin. Standing his ground at the boundary, Smirnoff warned the approaching knights that pursuit was completely pointless. Grasping his weapon tightly, he declared that the magical barrier would bar their entry and keep the invaders out for good. He declared with fierce resolve that he would take on the entire opposing force single-handedly, warning his allies behind him not to complain if they got hurt, while they cheered him on to teach the enemy a lesson. Charging into the fray, the fierce beastkin warrior clashed directly with the heavily armored knights, his brutal strength overwhelming their front line as he held his ground. During a brief pause in the clash, he taunted the soldier across from him, questioning how anyone could willingly follow a noble tyrant who acts purely out of selfishness. He reminded the knight that true shields are meant to protect the people of the kingdom rather than those in power, explaining that this very realization was why he abandoned his own house. Soldier hesitated, admitting inwardly that despite understanding those words, he had no choice but to carry out his duties to support his family. Behind the lines, Lord Oliver sternly barked orders at his men, commanding them not to dawdle or hold back against the opponent. Observing the hesitation among his ranks, the noble expressed mild surprise that any of his men would actually listen to the words of a foolish enemy. Activating a potent holy card effect, Oliver proclaimed that mere pawns have no need for self-awareness, forcing his subordinates into a state of berserk frenzy. Infused with dark enchantment, the armor-clad soldier let out an agonizing roar as unnatural power surged through his body, erasing his doubts and driving him forward. Beastkin fighter reeled in shock as the knight struck back with monstrous, superhuman strength, sending shockwaves through the soil. The sickening crunch, the buffed soldier shattered the beastkin warrior's arm, pressing the attack without a shred of mercy. Despite his arm hanging uselessly at his side, the warrior coughed up blood and grimaced, mocking the knight for going to such extreme lengths. Mind-controlled knight pressed forward relentlessly, driven by the conviction that one must dedicate themselves entirely to their assigned duty. Attempting to defend himself with a single hand, the injured warrior struggled desperately as the relentless knight swung his blade again and again. In the safety of the barrier, Smirnoff observed that Oliver's magic card had transformed the soldiers into undead-like thralls, realizing that stopping them now would require taking their lives. Flatly refused to give up, agonizing over how he could ever face young Hiro if he allowed himself to fail here. Desperately trying to recall the lessons of the legendary Sword Saint, he questioned what tactic his master would employ in such a dire moment. Before he could react, a commanding voice taunted him from behind, pointing out that his back was completely exposed. Ruthless strike severed his arm, blood splatter marking the snow as his opponent coldly mocked his bleeding heart idealism. Lapsing onto his knees, he groaned in agony while his companion cried out his name in horror. As he lay bleeding, he taunted his attacker, warning that the barrier blocked all physical and magical attacks, keeping the village safe. Unfazed, Oliver sneered, suggesting that it would be far simpler to just burn the entire village to the ground. Noble patronizingly explained the mechanics of barriers, noting that unless specially crafted, a standard barrier cannot block the air itself. He continued his cold explanation, clarifying that even if flames do not penetrate, intense heat will still seep through. Eyes widening in horror, the wounded warrior realized the terrible truth of the noble's words. Trapped inside, everyone would be roasted alive. Oliver mocked his futile efforts, remarking that the barrier had actually saved him the trouble of trapping them. His maid stepped forward, assuring him that special preparations had been made to withstand extreme conditions. Oliver declared his intent to purge the commoners and claim the land, while the beastkin realized with horror that a massive monster was being deployed. Summoned onto the battlefield, a massive flame cyclops, giant soldier, towered over the landscape, radiating overwhelming heat. Gazing at the titan, Oliver promised that its fiery breath would engulf the entire area, leaving the wounded warrior to curse him in helpless rage. As the wounded warrior lay helpless below, Lord Oliver shouted with command, invoking the mighty flame cyclops, giant soldier, and demanding it unleash its furious fire upon the forest. However, before the inferno could consume the land, the terrifying summon vanished into thin air, leaving the Lord in absolute shock. High above, a hooded sage communicated with the Demon King, confirming that the missing giant soldier had been successfully secured. Lord Oliver could only grimace in exasperation, muttering about how much trouble his ungrateful child continued to cause, just as Hero stood proudly alongside his companions, ready to face whatever came. Surrounded by his companions, the young noble stood tall despite the recent chaos. Great Demon Lord Ekaterina observed his relentless nature, quietly remarking on how disgraceful it was for a child to cause so much trouble. Turning his attention to the injured beastkin warrior, Hero checked on Smirnoff's condition. The warrior offered a humble apology, admitting he was far from a flawless showpiece and had messed up during struggle. Urging his ally to step back and seek treatment, Hero promised to handle the remaining troubles himself. Smirnoff nodded gratefully, placing his complete trust in the young lord's hands. Across the clearing, Lord Oliver Roswell stood imposing beside a massive fallen shell, his formidable presence dominating the surrounding woods. Approaching his father with formal grace, Hero greeted Lord Roswell and offered a polite apology for not greeting him properly upon his arrival. Lord Roswell surveyed the group coldly, questioning the meaning of keeping a woman waiting in such a privileged, casual manner. Hero explained that he had requested to be brought here on short notice after receiving word of his father's inspection visit to the northern region. Brushing off the pleasantries, Lord Roswell demanded to know if the woman accompanying Hero was responsible for ruining the valuable weapon he had worked so hard to acquire. Confused by the sudden accusation, Hero pressed for clarification regarding the weapon, but his father cut him off sharply, refusing to offer any explanation and demanding quiet. Refusing to back down, Hero raised his voice to demand why his companions were being treated so cruelly, only for Lord Roswell to retort that the cruelty was entirely on Hero's side. Lord Roswell reprimanded the boy sternly, pointing out how unfit his actions were for the Asgard Empire, wandering around sightseeing with women in an active war zone instead of joining the army. Went on to criticize the lack of background checks on the territory's citizens, claiming that criminals, beastkin, and other outcasts driven from cities were now swarming the land and bearing their fangs at visitors. Gazing toward the beastkin girls, Lord Roswell expressed disgust at how undisciplined the slaves were, noting that they didn't know their place or even how to properly address nobility. Hero tried to protest the unfair treatment. Lord Roswell dismissed his complaints as nonsense, declaring that he was simply doing the job that Hero had neglected to carry out. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Smirnoff burst forward, shouting that Lord Roswell's men were the true attackers who had targeted a catfolk child, tried to rob the village, and harassed Amelia first. In response to his harsh accusations, Lord Roswell brushed off the claims as a grave misunderstanding, maintaining that he had merely mistook the child for a monster in the treacherous depth of the vilewood. Looking out across the gathered crowd, the Lord smoothly insisted he was only attempting to assess the village's condition after being invited by the beastkin woman. Turning to his glasses-wearing companion for validation, he sought confirmation, while Hiro watched his father with utter disbelief and growing contempt. Noticing his son's cold stare, Roswell demanded to know why Hiro looked at him with such defiance, asking if he truly doubted his own father. But Hiro bluntly refused to accept his excuses. Hiro shouted passionately that he could never forgive seeing his comrades harmed and his beloved Amelia in tears, making it clear how precious she was to him. Roswell feigned outrage, accusing a citizen of the kingdom of aligning with such barbarity. Seizing the moment, the Lord raised his voice to command his knights, declaring the area a rebel stronghold allied with aberrant races and a grave threat to the kingdom's peace. He ordered his men to eliminate the ringleaders immediately and urgently secure Hiro before the situation escalated further. However, the Demon King stepped forward, revealing that all of Roswell's soldiers had already been captured, warning him that any resistance would result in his remaining troops being incinerated or forced into servitude. Sweating nervously, Roswell sneered that they could not possibly escape his authority within his own territory, but Hiro calmly countered that the land would simply cease to be Rothwell territory. Stunned by his son's words, Roswell struggled to comprehend what was happening as official messengers arrived with urgent reports meant for his attention. Standing tall and confident, Hiro officially proclaimed that the Vilewood was declaring complete independence from the Asgard kingdom, rebranding it as the sovereign forest of paradise. This audacious move had been made possible through Hiro's strategic alliance with the Demon King and formal diplomatic approvals already secured from neighboring realms. The officials added that reports regarding enemy soldiers were being processed, and with full cooperation from the church, a cardinal would personally conduct the coming interrogations. Adjusting her glasses, the official sternly warned Roswell that depending on the investigation's outcome, he himself might face trial as a national criminal. Clasping his face in sheer disbelief, Roswell unraveled at the realization that he, the ruler of the realm, was the one about to be judged and stripped of his power. He stood bewildered, frantically insisting that this entire turn of events had to be a grand gesture meant to hand him the throne, as no other explanation made sense to his shattered mind. Unable to comprehend his son's success, he shouted in disbelief, demanding to know how someone without latent power could command monsters or foster such prosperity without divine revelation. In a desperate outburst, he screamed that someone devoid of innate gifts had no right to succeed or surpass him. The fallen count declared that overcoming one's birth was impossible without being reborn. Hiro stood firm, countering that one's lineage does not dictate destiny, and that true strength is earned through relentless self-improvement before challenging his father to prove his own beliefs. Blinded by fury, the Count lunged with his blade, but Hiro effortlessly parried every strike, disarming him in a brilliant flash of steel and driving his sword straight to his father's throat. Holding the steel blade steadily against his father's neck, Hiro quietly asked him to surrender, pointing out that defeat was inevitable. The cold, unwavering gaze, the young ruler reiterated his plea for peace, knowing his current martial skill far exceeded anything his father could match. Staring at the sword resting against his throat, the Count stammered in disbelief, wondering how a child who once preferred books over weapons could wield a blade with such mastery. Hiro acknowledged that his father's harsh exile had forged him, explaining that surviving the brutal Vilewood demanded absolute strength, pushing him to grow far stronger than he ever was in the capital. For a brief moment, a subtle shift crossed the Count's expression as he murmured a faint mock approval. Suddenly, his face twisted into venomous rage once more, screaming about the debt of life and blood he claimed Hiro owed him for raising him and granting him land. Consuming himself with frantic greed, he demanded that Hiro surrender the newly founded nation and all its military forces immediately to settle his supposed filial debt. Hiro remained entirely composed, lowering his weapon and agreeing to repay every single favor his father claimed to have bestowed upon him. Misinterpreting the submission, the Count smirked in arrogance, praising Hiro as his eldest son for finally understanding his place. Before he could finish his thought, Hiro's clenched fist slammed directly into the Count's face, delivering a crushing blow that silenced his tirade once and for all. Strike lands with absolute finality, the impact of his fist throwing the noble off balance as heavy snow spray explodes around them. Driven back by the sheer force of the blow, Lord Roswell tumbles across the snow-covered ground before skidding to an abrupt halt. Stunned and clutching his bruised jaw, the fallen noble demands to know the reason behind such an outrageous assault. Hiro stands firm, declaring with resolute clarity that while he repays true kindness with goodwill, he answers cruelty only with retribution. He reiterates his unyielding philosophy, explaining that every favor, good or ill, will eventually be returned in kind. Challenging his father directly, Hiro accuses him of dragging countless innocent people into hatred and suffering simply to satisfy his own selfish greed and resentment. While acknowledging that earthly laws may not adequately punish his corrupt deeds, Hiro warns that every atrocity will soon come to light, making any normal life impossible. He proclaims the total downfall of the house, stating that the Rothwell family title will be revoked, their lands confiscated, and their crimes judged by absolute justice. Clenching his fist tightly, Hiro prepares to deliver his final, official declaration to Oliver Rothwell. With authoritative severity, Hiro officially banishes his father from the nation, warning that entering these lands ever again is strictly forbidden and ordering him to leave immediately. Catching a glimpse of a terrifying, shadowy aura looming behind Hiro, the terrified noble lets out a desperate scream and scrambles away into the snowy forest. As the sound of fleeing footsteps fades away, Hiro takes a deep breath and lets his tense posture relax. Approaching him from behind, Amelia gently asks if he is doing all right after confronting his father. Hiro kneels down beside her, offering a sincere apology if his intense display of anger frightened her. Taking his bruised hand into hers, Amelia gently inspects his knuckles, teasingly noting that he engaged in something he was hardly accustomed to, while quietly wondering if exile was the right choice. She listened quietly as the young ruler contemplated the choices he had made, reasoning that achieving peace without bloodshed was necessary to make harmony the true emblem of their nation. Convincing himself it was the best path forward. Yet, despite his logical resolution, a lingering doubt remained over whether some individuals were truly beyond saving, destined only for self-destruction. Tears welled in his eyes as she asked him why he looked so pained, leaving him unable to deny the weight in his heart. He confessed that even when dealing with someone so vile, the betrayal still hurt, admitting a part of him had foolishly hoped for redemption. Gently resting her hand over his, she reminded him that his pain stemmed from doing something unfamiliar to his gentle nature. Leaning against him in the tranquil forest, she reassured him that their kingdom would thrive under the leadership of the kindest king in the world. Meanwhile, the disgraced former lord trudged alone through the dense forest, carrying the weight of his exile. Striking a nearby tree in frustration, he bittered over the disgrace, acknowledging that repaying kindness with betrayal had cost him everything. He schemed silently, resolving to use private funds left behind for the boy to rebuild the ruined family legacy. His thoughts were interrupted as a figure stepped into the clearing, announcing they had been searching for him. A glowing magical barrier instantly locked around the exiled noble as the intruder warned him not to resist. Glaring at the intruder, the former lord recognized the young envoy from the holy church who had arrived to escort. High above the capital of the kingdom of Asgard stood the towering facade of the holy church cathedral, its soaring spires and grand stained glass windows framing the solemn assembly taking place within. Beneath the intricate rose window, an echoing voice proclaimed the commencement of a divine judgment, convened jointly by the three allied nations. Presiding over the tribunal were the highest authorities of the realm, King Asgard himself, flanked by Pontiff Logia and the rotund Duke GACHA, who sternly demanded an explanation for the abandonment of domain and the flight into the great forest. Seated alone at the center of the vast, cold hall was Lord Oliver Roswell, facing his accusers with a stoic and unwavering gaze. He maintained a firm defense, clarifying that his movement had not been a defeat, but a strategic retreat triggered by an unwarranted border violation for barbarian forces. His explanation was immediately dismissed as pathetic excuses, the council emphasizing that for the royal shield to be routed by simple barbarians was utterly unthinkable. Before the condemnation could proceed further, a tall figure clad in a dark plague mask and mantle stepped forward, Cardinal Theodore of the Papal Office, demanding to know on what grounds such claims were dismissed as mere excuses. Masked Cardinal explained that during his inspection of the northern battlefield, he had granted sanctuary to those fleeing defeat, gathering first-hand testimony from the survivors. These refugees were a group of cloaked soldiers, weary from travel and battered by the conflict. He revealed that these men were soldiers who had escaped from the demon kingdom and had been thoroughly questioned under formal inquisition. Holding up a written document detailing their statements, he noted with quiet astonishment how easily the men had confessed their secrets. He continued to read the confession, stating that these lesser nobles serving House Roswell claimed they were acting under direct orders from the Earl on a covert mission to transport cargo to a border village. Testimony further indicated that the secret cargo was intended for a black market merchant or slave trader, though the men themselves had not been informed of the precise contents. Upon hearing this severe accusation, Oliver firmly asserted his ignorance of such treacherous men within his ranks, challenging the council to produce any physical proof or letter confirming he had ever issued such an order. The council noted that strange disappearances of women and children near the border, as well as missing demon combatants, pointed toward a deeper conspiracy involving great demon Lord Ekaterina, one that had to be uncovered before spiraling into a full-scale war. Listened sternly as the official presentation laid bare the full extent of the allegations, detailing how an unexpected hero had uncovered that Lord Roswell himself was the mastermind behind the entire plot, prompting a swift demand from the King of Asgard for rigorous investigation and severe punishment. Outraged by the baseless accusations, the Lord bellowed in protest, demanding to know the source of such brazen claims and refusing to let such blatant lies stand unchallenged. Grand Hall fell tense as the presenter revealed that the damning correspondence originated directly from the Demon Lord. Sovereign revealed an unmistakable document penned by the Demon Lord himself during a recent conference, explicitly writing out the name of Hero Roswell as his co-conspirator. Monarch continued, explaining that while the Demon Lord had sought to claim Hero's strength through marriage, the young man had refused, staging a dramatic show of turning his back on the kingdom to fight slave traders instead. Elaborated that the kingdom could not afford to lose such a rare military asset and territory, leaving the three nations with no choice but to accept the proposal establishing Hero's domain as an independent small state. Oliver grimaced in bitter realization, declaring that the divine oracle results were a complete disaster and officially disowning Hero as the heir to his house. Grasping his head in disbelief, the Lord shouted that the claim naming Hero as the culprit was nothing more than an elaborate conspiracy. He raged inwardly, remembering the high priest's warning during the oracle that Hero had been tainted by demons, suspecting the boy had been a cunning agent of darkness since birth. Masked Inquisitor cut him off sharply, accusing him of orchestrating everything to strip the kingdom of its shield in order to aid the Demon Lord's impending invasion. Leaning heavily on his cane, the official warned that if excuses continued in the face of overwhelming testimony and physical evidence, an immediate inquisition would follow. This sinister gesture, the Inquisitor declared that should guilt be proven at trial, Oliver would burn at the stake and his entire noble house would be permanently abolished. Desperate, the accused noble implored the king to hear his side, calling the mounting claims absolute absurdity. The Royal Council reiterated that the Kingdom of Asgard, the Duchy of Sachika, and the Holy Church formed an unbreakable alliance against demon worship, united in shared destiny. Sovereign concluded that while preparations across the ecclesiastical sphere were underway for war, he had no choice but to condemn the severe transgressions that had endangered their realm. He stood silently before the throne as the monarch pondered the delicate nature of the ruling, acknowledging that passing judgment directly might appear far too lenient given the commander's years of distinguished service. To maintain impartiality, the king formally delegated the final verdict to Cardinal Theodore, asking the beak-masked holy man to weigh the documented achievements of the noble house before delivering sentence. Accepting this solemn duty, the masked prelate agreed to step forward and deliver the ultimate decree. Turning to the accused lord, the cardinal offered a grim alternative under the guise of holy salvation, commanding him to end his own life. Addressing the high chamber, the inquisitor reminded everyone that despite denying his crimes, the evidence against the Lord was overwhelming, framing self-sacrifice as his sole remaining recourse. Further outlined the legal terms. Should the trial proceed, another inquisition would take place in 10 days, whereas the defendant's death during imprisonment would instantly close the matter. Taking full responsibility alone, the condemned nobleman could prevent the complete annihilation of his bloodline and ensure his estate passed to his designated heir. Weighed down by the ultimatum, he bowed his head and formally accepted the sentence, while the inquisitor promised that a lethal tablet would await him inside his cell. As he uttered a public prayer of gratitude to the divine, a subtle, calculating gleam flashed across his eye. The decree finalized, the court called for the guards to escort Oliver Roswell down into the royal dungeons. Flanked by heavily armed sentries, he was marched away from the high altar toward the depths of the castle fortress. Suddenly, a sharp rift of spatial energy tore through the air with a sudden flash. Reappearing deep within a dense forest far from the capital, he dropped to his knees, chuckling softly at his seamless escape. Standing up and dusting off his attire, he mocked the court's pathetic attempt at execution, confident in the divine oracle power he secretly possessed. Consulting his spatial escape card, he realized that despite losing his official title, his vast hidden wealth would allow him to start a prosperous new business and live out the rest of his life in luxury. He whirled around in shock, demanding to know who was lurking in the shadows, only to be taunted by a voice mocking his predictable refusal to accept defeat. Stepping out from the foliage, shrouded figures clad in black plague doctor masks and ceremonial cloaks declared themselves the proud spear of God. He stood revealed as the Papal Office Special Inquisition Enforcement Unit, surrounding him in total silence. Nearby, Cardinal Theodore rushed forward as another figure smirked, pointing out that events had unfolded precisely as predicted. Masked inquisitors noted that tagging him with a tracking spell beforehand had been the right choice, knowing a man of his nature would prioritize his own survival above all else. Irritation evident on his face, the fallen lord realized his young son had seen right through his entire escape plan. His expression darkened as he accused the group before him of secretly plotting something sinister. The inquisitor dryly admitted that while his personality was irredeemably awful, he was at least intelligent enough to grasp the situation. He explained that if not for his petty greed forcing their hand, they could have avoided operating in the great forest of demonic beasts altogether. It reflected on the formidable military power backing hero Roswell, from the dragon clans and the undead king to the great sage Lillian and allied warrior factions. Had that immense alliance turned its might against the Holy See, the Church's long-cherished ambitions would have been completely annihilated. Consequently, they informed him that his choices were narrowed down to death or compliance as they prepared to escort him. Spat back in disgust, calling them a torture-loving bunch of fanatical hypocrites. The Inquisitor calmly corrected him, clarifying that their methods were not torture but necessary interrogation during heretic investigations. They revealed their ultimate goal, to extract the divine oracle from heretics and pass it to the faithful, granting divine salvation to those summoned to God's side. He listened intently as the masked inquisitor justified the upcoming act, deeming it the sole path to guide heretics toward righteousness, even if it meant resorting to a forbidden ritual. Realizing the inquisitor's true design, the noble demanded to know if there was an intent to steal his heavenly revelation. The inquisitor recalled how their priest had previously utilized the divine during the trial to examine him. It had been observed that his revelation deviated entirely from the natural order of the world. Even if extracted, no one else could possibly wield its power. Yet, the Inquisitor maintained that such a divine gift granted by God could be harnessed to save countless heretics, sharply dismissing any protests. The Lord reacted with furious disbelief, rejecting the notion of salvation when it involved participating in a ruthless massacre. Boldly, the Inquisitor reminded him that he was left with only two choices. Addressing Oliver Rothwell directly, the figure pressed him to render his ultimate decision without further delay. Reluctantly yielding to the pressure, Oliver agreed to offer his strength to their cause. Oliver made it clear that his motivation stemmed not from faith in God or scriptures, but from his own personal desire to reclaim what was once his, urging them to act immediately. The Inquisitor explained their conclusion. To effectively spread the holy teachings, one required the tangible power of God. Cutting straight to the point, Oliver demanded to know what specific task was required of him, to which the Inquisitor specified the need for the divine oracle of the Dragon Clan. The Inquisitor detailed their grand scheme. Having located the resting place of the former divine dragon's remains, they intended to capture the possessor of the dragon's oracle, place it into the remains, and sublimate them into a new god, a power designed to annihilate all enemies. High above the verdant landscape, birds soared freely over the lush paradise forest, where peace momentarily blanketed the settlement. Along the towering stone battlements guarding the domain, quiet moments were rare as leadership weighed heavily on young shoulders. Seated beside his loyal beast companion on the wall, Hiro stared out into the horizon, pondering his next move as the weight of governance pressed upon him. Interpreting his quiet demeanor, Amelia approached from behind, calling out to him softly as she discovered where he had slipped away to. She playfully asked if he was slacking off for once, but Hiro clarified that with the ancient dragons yet to return, he was simply trying to plan their next course of action. Reassuring him, she noted that no one would complain if he took a small break, considering he had been working tirelessly for 3 straight months since they achieved independence. She continued to point out all the progress he had made, including successfully appointing administrators for each department. Despite her praise, he acknowledged that a mountain of work still remained, far from being completely resolved. Sensing his anxiety, she agreed, while he emphasized the urgent problem right before them that demanded immediate attention. Below the fortress gates, a massive influx of roughly 5,000 immigrants was gathering, seeking entry and aid. Observing the crowd below, Amelia estimated the group to be around 5,000 people, noting that their numbers had been steadily rising over the past few days. She inquired about his plan. Hiro admitted that taking in such a vast crowd all at once was impossible, yet turning them away was equally unthinkable. He resolved that he had to inspect the situation personally. Surprised by his sudden resolve, she questioned if he intended to go alone, suggesting he instead send Garius or Smirnov's group to handle the investigation. Determined, Hiro insisted that certain realities could only be understood by witnessing them with his own eyes. Rising to his feet alongside his loyal beast, he reassured her that everything would be fine as long as she accompanied him on the scouting mission. Gently grasped her hand, accepting her quiet plea not to be left behind as they prepared to inspect the massive arrival of refugees. With their companion in tow, they descended from the fortress wall and strode out toward the expanding campsite. Before them stretched a sprawling sea of tents and moving crowds, transforming the open plains into a bustling, temporary settlement. As they walked among the crowds, they marveled at the sheer scale of the gathering, noting that it felt less like a migrant camp and more like the central street of a thriving village. She pointed out a makeshift market bustling with well-dressed travelers, expressing her surprise at the unexpected level of order and commerce. Scanning the crowd, his attention was drawn to several individuals holding matching items, observing their fervent prayers and wondering about the unknown religious artifact in their hands. He reflected on the vast variety of faiths present in Asgard, realizing this peculiar, holy emblem was entirely distinct from anything associated with the Holy Church. Suddenly, a tall, hooded figure approached from the front, speaking of the undead dragon cult and prompting her to shout a swift warning for him to step back. Standing ground, she demanded that the stranger identify himself and lower his hood, to which the mysterious traveler politely apologized for his sudden intrusion. Removing his hood, the merchant Jack revealed his face, greeting them casually while explaining that a long series of complicated events had led him to travel alongside the immigrants. Recognizing their keen interest in the cult, Jack offered to guide them directly to its focal point rather than explaining it in words. He led them to a grand, makeshift shrine constructed among the tents, featuring a massive, angelic dragon statue elevated above wooden barrels. Surprised by the impressive scale of the altar, she remarked on her initial misgivings, while he looked on in disbelief as Jack stood awkwardly before the worship site. Jack began telling the origin of the situation, explaining that everything started 3 months prior, shortly after they had first arrived in the territory. He recalled how the entire Rothwell domain fell into uncertainty after Earl Oliver went missing, leaving his legitimate son Mari-san to inherit the troubled lands. He continued his explanation, detailing how Earl Oliver's sudden disappearance had left a power vacuum in the domain, which Hiro had originally assumed would mean his father's return. Surprised by this revelation, Hiro listened closely as the merchant explained that even with Mari-san taking over, tyranny persisted as another faction rose to dominance. That dominant force was none other than the Holy Church, an institution within the domain that tolerated no faith other than its own, considering all other worship grounds for immediate inquisition. Grimly added that those taken away by the church's inquisitors almost never returned, and even if they did, they came back fundamentally broken or altered. Continuing his story, Jack recounted how everyone connected to his merchant caravan was dismissed from the guild under the pretext of aiding a rebellion, though their true goal was seizing all of Hiro's cargo. Glasses-wearing merchant emphasized that losing cargo destroys a merchant's credibility, which is as precious to them as life itself. To protect the goods, he had gathered Hiro's cargo from the guarded warehouses and dispatched caravans across various regions, planning to return every item intact. However, they were so focused on gathering the cargo that they failed to notice the inquisitors closing in, ultimately finding themselves cornered as suspected heretics. Just as all hope seemed lost, an unexpected savior suddenly appeared to intervene. Savior was none other than the undead king alongside the ancient dragon, towering majestically beneath the open sky. Seeing the formidable duo bathed in moonlight, the desperate refugees gathered around them seeking salvation, fueled by spreading rumors of a hero who commanded dragons. Jack explained with a smile that this event sparked the surge in popular worship, as the villagers sought to be blessed by their strength, even if Hiro himself was something far greater. He expressed genuine admiration at how Hiro had anticipated the large influx of immigrants and encouraged them to self-govern. A bit bewildered, the young noble inquired where Jack had heard such a notion, as he had not issued any such direction. The merchant revealed that the idea came directly from the undead king and the ancient dragon, who had reassured the refugees that their leader would work everything out, prompting the creation of the temporary market and camp. He listened quietly as the merchant pressed him for an explanation, asking if the recent developments had been his doing. Shaking his head, the young lord admitted he had no part in it, before turning the question back onto his powerful companions to ask if they had anything to say for themselves. Unmoved by the inquiry, the vampire lord declared with utter haughtiness that they had done nothing wrong, insisting that superior beings were simply stepping in to govern an incompetent human race. Calling his own anxiety when they failed to return promptly, the young ruler reminded them of how they had expressed a desire to witness his newly built kingdom, only to wind up idling away in a remote outpost. Cold, sharp glare cut through the air as the ancient entity questioned whether those words held any weight, bringing up the bitter memory of being left behind at the demon lord's stronghold. Traumatic ordeal came back in vivid detail. How they had been forced to exhale magic power continuously just to heat the fortress, while enduring the indignity of massaging the demon lord and providing endless entertainment. With rising indignation, the beast lamented that had they simply been brought along from the start, such a deeply humiliating ordeal would never have taken place. Reasoning calmly against their complaints, the young lord pointed out that his father's host was rapidly approaching at the time, leaving no leeway to wait for slumbering mythical beings, and that they had ultimately brought this outcome upon themselves. Refusing to hear reason, the immortal spirit dismissed the political crisis entirely, snapping that human troubles meant nothing to their kind. Watching the two legendary figures pout like dramatic children, the beastkin companion noted their sulking mood, while the young lord could only muster a tiny shred of sympathy. Shifting back to practical matters, he warned them that allowing refugees to establish unchecked self-governance in such a secluded region would inevitably drain their finite supply of food and water. Pointing casually to the staggering horde of barrels and crates stacked behind them, The Dark Lord nonchalantly dismissed his concerns, declaring that provisions were abundantly available. Inspecting the label on a newly opened cask, the young noble gasped in horror as he recognized their private stash, realizing they were openly consuming the valuable trade goods left in the merchant's care. Downing a massive vessel of alcohol without a second thought, the ancient dragon bellowed that the prey had been hunted by its own claws, giving it every right to gorge whenever it pleased. Exasperated by their ignorance, the boy tried to make them understand that those trade goods were supposed to be sold to generate the funds necessary to sustain the entire populace. Turning a deaf ear to economic logic, the stubborn creatures declared that meat was meant for devouring and liquor for drinking, leaving the settlement's future hanging in chaotic uncertainty. Listened incredulously as the vampire lord blithely dismissed his concerns, arguing that the dragon's logic wasn't entirely wrong since the domain's unique properties would allow them to reproduce the depleted wine in short order anyway. Outraged by their casual disregard, the young lord snapped back, declaring that he would never forgive them for trivializing the hard work everyone in the domain had poured into crafting that wine. Summoning a magical card, he barked a command to silence them, threatening to teach them a harsh lesson physically if they dared to voice any further complaints. Before they could react, a colossal creature materialized from the summoned spell, looming overwhelmingly over the startled vampire and dragon with a terrifying hiss. His point brutally established, the boy lowered his head, his shadow-draped face reflecting a cold, calculated shift in strategy. Assuming his full authority as the sovereign of the forest, he issued an unyielding decree, assigning the complete construction of a new residential sector, self-sufficient farmlands, and a vital territorial highway directly onto their shoulders. Stunned by the sudden mountain of manual labor, the dragon protested loudly, demanding to know why they were being forced to undertake such massive construction projects. The young ruler reminded them firmly that while they were sworn allies, they were not exempt from duty, and he simply wanted them to understand firsthand that managing a domain was no easy feat. His expression darkened with absolute resolve, warning them that abusing territorial resources was a form of tyranny he refused to tolerate, and that they would pay dearly for what they had taken. The bright, terrifyingly polite smile, he capped off his ultimatum by cutting off all their meals and evening drinks until the mission was complete, leaving his companions shivering in dread at the smile. Standing resolute, Hiro sternly laid down the ground rules for the two unruly beings. From now on, there would be no meals provided, and evening drinks were entirely off the table. Shockwaves rippled through the clearing as the dragon sputtered in disbelief, demanding to know what he was saying, while the vampire dismissed the boy's strict decree as utter nonsense. Panicking over the sudden deprivation, the dragon questioned what it was supposed to eat if alcohol and liquor, the very things sustaining its life, were stripped away. Turning his attention to the merchant, Hiro pointed out that human food and liquor were merely luxuries for powerful non-human entities anyway, reassuring Jack that it posed no real issue. He went on to outline their financial strategy, discussing the trade goods gathered in Sangarsha and how selling them in the easternmost trade city of Asgard Kingdom would easily sustain the townspeople for a decade. Focusing on the upcoming tasks, Hiro instructed that construction should utilize materials from the surrounding forest or local lumberyard, keeping the building process active until his return. His orders delivered, the young lord prepared to depart alongside Jack and Amelia, ignoring the panicked cries of the dragon and vampire who desperately pleaded for him to wait. Left behind in the quiet forest, the vampire stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the empty path where the boy had vanished in an instant. Uncertainty hung heavy in the air as they pondered whether his absence would last until tomorrow or drag on for an entire year. Dragon grumbled bitterly, blaming the vampire's arrogance for their predicament and pointing out that none of this would have happened if they had simply followed the note's instructions. Cold sweat broke out on the ancient creature's face as it realized the grim reality. When their young master was serious, he executed his promises without hesitation. Surrendering to the bleak truth, the dragon reminded the vampire that failing to cooperate meant neither of them would ever taste food or alcohol again. Recognizing their shared crisis, the dragon proposed setting aside their constant bickering so they could work together toward a common resolution. Agreeing to the temporary truce, the vampire extended a hand, sealing a pact of mutual cooperation with the powerful beast. Though willing to cooperate, the vampire admitted his complete ignorance regarding human society, noting that while farmland and residential areas were requested, he knew nothing of human ways of living. He listened attentively as the dragon child explained her prior experience with farming, proposing to clear lumber with her dragon breath and loosen the soil with a powerful tremor. Taking that in, he noted that clearing the debris and moving heavy logs would be trivial for his undead minions, estimating the task would take merely 3 days. True obstacle, he pondered aloud, was the construction of the residential area itself, while the white dog sat nearby watching them. Turning toward the white beast, the dragon child inquired if Kero had any clever suggestions for their predicament. He agreed with her logic, reasoning that since the creature lived closely with Hiro and the villagers, it might hold some valuable knowledge. In response, the dog simply trotted over to its wooden doghouse and crawled inside, curled up comfortably within the shelter, making itself at home and offering no help whatsoever. Impressed, he remarked that a mere hound was utterly useless, to which the dragon child coldly suggested stripping its fur to fashion a carpet instead. Perplexed by human nature, she wondered why mortals insisted on building complex houses when simple caves or ancient ruins would suffice for shelter. He sternly cautioned her against comparing fragile human beings to mighty dragons or beasts, arrogantly declaring that all the refugees would be forced to join his army before winter's end anyway. Contemplating the thought, he mused that absorbing them into his forces was indeed a viable option. Calculated that if Hiro gained allies while he gained undead soldiers who needed neither food nor shelter, it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, though the dragon child merely scoffed, asking which of them was truly the fool. She warned him that slaughtering the refugees Hiro sought to save would completely defeat their purpose, cautioning that losing access to the land's precious alcohol would be devastating. Paused, begrudgingly admitting that losing the alcohol would indeed be disastrous, just as a familiar merchant approached from behind carrying a full bottle. Jack offered the liquor as today's tribute, noting their good fortune, but asked if in exchange they would be willing to hear out a pressing grievance. Bows deeply before the Dark Lord, begging him to use his formidable power to build simple shelters so the roadside travelers can survive the freezing winter. Alucard casts an imposing shadow over the merchant, his tone dripping with disdain as he demands to be led to these so-called shelters if the man truly values his life. Terrified by the vampire's towering presence, Jack stammers in panic, wondering if his request for a simple roof over their heads has somehow angered the Dark Ruler. Overwhelmed with fear, he drops to his knees, prostrating himself completely while begging for his very life. Alucard and the dragonoid child exchange glances, quickly clarifying that they are not angry. They simply wish to inspect the actual structures the humans currently inhabit. Relieved, Jack explains that his current setup is nothing more than a basic tarp and mat to block the rain, far from anything that could be considered a real house. He laments his lack of construction skills, wishing he were a proper carpenter capable of building sturdy huts. Continuing his explanation, he describes how human carpenters possess specialized knowledge and craftsmanship to create durable buildings that withstand harsh elements. Alucard pauses, inquiring whether there are any such skilled builders among their group. Jack admits that while there are people, they lack proper materials, meaning any attempt would result in nothing more than a shabby shack. Recognizing the necessity, Alucard declares that they must establish farmland and proper residential areas, realizing the burden Hiro will carry otherwise. Jack gazes at them in awe, deeply moved by their willingness not only to guide them, but to provide employment and homes. Alucard quickly hushes the merchant, warning him to keep his voice down lest the surrounding crowd hear his passionate outbursts. Nearby, the traveling villagers begin to murmur among themselves, astonished to hear that they will be given both houses and work. The crowd swells with gratitude and reverence, pledging their lifelong loyalty to the undead lord and the benevolent dragon child who saved them. Listen silently as the gathered villagers let out sighs of profound relief, believing they might finally survive the harsh winter ahead with the promise of shelter. Realizing the weight of his commitment, he acknowledged that there was no turning back, while his companion urged that immediate action was necessary. With a sudden burst of resolve, he commanded his winged ally to carry him into the sky, unleashing a surge of divine aura as they soared upward. As they flew high above the mountain forest, his companion questioned the path ahead, wondering what elaborate scheme he was planning from above. Recalling the believer's earlier mention that skilled carpenters were essential to construct lasting homes, he realized that he simply needed to summon tradesmen from among the dead. However, attempting a standard summoning yielded frustratingly few results, as only a handful of deceased carpenters answered his call from the local region. Refusing to be hindered, he narrowed his eyes and pushed his spellcraft further, stretching the range across vast distances and far back through the centuries. Gathering immense magical energy in his palms, he cast a protective enchantment across the heavens, bestowing complete sunlight immunity upon every skeleton he was about to raise. The resounding chant, he unleashed his ultimate necrosis magic, causing the ground across the valley to rupture as skeletal hands burst forth from the soil. A towering battalion of skeletal remains erupted around him, standing ready to fulfill his commands as master craftsman reborn. Sight of the sudden horde threw the refugees into instant panic, but he called out to them, reassuring the terrified crowd that they had nothing to fear. Addressing the astonished believers, he declared that these undead were none other than their own ancestors, summoned to serve as the foundational labor for their new nation. Standing atop the precipice, he watched over the domain as the divine dragon granted farmland, while the undead king provided peaceful dwellings for all. Without missing a beat, the skeletal carpenters set to work with incredible efficiency, hammering beams and erecting wooden frameworks across the valley. Observing the bustling construction site alongside his companions, he looked upon the army of 200,000 undead workers carrying out their temporary building duties. As the monumental feat concluded, his companion remarked in awe at the sheer force displayed, pointing out that had such ancient power been unleashed against Hero, victory would have been absolute. Casually dismissed the sentiment, explaining that power stockpiled over thousands of years to challenge the gods was far too grand for a mere skirmish with a boy. Nodding slowly, his companion deduced the true underlying truth. Using such a trump card meant that he, too, shared a deep curiosity. Conversation turned toward the future, pondering what kind of realm a young boy would ultimately build. The subtle smile, he admitted that witnessing the boy's creation seemed far more intriguing than waging an ancient war against the gods. Adjusting his attire, he conceded that expending so much power meant he would be unable to raise further undead for quite some time, a limitation that gave his ally a sense of strategic relief. Suddenly, an unexpected intrusion shattered their conversation, prompting sharp cries of alarm as a hostile presence declared her intent to fight. Great demon Lord Ekaterina materialized before them, proclaiming that waiting was never her style and that the moment to strike first had finally. Along a quiet dirt path winding through dense forest foliage, a horse-drawn, covered wagon rolled steadily forward, its wooden wheels clattering against the uneven ground. Inside the carriage, Amelia praised the smooth negotiations, remarking that thanks to Jack's quick actions, they were able to return in under a month. She then voiced her concern about how things were faring back at the settlement, wondering whether the ancient dragon and the others had actually followed Hero's instructions during their absence. Hero reasoned that since those figures were neither official subordinates nor residents of the territory, he couldn't hold it against them even if they sat idle. As long as the experience helped them understand the land a bit better, that was sufficient. Interrupting his thoughts, the young catfolk warrior pointed ahead, urging the boy to look out at the approaching horizon. As the trees cleared, the familiar boundary of the paradise forest of Eden came into view, revealing dramatic changes along the perimeter. Both travelers stared in sheer astonishment at the sight of a massive, heavily fortified stone wall, standing guard where open woodland used to be. Observing the colossal structure from the driver's bench, Jack expressed disbelief that such an intricate checkpoint could be constructed in a matter of mere weeks, questioning if Lord Rothwell had somehow returned early. Unsure if the sudden defensive perimeter signaled trouble for the guards and local allies, they urged the team to speed up and head straight for the entrance. Wagon glided under the shadow of a grand, arched stone gateway, passing through the imposing dark iron portcullis. Stepping down into the passage, they noted the strange absence of guards at the gate, even as they marveled at the sheer scale of the masonry up close. Upon crossing the threshold, they found a thriving, peaceful town where citizens went about their daily lives, far from looking like a mere military outpost. Amelia suddenly called out to Hiro, drawing his focus toward a prominent emblem carved into a nearby stone wall. His eyes widened in shock as he instantly recognized the insignia belonging to the immortal dragon sect. Looking over the breathtaking vista of stacked wooden buildings and bustling elevated walkways spanning the forest, the young boy struggled to comprehend how an entire city had been developed in a matter of weeks. He stood wide-eyed as a local resident recognized him, asking in awe if this remarkable visitor could truly be their savior. Overwhelmed with emotion, the man clasped his hands together, convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that the savior was standing right before his eyes. Desperate for help, the townspeople dropped to their knees, begging him to extend a saving hand to the immortal dragon sect. The man explained solemnly that their precious teachings were being suppressed and labeled as heretical, threatening the very survival of the sect if this persecution continued. Alucard adjusted his glasses, noting that such brutal methods of torturing and suppressing opposing doctrines strongly pointed toward the Holy Church. Amelia suddenly drew Hiro's attention toward a strange, looming presence nearby, pointing out an extraordinary sight. Suspended high above the courtyard on a grand banner, a winged figure hung dramatically, proclaiming the pinnacle of killing immortals. Looking at the display, Alucard and the others realized that the heretic Inquisition's arrival was far worse than they had initially imagined. Hiro pondered who could possibly accomplish such a feat, realizing that the perpetrators had arrived too late. Suddenly, Demon King Ekaterina descended upon them, declaring her impatience, leaving the group shocked by her unexpected arrival. Perched atop a nearby rooftop, she mocked them for underestimating her, warning that thinking she wouldn't strike again was a grave mistake. Hiro confronted her directly, asking if she had come to wage war again and break their alliance. Standing resolute in the open square, she confirmed that war was indeed her goal this time. Approaching the group with an intimidating aura, she towered over Amelia and Hiro. However, her gaze shifted to the young dragonoid child nearby, and her cold composure completely melted away as she gasped in surprise. She stood facing Amelia, questioning whether the young beastkin was causing some sort of trouble, while wondering aloud if she truly hailed from the Warcat clan. Reflecting on her proposal to Hiro, she recalled how he evasively mentioned already having a lover in his country. She calculated that if he became her husband and unleashed her full power, they could dominate the entire world, making her weigh whether he was a man truly worth choosing under such terms. She declared her intent to determine for herself whether he was worthy, making it clear that if he failed to measure up, he would have to step aside and remain calm or else face her outright rejection. Amelia acknowledged the difference in their status as a beast human, recognizing Hiro as the assistant representing the country. Young Beastkin firmly asserted that she would not step aside of her own free will, explaining that Hiro does not choose companions based on status, power, or rank, and reminding herself that he was the one who made her feel important. Facing each other directly, Amelia stood her ground even against the strongest woman in the world, resolute in her determination to face whatever came next. Tension between the two powerful figures hovered over the stone courtyard in silence. Hiro flailed his arms nervously, pleading with them to calm down and talk things out rather than fighting over him, completely taken aback when they turned their gaze toward him. Suddenly, Joel-chan chimed in angrily, reminding her father of his own words about disliking fights and demanding to know why he was doing something he claimed to hate. The young dragon child stood between them, scolding her father for engaging in conflict when he always claimed that fights were not okay. Amelia watched in surprise as Joel-chan confronted the Demon King, leaving Ekaterina visibly flustered and at a loss for words. An authoritative woman named Arnold arrived alongside Joel-chan, lamenting that the Demon King's authority was completely ruined and demanding to know why she was there. Across the courtyard, Arnold explained that she had come looking for her because she hadn't returned in a long time, assuming she was frustrated over a foolish failure. Comforting Joel-chan, Arnold scolded the Demon King for for tormenting an innocent child just to vent her own frustrations. Defending her master, the assistant insisted that the Demon King harbored no ill intentions, though Arnold retorted that this was precisely why she had no suitors or charm. She looks on in stunned silence as Amelia bows low, begging forgiveness on behalf of the companion who merely wished to see the woman chosen by their leader. Leaving the tension, the demon's sovereign admits she was not entirely serious and apologizes for putting the young catfolk through such an ordeal. Looking upon her with newfound respect, she acknowledges that the woman Hiro chose is undeniably strong and possesses admirable bravery. Following her praise, the small dragonoid bows his head deeply in remorse, offering a sincere apology for his earlier insolence. Though she offers reassuring words that love is a battlefield, the Demon Queen adds with a sharp smirk that she will strike the moment an opportunity arises, prompting the Beastkin warrior to stay vigilant. Turning the conversation toward practical matters, Hiro inquires whether her arrival was solely due to Lillian's request, which she promptly denies. She explains that in the wake of the recent war, the surrounding territory risked instability, which could trigger a massive influx of refugees fleeing into neighboring lands. Anticipating this crisis, Hiro had requested supplies in advance, leading the vampire lord to personally oversee the shipment before crossing paths with her. Recounting her journey, she casually mentions dealing with hostile factions who refuse to accept her authority, teaching them a swift lesson along the way. Hearing this story, Hiro ponders why their vampiric ally acted so covertly, while the demon's sovereign dryly suggests it was merely to hide his own embarrassment. She elaborates further, noting that the proud vampire simply preferred not to be seen working tirelessly for the benefit of humanity. In truth, the vampire lord and demon queen had joined forces to construct an entire city, mobilizing vast legions of the undead to labor alongside human workers. Astonished by the scale of their achievement, Hiro marvels at how 200,000 undead raised by Alucard managed to erect a thriving town in a mere 10 days. Observing his amazement, the demon lord points out that such monsters normally view humans merely as prey, meaning their willingness to help stems from profound affection for him. Filled with gratitude for their immense efforts, Hiro resolves to express his thanks by preparing a magnificent feast for all of them. He offered a grand banquet served by the king himself as their reward, a prospect that immediately won over Ekaterina. Smiling with genuine satisfaction, the demon lord found the idea entirely to her liking. As they walked together through the newly built town, Ekaterina admired the harmony of a realm where the ruler lives for his people and the people live for their ruler. Following behind with his companions, Hiro pondered just how difficult such an ideal harmony was to truly achieve. Continuing her observations, Ekaterina noted reports from the villagers that crops in this region could be harvested 3 times faster than normal due to divine revelations, a blessing she found truly enviable. She added that despite the people working 3 times harder than usual under these conditions, every single one of them labored with visible joy. Ekaterina declared that any citizen asked would proudly state they work for their king, calling it true proof of devotion to a leader's path. Flustered by her high praise, Hiro humbly protested that his efforts were hardly so grand. With little Joel-chan happily clinging to his side, the young ruler admitted that he simply did whatever he could, acknowledging that he still had much to learn and lacked true strength. Shifting the topic to logistics, Ekaterina pointed out that the relief supplies provided had not been in vain, noting that despite construction materials being consumed, food supplies remained sufficient for several months. However, when Hiro pondered aloud that such an abundance might present a problem, she looked back in bewildered surprise. Clarifying his concern, he explained that the surplus food could easily be sold with plenty left over, meaning they could not allow these generous gifts to go to waste. Thoughtfully added that the upcoming occasion would also bring very important guests who deserved proper hospitality. Standing proudly before the noble estate, he realized this banquet would serve as a vital opportunity to strengthen ties with new immigrants, local residents, and express gratitude to the ancient dragon for his grand efforts. Preparations set and the community gathered in unity. Ekaterina officially proclaimed the opening of the grand banquet in the Forest of Eden to celebrate their independence and high above Paradise Forest. At the official residence, The visit of the dragon tribe had drawn to a close as Hiro stepped out to apologize to the waiting group for the delay. Curious about the delegation's sudden appearance, he pressed the ancient dragon directly to reveal what business those dragons truly had with them. The ancient dragon reassured him that they had not come to take Joel back, leading Hiro to assume everything was fine until the elder interjected that a more pressing discussion remained. Meanwhile, down in the bustling town square, local residents gathered happily to enjoy the festivities. Sitting on a bench beside her loyal white canine companion, young Joel stared wistfully into the distance, wondering when her father would finally return. Across the square, townsfolk expressed their gratitude toward Lord Hiro for giving them the day off from work to celebrate. Families strolled together through the festival grounds, parents carefully holding their children's hands as they made their way toward the food stalls. Joel watched the happy families pass by until a voice interrupted her thoughts, asking politely if she could join her on the bench. It was Amira, who took a seat and asked why Joel was sitting all alone instead of playing with the others. Upon hearing that Amira's sister was busy at the mansion, leaving her on her own as well, an idea suddenly struck her. Mira suggested that since both of their guardians were occupied, they should head over to the great feast together rather than grow hungry waiting around. Her stomach rumbled in agreement. Joel hesitated to leave the spot. She voiced her concern, remembering her promise to wait for her father and fearing he might think she broke her word if she were missing when he returned. To resolve the dilemma, Amira pulled out a modern communication tablet with a bright smile. She reassured Joel that they could simply leave a digital message using the device, ensuring Lord Hiro wouldn't worry or be troubled upon his arrival. She beamed with pride as the young dragon girl expressed utter amazement at her ability to write. Striking a confident pose, she announced that attending school daily had taught her far more than basic literacy. She could even perform arithmetic. The child declared her an absolute genius, causing her to flush with modest embarrassment and protest the overwhelming praise. Realizing that her companion had never experienced formal education, she warmly suggested that she should join her at school as well. However, the child looked crestfallen, explaining that her father forbade her from going there to play, which met with sympathetic dismay. She quickly clarified that while currently only the Warcat tribe attended, Lord Hiro planned to open enrollment to immigrant children soon, assuring the young girl that asking him directly would surely gain her admission. She then cheerfully invited their giant canine companion to join them on their adventures, though the beast seemed slightly uncertain. Inspired by the idea of learning, the young girl revealed her genuine desire to study so she could write heartfelt letters of her own. Seizing the opportunity, she encouraged the child to write the digital message herself right then and there. Sitting together on the outdoor bench with their massive white beast beside them, the girl hesitantly admitted her limited writing skills and asked what word she should choose. Pondering deeply, the child decided she wanted to write a simple, affectionate message expressing her love for her parents. Acknowledging that the sentiment was a bit more ambitious than a brief note, she willingly retrieved the magical tablet device to assist her. Taking a seat on the wooden bench, she offered to write out a clear example, first for the young girl to trace and copy. The eager child asked if she could watch closely, to which she gave her enthusiastic consent while readying the digital stylus. The great white beast peering over their shoulders, both girls stared intently at the glowing screen as the lesson began. She watched wide-eyed as Amira held up the glowing tablet, displaying a neatly written message of love for her father, offering it as a guide for her copy. Examining the characters, the child remarked on how squiggly they appeared compared to her father's handwriting, while her large canine companion looked on quietly. Flustered by the critique, Amira quickly pulled the tablet back and hid it behind her, huffing that she was only a beginner and would withhold the example if there were further complaints. Young Dragonoid immediately reassured her, declaring with absolute earnestness that Amira's penmanship was the absolute best and hailing her as a complete genius. Encouraged, Amira urged her to try writing it out herself, leading the child to bend over the slate and painstakingly trace each stroke line by line. Moments later, she proudly thrust her completed board into the air, displaying her message to her parents, earning ecstatic praise from Amira for such an astonishing accomplishment. Staring at the flawless writing, Amira marveled internally. genuinely wondering if the young girl possessed a natural talent for learning. However, Amira quickly dismissed the idea of simple genius, announcing with a grin that there was an even greater secret to making her parents truly happy. Eager for any way to improve her gift, the girl leaned in close and demanded to know what this better method could possibly be. With grand dramatic flair, Amira revealed her decorated board and declared that adding beautiful illustrations around the text was the ultimate secret, stunning the child into utter awe. Overwhelmed by the brilliant idea, the young dragonoid gasped in admiration, convinced that Amira truly was an unmatched creative mastermind. Deciding to gather materials for decoration, Amira instructed the pair to watch over the writing tools while she stepped away to pick some wildflowers nearby. The cheerful wave, Amira dashed off down the path, promising to return in just a moment. As Hiro wandered over and asked what they were up to, the child pointed out how vigilantly her massive canine companion was guarding the precious supplies. Shortly after, a shadow fell over them, but as the young dragonoid turned to look up, she blinked in confusion, realizing the catfolk standing before her was not Amira at all. She sat quietly guarding the bag left behind when a young catfolk child approached, demanding to know who she was and pointing out that she was standing near Amira's belongings. GOL explained with serious determination that she was watching the bag because it was important, prompting the stranger to ask where she had come from. GOL proudly answered that she lived at the Grand Mansion. The young catfolk paused in sudden disbelief, asking her to clarify. Inspecting her closely, the newcomer noticed her curved horns and tail, piecing together a sudden realization about her true identity. An accusing finger thrust forward, the catfolk child declared her an invader, claiming she must be one of the dragon's spawn, threatening the estate. Confused by the heavy accusation, GOL tilted her head, stumbling over the strange term as she tried to process what he meant. She attempted to remember her proper title, muttering fragments of her name aloud as she searched her memory. Striking a proud pose, GOL enthusiastically proclaimed her full title as Shinryuku, which caught the catfolk child off guard as he recognized it as the child Lady Amelia was raising. With a bright smile, GOL softly added that Amelia was her mama, describing her as a wonderful and kind mother. Catfolk child immediately objected, telling her that Lady Amelia could not possibly be her real mother and questioning why she would make such a claim. GOL firmly maintained that Amelia was her true mama, while the youngster scolded her, insisting that telling falsehoods made her a bad person. Refusing to back down, GOL declared she was telling the absolute truth, but the catfolk child pointed out the obvious physical impossibility of her claim. He laid out his reasoning, explaining that since Lord Hero was human and Lady Amelia was a beast man, it made no sense for them to have a child with dragon horns and a tail. Citing basic logic and what he had been taught, the child insisted that dragon children only came from dragons, just as beastmen came from beastman parents. Despite his logical arguments accusing her of lying, GOL stood her ground with fierce determination, shouting back that her words were not a lie. She tearfully insisted with all her heart that Hero and Amelia were truly her parents, but the young catfolk boy merely scoffed, declaring that her tears could not alter reality. Before the boy could press further, a low, ominous growl echoed behind Noel as Cerberus stepped forward, causing the young catfolk to back away nervously while protesting that he was only stating the truth. Sensing a towering presence behind him, the young boy turned around in surprise to find Amira standing directly in his path with a stern, unforgiving glare. Without hesitation, she brought her fist down squarely onto the young boy's head, instantly silencing his complaints with a sharp blow. Reprimanding him severely for picking on Lady GOL, Amira demanded that he apologize at once, ignoring his shocked protests as he stuttered her name. The boy tried to argue that GOL was the one who had lied. Amira stood resolute, refusing to allow him to mistreat the child any further. Confused by her fierce defense, the boy questioned her reasoning, unable to understand why she possessed such absolute faith in GOL's honesty. Leaving the bewildered boy behind, Amira gently escorted GOL and Cerberus back toward the manor, turning her back on the argument entirely. She ran alongside Cerberus. GOL held fast to the lessons her father had imparted, knowing deep down that her feelings were real. She recalled how Hiro had warned her that deceitful people used lies to trick others, just like strangers offering sweet treats to lure children away. Reasoning through his words, she concluded that since bad people are the ones who lie, neither she nor her beloved parents could ever be bad. Fond memories washed over her of Hiro, teaching her fascinating things and making every moment exciting, while Amelia held her close with warm, gentle affection. Even if others viewed her family as unusual, she remained confident that as she grew bigger, their bond would grow even stronger. Accompanied by Cerberus, she trotted eagerly down the hallway and arrived before the grand doors leading into the main chamber. Pushing the doors wide open with a beaming smile, she burst into the room, excitedly calling out for her father. She stood by the door with her pet dog, pausing as an earnest voice from within addressed Hiro, apologizing for raising such a sudden and delicate matter. Inside, the dragon visitor spoke gravity into the air, stating that the discussion concerned Joel. He believed it would be best for her to be received back into the dragon tribe's village. Beyond the threshold, she listened quietly as the dragon noble explained that reports from messengers indicated the dragon tribe and the holy church were on the verge of total war, creating a perilous situation despite the unknown details. Her hands tightened around the wooden board she carried as she overheard them discuss how difficult it was to leave Joel in their care, asserting that she was destined to lead the dragon tribe, and things could not remain as they were, prompting a quiet acknowledgement from Hiro. Overcome by shock, she stood frozen at the doorway as Hiro softly admitted that, after all, he was not her real father, leaving Joel to grapple with the realization of the strange jar's contents and her Lord Roswell looked down solemnly, confessing that despite raising Joel, he was not the young dragon's biological father. Hiro stood beside Amelia, absorbing the weight of the man's quiet admission. Sharp, abrupt clatter echoed from the heavy double doors at the entrance of the room, cutting through the silence and catching Hiro completely off guard. Reacting instantly, Amelia strode over and threw the doors open, demanding to know who was lurking outside and scolding whoever had been eavesdropping on their private conversation. Seeing her pause at the threshold and gaze down at the floor, Hiro called out, asking what had caught her attention. She knelt down and carefully picked up a small, framed message left on the stone floor, her voice barely above a whisper as she called for Hiro to take a look. The frame held a heartwarming drawing inscribed with a simple message expressing love from Mommy and Pappy, clearly drawn by a child's hand. She explained that GOL had declined an invitation to join the banquet earlier, realizing now that the child must have spent that time carefully crafting this gift for his parents. Hiro pondered the heartbreaking situation, realizing Joel had likely come to present the drawing expecting praise, only to overhear Lord Roswell say he was not his real father. Knowing the child was hurt and fleeing in distress, Amelia urged Hiro that they had to go after Joel immediately, calling on Caro to catch the young dragon's scent. He hurried down the grand hallway alongside Caro, leaving the estate behind to search for the distraught child. Outside, they met with the great sage Lillian, where Hiro questioned whether sending Joel back to his native dragon village was truly the only resolution. Amelia chimed in, emphasizing that regardless of blood ties, Joel's personal feelings and desire to stay with his adopted family ought to be respected. Hiro grew serious as he contemplated the looming geopolitical crisis, understanding that this situation went far beyond personal feelings and could ignite a disastrous conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Holy Church. Lillian acknowledged the tension, explaining that harboring GOL, who was believed to be the future leader of the Dragon Clan, could be seen as a provocation, risking an all-out war with the nation. And Hiro mentioned assuming the Dragon Clan came to reclaim Joel as a warning. Lillian cleared up the critical misunderstanding, revealing that the divine dragon lord mentioned by the messenger was not Joel at all. She explained that the messenger's words were intended specifically for her, wondering if her way of breaking the news had been poorly executed. She went on to describe the true nature of her mission, executing the Divine Dragon Lord recapture operation. While details remained sparse, it was believed the Divine Dragon Lord currently rested within a human temple. The boy interjected, asking her to pause as confusion set in. Questioned how that could be, pointing out that the previous divine dragon lord had perished. She acknowledged his statement, confirming she was well aware of that historical fact. She recalled that 5,000 years ago, during the end of the Divine Demonic War, the last moments of the divine dragon lord occurred, an event etched firmly in her memory. During that ancient era, the land suffered severely under the widespread devastation of the war, leaving the dragon clan's village exhausted and heavily damaged. Seeing the suffering around him, the kind-hearted divine dragon lord chose to march into the final battle completely alone, determined to spare his comrades from further harm. Decisive battle ended in victory, yet the throne remained empty, as the divine dragon lord never returned from the battlefield. Yet hope lingered. Time passed until a human messenger arrived, delivering notification that the divine dragon lord had sacrificed his life while shielding humanity. She raised her gloved hand, explaining that even when a dragon's body perishes, their fundamental power does not simply vanish. When noble dragons reach the verge of death, they lay an egg at the site of their remains, so their power could be inherited by the next generation. Upon receiving that report, she departed her village to travel across the world, searching tirelessly for the divine dragon lord's remains. Because his final moments were spent protecting humans, she dedicated herself to investigating human territories, mastering both human speech and the art of human transformation. Young noble asked if that was why she had appeared during the attack, but she clarified that their initial encounter was purely accidental, though the memory remained clear. She recalled the intense flash of energy when she first spotted the egg, assuming the divine dragon lord had descended and taking the egg as a memento of that sacred legacy. As the conversation drew to a close, she admitted it was a mystery how humans had come to possess the egg in the first place, leaving the young boy to ponder the unexpected revelation. He listened intently as Lillian explained that GOL had been summoned through a divine revelation, which was the very reason she had asked to be entrusted with the creature in the first place. She went on to admit that nobody truly knew where GOL originated from, reasoning that if this chance allowed the young creature to return to its true family, it would ultimately be for the best. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted as GOL let out a series of energetic barks, drawing Amelia's attention toward the clearing. Farther ahead, beneath the shade of a large tree, the young dragonoid child sat alone with her back turned to them, exuding a quiet sense of loneliness. Calling out gently to her, Hiro began to piece together the painful realization behind her distant behavior. He remembered how eagerly GOL had shared everything Amelia taught her, excitedly talking about going to school if her papa permitted it. All along, the child had strived to be good, simply hoping for a word of praise and a gentle pat on the head from the one she viewed as her father. She had taken every single lesson to heart, holding every word her father spoke as sacred truth. She meticulously recited his rules, reminding herself never to accept treats or follow strangers. She remembered his commands to step forward and help those in need, and to avoid senseless conflict, fighting only when necessary to protect those she loved. Above all, she clung to his core principle. That lying was wrong and reserved only for bad people. Tears welled up in her eyes as she confronted Hiro, asking him directly why he kept lying and denying that he was her father. She sobbed as she recounted how another boy had told her that parents and children ought to look alike, though she had tried to convince herself the boy was just being mean. Her heart was shattered by confusion, unable to reconcile her trust in Hiro with the painful doubt taking root in her mind. Unable to watch the child suffer, Amelia stepped in firmly to defend Hiro, clarifying that he had never lied, but rather that they were simply the very first people Joel had seen upon entering the world. She stepped back slightly as the tension hung in the air, leaving Hiro to finally speak the truth that weighed heavily on his mind. He stepped forward, offering a gentle apology while acknowledging that this conversation had been inevitable. He confessed that while he was not her biological father, he had never intended to deceive her, realizing that the strong bond they shared was what truly mattered. Reaching out toward her, he sought to convey the depth of his feelings, believing that genuine family bonds transcend bloodlines. Together with Amelia, he wrapped the little dragonoid child in a warm, protective embrace, reaffirming their unconditional love for her. Tears of relief spilled from the child's eyes as she smiled, overwhelmed with happiness to hear him reaffirm his role as her true father. Yet, a dark voice shattered the tender moment, insisting that their bond was built on lies and that true family could not be defined this way. Young Dragonoid's expression twisted into anger, glares of distrust aimed back as she accused him of being a bad person. Covering her ears in denial, she refused to listen to any further explanations, convinced that she had been deceived. Her emotions rapidly spiraled out of control as black shadows began to surge around her small frame, masking her overwhelmed heart. Before their eyes, the child transformed into a massive, dark-winged dragon, shaking the ground and throwing the party into utter panic. The towering dragon reared back, preparing to unleash a devastating roar, while Ekaterina realized her own power was no match for this sudden fury. Urging Hiro to fall back, Lillian warned him that even high-tier divine revelations might not withstand a full-force dragon's roar. Amelia stepped in front, desperately calling out for the child to stop fighting and remember the promises they made to one another. Enveloping herself in a radiant sphere of light, the dragon activated a powerful defensive barrier to shield against incoming harm. Her overwhelming buildup of dragon energy was suddenly forced inward as powerful magic was applied to compress the explosive power before it could detonate. The volatile aura neutralized, the massive draconic form shrank away, leaving the child unconscious and tumbling safely into Ekaterina's arms. Cradling the sleeping Dragonoid, Ekaterina explained that the young lord had simply lost control under the influence of extreme rage, necessitating a swift return to the village. Hiro anxiously inquired about Joel's state, but Ekaterina assured him that the child was merely asleep, apologizing as she prepared to depart with her charge. Accepting the situation with a solemn nod, he asked her to take good care of their small companion. Noticing his somber demeanor, Ekaterina reached out and gently patted his head, urging him not to look so despondent. She offered words of comfort, promising that this was not a final farewell and that she would teach Joel about him until they met again. As Ekaterina took to the skies and vanished into the distance, Amelia offered quiet reassurance to Hiro, noting that this separation was ultimately for the best. She gently encouraged him to hold on to his questions until the day he and Joel would reunite. The boy silently agreed, fixing his gaze forward with newfound resolve. Turning back toward their remaining companions, the pair agreed to hurry back, mindful that local security forces would be stretched thin without the ancient dragon's presence. Meanwhile, despite his lingering injuries, Smirnov stood firm with sword in hand, proud of his family's role as the premier security force clutching his injured arm. The beastkin warrior gritted his teeth as blood dripped onto the cobblestones. His comrades called out from afar, offering to help, but he barked back, ordering them to prioritize evacuating the residents instead. Cloaked swordsman observed him coldly, remarking that his bad habit of overestimating his own power seemed entirely unfixed. Watching his opponent adopt a familiar posture, the warrior recognized the deadly stance of the royal court sword style. Blinding speed, the swordsman unleashed a holy sword thrust, meeting the warrior's blade in a shower of sparks that left the attacker mildly unimpressed. A flurry of decisive strikes, the swordsman struck the warrior's waist, shoulder, and legs in rapid succession. Staggering back, the wounded beastkin cursed under his breath as the distance between them widened once more. Cold opponent offered to demonstrate the royal court sword style once more, watching his exhausted foe struggle to remain standing. As another holy sword thrust lunged straight for him, the warrior realized with dread that his dull blade would never block the blow. Yet, refusing to flinch, he knew he had to hold the line to protect his young master. Reflecting on how far he had come since their first meeting, he steeled his resolve, found solace in knowing the kingdom was filled with capable allies who could protect the boy even if he fell. Preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice, he silently apologized to his master for going on ahead. Suddenly, Hiro stepped directly in front of him, boldly declaring that he would not tolerate violence in the land he governed. The quick gesture, the young lord cast a spell, catching the attacker completely off guard as he was knocked off balance. He staggered back in sheer disbelief, realizing the surge of energy preventing his blade from striking was genuine magic. Standing before him, Lillian sternly warned that continuing this meaningless battle would force her to step in directly as an arbiter, reminding him that his life no longer belonged solely to himself. Appearing dramatically amidst a swirl of magic, Great Sage Lillian made her presence fully known, prompting Hiro to turn toward her in surprise as she questioned why a kingdom representative was risking himself for a mere bodyguard. The young boy immediately apologized, explaining that when he saw Smirnoff in mortal danger, he simply acted on instinct without second thought. Looking around at the peaceful scene, Hiro asked his master why everything had turned out like this and what became of the dragon boss and their companions. He went on to clarify that the ancient dragon and the rest of their party had already returned to the village with Joel, but he rushed back the moment he heard screams echoing through the town. Acknowledging the explanation, Lillian noted that the intruder's target was clearly not Hiro, before turning her cool gaze toward the mysterious swordsman and demanding to know his identity. Dropping to one knee in a formal bow, Segway introduced himself as a steward of the Maxwell family, offering his sincere apologies for crossing swords with the Great Sage's party. Taking full responsibility for the confrontation, Segway assured Hiro that the fault lay entirely with his own actions, while Hiro wondered inwardly how things had reached such a tense standoff. Butler explained that he had arrived only recently, his heart invigorated despite his age by the bustling grand festivities taking place in the town. He admitted that amidst the crowd, he caught sight of the one man who remained a stain upon his life, causing his body to move instinctively and draw his blade before he could even process the action. Regret filled his words as he lamented not finishing his target in a single swift blow, which would have spared everyone from this chaotic commotion. Smirnoff scoffed in annoyance at the butler's arrogance, finding it entirely unfunny that a member of the prestigious Maxwell family had reduced himself to working as a common bounty hunter. Offering a cold apology, Segway dismissed the claim, stating he had no interest in the petty reward placed on the beastkin's head. He scathingly reminded Smirnoff that to the Maxwell family, his life was utterly worthless, questioning whether the disgraced noble had forgotten his own failures after dropping out of the line of succession. He dismisses the past with cold disdain, claiming that abandoning such a disgraced house was far better than throwing his life away within it, even as Smirnoff insists he has made peace with being considered a failure. The young boy steps back in shock, stunned to learn that Smirnoff was originally a highborn member of the prominent Maxwell lineage. Shrugging off the revelation, Smirnoff explains that he never actively hid his lineage, but considered it ancient history that holds no bearing on who he is today. Segway scoffs bitterly at the sentiment, calling it pure foolishness for someone whose very life and survival rely on the secret sword technique of the Maxwell house. The elderly swordsman reminds his former pupil of how he once begged for instruction, swearing he wanted to become a blade that would protect his family and the people of the realm. He recalls how he imparted the royal court's sword style to him, moved by the boy's relentless determination to push through rigorous training despite a lack of natural talent. Observing Smirnoff, Segway admits he was once proud when all that grueling effort eventually culminated in him attaining the legendary status of Sword Saint. He explains how they envisioned the Maxwell house growing into an unmatched martial force that would eventually absorb the Rothwell family. Though Smirnoff counters that he honed his strength solely for the populace rather than house ambitions. Hiro presses Segway, questioning whether this political ambition led him to side with enemy forces just to carry out a personal assassination, to which the swordsman admits his actions are driven purely by a private grudge. Counting past events, Segway remembers arriving before the court as an envoy, carrying an urgent message directly from the head of his house to the king. In that past meeting, he had sought out Great Sage Lillian, invoking her role as a neutral arbiter whose wisdom oversees the balance of the world. It presented a desperate plea on behalf of his master, who had been taken prisoner, prompting Lillian to inquire about the sudden crisis that had overtaken the Maxwell line. During the ongoing Northern War, the kingdom maintained its standing through church support, but the Maxwell family fell under dark suspicion of heresy when they failed to deploy their military forces. Inquisitorial wrath targeted the direct bloodline of the main house, leading to the execution of the young heir, who was deemed a heretic and burned at the stake. Segway warns that complete execution awaits the entire line unless a puppet head is installed to absorb the house, a grim prospect that leaves Hiro visibly alarmed. Went on to state that Lord Marisun Rothwell is currently recognized as the head of the Rothwell family. Recalling the divine oracle received earlier regarding heaven's revelation for the Maxwell line, a sudden, alarming realization struck Hiro. Driven by this suspicion, Hiro pressed the messenger on whether the Rothwell family might be secretly manipulating events behind the curtain. Though the messenger refused to confirm or deny it. Maintaining a neutral facade, the elder messenger insisted that he was simply tasked with delivering a message and nothing more. Lillian digested the entire situation and realized she was being asked to step in as an impartial arbiter. Embracing Hiro tightly, Lillian declared that as a guest welcomed into his home, she would defer the ultimate choice entirely to his judgment. As the group stood gathered in the courtyard, Hiro pondered whether Lillian's intervention alone would truly resolve the ongoing conflict. Turning back to the conversation, Hiro questioned why Smirnoff's name had not been brought up during the Holy Church's Inquisition, given that Smirnoff's father leads the house. Messenger clarified that because Smirnoff is the son of a concubine and not an official heir, his name was never involved in the formal proceedings. Interrupting the discussion, Smirnoff sensed something deeply suspicious about the entire arrangement. Stepping forward boldly, Smirnoff demanded to be taken along directly to the Maxwell house. Messenger flared up in anger at the audacity, questioning how someone like him could dare suggest returning to the Maxwell household. Smirnoff retorted that he had no desire to reclaim his noble title, pointing out how suspicious it was that both noble houses were acting identically in the eyes of the populace. Noted the Holy Church's sudden involvement in every recent crisis, from the Dragon Tribe affairs to noble disputes, questioning how all of it could possibly be a mere coincidence. Though he barely knew his siblings' faces, Smirnoff refused to sit idly by while his innocent blood relatives faced the threat of execution. Standing resolve in the center of the courtyard, his request was met with quiet comprehension as Hiro gave his agreement to the proposal. Formally appointing Smirnoff as a guest and a precious comrade to the realm, the young noble issued a direct royal decree ordering him to protect great sage Lillian. With a gentle yet earnest smile, Hiro urged them both to return safely, to which the proud warrior pledged his absolute oath as the king's sword. Resting his hands upon his broadsword, Smirnoff declared that a sword's ultimate duty is to protect its sovereign, promising to reforge his resolve and inevitably return to his master's side. With warm farewells exchanged, the companions prepared to set off on their separate paths. Meanwhile, observed from afar through a spyglass, ominous masked figures in plague doctor attire monitored the group's departure, smugly celebrating that both the great sage and the sword saint had been successfully lured into motion. They revealed that their sinister world unification plan was now proceeding perfectly according. Out in the open clearing, the young noble swung his training blade through the crisp morning air, diligently practicing his sword strokes. Approaching from behind, the catfolk warrior paused in surprise, remarking on how unusual it was to see him dedicating time to martial practice. He lowered his weapon and explained that while his divine oracle offered immense protection over his territory and allies, its magic barely had any effect on himself directly, making personal self-defense essential. Impelled by his dedication, she stepped forward with a warm smile, announcing that she had brought a special reward for all his hard effort. She unveiled a neatly packed bento box filled with carefully shaped rice balls, golden rolled omelets, and savory side dishes. Blushing slightly, she admitted that every item was made using the recipes he had taught her, confessing a touch of embarrassment at sharing the results of her cooking practice. Deeply touched by her gesture, he praised her wonderful efforts and gratefully prepared to partake in a meal. As he sampled a bite, she leaned in closely, her ears perked up in eager anticipation as she asked for his honest opinion. He enthusiastically praised the dish as delicious, recalling how much their companions had loved her cooking in the past, which brought a quiet smile to her face. Sitting together on the grass, a quiet mood washed over him as he admitted that things felt unexpectedly lonely lately. Reflecting on the passage of time, he noted that a full month had already elapsed, yet he still deeply missed the lively atmosphere of sharing meals with everyone. She agreed, fondly remembering how chaotic their former dining sessions had been, resembling an actual battlefield where everyone scrambled for food. Though nostalgic, she gently reminded him that their parting was hardly a permanent farewell, teasingly warning that his overly solemn expression would make onlookers anxious. Before he could respond, a sudden voice echoed across the field as a dark, shrouded figure materialized in the distance, affirming their words. Demon Queen stood boldly before them in all her regal magnificence, leaving them completely bewildered as to why the leader of a nation had abandoned her official duties at the summit to appear in person. She explained that after hearing rumors of him going completely soft, she had her subordinates guide her directly to his location. Presenting a parchment to the astonished boy, she proudly demanded that he take a look at what she had brought. The document turned out to be a blueprint for a massive villa, complete with sturdy pillars, built under the assumption that she would move in to cure his solitude. She casually offered to build a villa or two without issue. He balked at the sheer absurdity of the proposal. Suddenly, Lillian intervened, sternly questioning what the Demon Lord was doing in a place like this right before the crucial three-nation conference. Listening in on their conversation, Lillian admonished her selfish behavior, insisting that everything about her plan was entirely unacceptable. She pointed out that building a separate residence here would effectively turn the area into Demon Queen territory, bringing immense political trouble upon him. Furthermore, since the land originally belonged to the Kingdom of Asgard, such an act could easily be denounced as an outright invasion. Realizing the political complication, the Demon Lord raised a finger and proposed an alternative solution. She suggested simply visiting a few times a month instead, sharing meals and conversation together. Lillian remained unmoved, reminding her of how severely delayed her country's governance had become due to her frequent absences. Demon Lord dismissively brushed off the concern, claiming that Arnolith could easily handle the nation's affairs in her stead. Lillian began physically dragging her away, warning that missing a conference hosted by the Holy Duchy of Gashmika could lead to being put on trial for heresy on the spot. Whining continuously, she was hauled across the ground, complaining that she would much rather eat delicious food here than talk with a room full of old men. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Amelia and the young boy could only look on with concern for poor Arnolith carrying the burden back home. Standing beside her companion, Amelia watched as the poor servant bowed deeply, desperately apologizing for having revealed Hero's whereabouts under intense threat. Hero gently reassured the terrified man that he was not to blame, recognizing that no one could have resisted such overwhelming pressure. Turning his attention to Jack, who had just arrived for his routine monthly financial update, Hero inquired if there was any other matter requiring discussion. The merchant adjusted his glasses, admitting with a heavy heart that a troubling problem had indeed arisen which he needed to consult Hero about. With an anxious expression, he explained that the produce originating strictly from their realm had suddenly stopped selling across all export destinations. Hero pondered the strange situation as they walked along the open trail, noting that quality had not dropped, making it illogical for buyers to simply tire of their goods. Hesitating to deliver further bad news, the merchant questioned whether an external underlying cause might be orchestrating this sudden economic sabotage. It revealed that absurd rumors had begun spreading like wildfire, claiming that eating food touched by the undead king would corrupt one's body and force them into his undead army. Adding to the mystery, he recounted hearing from other traders that a relic associated with the infamous immortal dragon cult had been discovered mixed into a recent shipment. Upon learning of these malicious fabrications, Alucard had burned with fury, instructing the merchant to pass the message to Hero before departing the city to investigate. The merchant expressed his firm belief that these rumors were not spontaneous, pointing straight toward the Holy Church as the true mastermind behind the smear campaign. It reminded Hero how the Holy Church had repeatedly created friction in the past, targeting the ancient dragon, the Dragonkin, and even the Maxwell family. Deep sense of unease washed over Hero as he pondered why an unrelated party like Alucard was now being targeted, wondering what the enemy's ultimate objective truly was. Breaking the silence, the merchant asserted that the primary target of this widespread disturbance was actually not the undead king at all. Looking directly at the young lord, Jack revealed that the church's real goal was to weaken the power of the Paradise Forest, meaning Hero himself was their ultimate target. Listen carefully as Jack explained the severity of the situation, revealing that merchants who bought their produce were being put on trial for heresy simply for displaying it. Jack pointed out that behind the holy duchy of Sashika's moves, the true authority holding power at its core was the Holy Church itself, not just Duke Sashika. Examining the map of the surrounding territories, Jack noted that the weakened kingdom of Asgard survived only through the Holy Church's backing, effectively turning it into a colony. Further elaborated that the Holy Duchy aimed to seize leadership over the entire world, plotting behind the scenes to expand their dominion. Amelia chimed in thoughtfully, recalling that the upcoming three-nation conference was hosted by Sashika, raising concerns that even the Demon Queen might be in danger. Jack countered with a confident grin, asserting that the Demon Queen could resort to overwhelming force if necessary, making their own country the one truly at risk. He reasoned that compared to other nations, their own territory possessed overwhelming military and productive power. The recent incidents were clearly intended to wear down their national strength, their country being fully self-sufficient and protected by a powerful barrier. Jack proposed focusing strictly on military defense rather than aggressive expansion. He recommended cutting off immigration and diplomatic relations for a while, but stopped abruptly when he noticed the sudden change in his lord's demeanor. Tears welled up in Hiro's eyes as the weight of the burden pressed heavily upon his heart. Noticeably shaken, he apologized softly, leaving Jack confused and concerned by the sudden emotional outburst. Amelia stepped close and leaned in, gently placing her hands near his cheeks to check if he had a fever while asking what was wrong. Overcome with regret, Hiro confessed that he had only wanted to create a peaceful sanctuary where no one would starve or suffer. He lamented that despite his peaceful intentions, the more he sought harmony, the more conflicts seemed to arise around him. Looking down in anguish, he felt responsible for dragging everyone into struggle, watching everything he cherished slip through his fingers. As the young lord wept, his companion looked at him with profound gentleness, reminding him that what was once a demon-infested forest had been transformed into a peaceful sanctuary where many now thrived. She softly added that if the weight became too unbearable, it was perfectly acceptable for him to pause and rest. She continued, explaining that while ordinary citizens could only protect their own daily lives, Hiro was the sole individual capable of safeguarding the entire realm. Reaching out to clasp his hands tightly, she pleaded with him not to shoulder every burden in isolation, reminding him that he had to protect his own heart as well. With a sorrowful glance, she offered her apologies, admitting she had noticed something was amiss with him earlier, but had failed to speak up sooner. Determined to shake off his weakness, the young boy slapped both of his cheeks with a firm smack, forcing his resolve back to the surface. Looking down at his small hands, he acknowledged to himself that if he could not even bear this level of responsibility, his strength was still far from where it needed to be. A warm smile returned to her face as she lightly teased that he had better start building up his strength right away, for the journey ahead would demand much more. Turning toward the grand estate behind them, she gestured widely, reassuring him that countless lives would eventually be entrusted to his care and find genuine happiness within this haven. He nodded firmly, promising to give his absolute best, when their moment of resolve was suddenly interrupted by a maid calling out to them. Standing before them in formal attire was Mars, greeting Hiro politely and leaving him utterly stunned by her unexpected appearance. Recovering from their shock, Hiro and Amelia questioned her presence, asking what had brought her to their territory so abruptly. Mars explained that after spending time as a wanderer, she had managed to return safely to the Rothwell domain and was now serving a new master. She delivered an official apology on behalf of the current lord regarding the trouble caused by Sir Oliver, though Hiro quickly deduced that an apology was not the true reason for her visit. Bowing her head deeply and casting aside her pride, Mars made a desperate plea, begging Hiro to step forward and assume control of the Rothwell territory. The heavy clatter, the wheels of the carriage ground to a halt. The grand estate of the Roswell family towered ahead, imposing and majestic. Servant stepped forward, opening the carriage door with a respectful bow to welcome the arriving guests. Stepping out, Hiro marveled that he had actually managed to return, while the attendant offered to guide Lord Hiro back to his private chambers. Expressing his gratitude, Hiro admitted feeling a sense of nervousness after being away for so long. They walked together across the expansive courtyard, flanked by rows of attending maids. Darius and Amelia observed the sheer number of servants lined up, marveling at the incredible luxury of the estate. Looking out from a grand balcony window, Hiro noted how unchanged the view remained despite the lingering strain on the country. He recalled how empty supply wagons used to fill the roads during the height of the crisis, contrasting sharply with the quiet streets below. Noticing his contemplative gaze, Garius approached and asked what had caught his attention. Amelia joined them, addressing Mari-san softly as they looked over the balcony together. She remembered how they used to watch the town from this exact spot, musing that things did not seem quite as lively as back then. Hiro pointed out that today was actually his birthday festival, prompting a quiet realization of how much time had passed. Amelia reflected on how everything had transformed in barely a year, while Hiro quietly agreed. Pondering the shift, Hiro admitted that as far as he could tell, fundamentally nothing had truly changed. He listened quietly as his companion observed that things weren't as bustling as before, noting the lack of supply wagons and pointing out that the local domain seemed to be teetering on the verge of ruin. Turning around, he gently reminded his companion to remember what he had mentioned on that fateful day, asking if they recalled his words. Maid interrupted their conversation to inform Lord Mari-san that it was almost time for their scheduled meeting, clarifying that she hadn't come merely to chat. The young noble noted that they were scheduled to speak in the oracle room today, warning that being late on such an important day would result in far more than just a scolding. Leading the way down the hallway, their companion offered to guide them the rest of the way to their destination. They stepped into the massive oracle room, a grand sanctuary with towering vaulted ceilings and stained glass windows. Seated together, the young noble looked across at his companion, wondering how much of the situation had already been explained to him. He suggested they begin their discussion, curious to know what information had been passed along so far. Companion admitted he hadn't heard the details, only that he was asked to save the Roswell domain. Understanding the situation, the young noble asked if he grasped the current plight of Roswell, to which the companion confirmed he knew only the urgent plea for help. He went on to explain that the Asgard kingdom was receiving support from the Holy Church, and that the succession crisis within the Roswell territory was causing widespread chaos. The companion noted how quickly news reached the king, pondering what steps should be taken next in light of these developments. Continuing his explanation, the young noble described how the people were struggling just to survive in a hopeless situation they couldn't resolve on their own, which is why their kingdom felt compelled to step in. Pledged that they would provide soup kitchen relief to the starving domain members, having seen children and the elderly on the verge of death and fearing that riots would break out among families trying to protect their loved ones. However, he firmly stipulated two conditions for this aid. Their kingdom must lead the relief efforts without any involvement from the Roswell family, and there was one more crucial requirement. He laid out his proposals firmly, arguing that revising the tax rates was essential, even without halting collection entirely. A substantial tax cut remained feasible, and establishing soup kitchens would effectively stave off starvation while suppressing civil unrest. Listening quietly from across the long table, the young priest acknowledged the logic, agreeing that formulating a rebuilding plan in the interim and offering guidance on domestic affairs was indeed a sound approach. The serene, closed-eye smile, the cleric expressed his sincere gratitude for the thoughtful lecture, then elaborated on the grim reality, describing how riots over heavy taxation had broken out continuously in the streets, culminating recently in enraged peasants surrounding the manor and threatening to burn it down. Hearing this alarming news, the young lord pressed forward, insisting that if the situation was truly that dire, they ought to begin implementing the reforms immediately. To his surprise, the priest flatly refused the proposal, declaring coldly that offering aid to the common people was completely unnecessary. The sharp, chilling glare, the cleric added that those who could not pay their taxes should simply be left to starve, and any who chose to rebel should be cut down without hesitation. Turning to walk away across the vast floor, the priest mused aloud that humans naturally drift toward easier paths when faced with suffering, indulging in pleasure because they cannot endure hardship, making efforts to save them pointless. Young Lord countered sharply, pointing out the contradiction in his words and reminding him that he had previously claimed the church's doctrine was precisely to offer salvation to those in pain. Gesturing airily, the priest argued that the power of a mortal ruler is inherently limited, meaning the people must simply pray directly to God rather than rely on earthly rulers. Reaching out an open hand, he softly declared that human nature is weak, which is precisely why divine intervention remains their only true salvation. Beneath the intricate circular stained glass window, the dogma remained clear. True salvation is not performed by mere mortals, for it is God who punishes sin and grants deliverance. Cleric then mentioned that during the recent revolt, captured peasants openly proclaimed that prayers were useless, turning their hopes instead toward the legendary savior said to reside within the great forest. Continuing his slow walk through the grand chamber, he noted with intriguing concern that an extraordinary, unknown power was clearly beginning to emerge within this domain. Listening attentively, the young lord reflected on the situation, acknowledging that it was the ancient dragons taking action rather than himself, leaving them no choice but to navigate the unfolding events. He listened in stunned silence as the young intruder declared with cold finality that counterfeits had to be erased from existence. Instantly, his danger perception skill flashed a sharp warning, signaling an immediate, life-threatening attack. Sudden burst of violent force erupted across the chamber, throwing off any chance of quick intervention. Before the guard could even react, a cloaked assailant pinned him securely from behind, whispering a deadly threat that one wrong move would send his head flying. The intruder mocked how easily the perimeter had been breached, tauntingly questioning if the silver and gold dragons had returned to their remote village. Continuing his condescending appraisal, he wondered aloud whether the sword saint, the great sage, the undead king, or even the demon lord had all conveniently departed for their own affairs. Standing alone in the vast, grand hall, the attacker savored the sheer vulnerability of the young ruler, scoffed at the naive assumption that all key figures could disappear simultaneously by coincidence, pointing out that such an opening was clearly an orchestrated setup, leaving the young boy to realize the gravity of their trap. When asked why they had orchestrated this ambush, the adversary blatantly stated his goal was to seize everything the young lord possessed, though the boy countered that he owned very little of true value. Intruder dismissed the modest response with intense fury, warning that possessing military power capable of world conquest and divine revelations that warp reality was no laughing matter. Firmly standing his ground, the young ruler reminded his assailant that harming him was equivalent to declaring war directly on the entire demon realm, given their standing protection. Unfazed by the warning, the adversary welcomed the idea, claiming that the alliance of religious nations under the Holy Church would gladly take on such a direct conflict. He mused darkly on the prospect of an all-out war between the Holy Church alliance and the demon realm. Dramatic and fanatical, the young intruder threw open his arms to proclaim the dawn of the Second Great Holy War, acknowledging that while conflict breeds nothing, grand sacrifices are required to save the world. Clenching his fist with zealous determination, he insisted that overwhelming, absolute power was the only true way to bring salvation to the realm. Zealot proudly declared that the Holy Church had been entrusted with immense power, the remains of the divine Dragon Lord. He explained that waiting for a natural resurrection would take thousands of years, so a core equal in power to a divine dragon was required to hasten the process immediately. Horrified by the implication, Hiro realized the dark fate intended for his companion, while the captor dismissively noted that once the silver dragon was eliminated, a substitute core could be prepared right away. Hiro shouted in disbelief, asking if he truly intended to turn Joel Chan into the core. The captor coldly reasoned that sacrifices were necessary to save suffering people across the world, deeming the life of a single lizard a cheap price to pay. Captor added with a smirk that there was no need to worry, but Hiro knew the proud dragon race would rather choose death than submit to being stripped of their dignity. The conversation shifted. The zealot mentioned that if Hiro were subjected to a heresy trial, everything would be resolved. Hiro retorted that he had been raised peacefully in a sanctuary, so a trial wouldn't uncover anything suspicious. Fanatic clarified that the church does not hold trials to save heretics, but rather to strip them of divine revelations and bestow those powers upon holy officials. Elaborated that research into magical formulas had advanced, making it possible to transfer divine revelations regardless of how complex they were, recalling how Hiro had received a massive amount of divine power in the past. Excitedly, the captor claimed that knowing which revelation Hiro possessed meant they could extract it, including the ability to manipulate divine dragon corpses. He offered to teach Hiro the process if he cooperated, then assured Hiro that his trial would not happen immediately, giving him time to digest his predicament. The captor revealed that a special unit from the High Court had been dispatched to suppress the Paradise Forest, instructing Hiro to wait quietly in his cell until his companions were completely annihilated. He mocked Hiro's utter helplessness without a combat-oriented divine revelation, sneering at how an ordinary person who couldn't achieve anything on his own was being revered as a savior. Before leaving, the enemy locked the heavy iron cell doors, remarking that he wouldn't dirty his own hands and dismissing Hiro's path as nothing more than a corrupted fanatic. Under the vanguard leadership of Mari-san, the holy forces marched toward their target in the Paradise Forest, maintaining tight formation as they prepared to smite the kingdom's enemies. Giving the command to commence the advance, the armored vanguard pushed forward through the gates toward the front line. Meanwhile, deep within the dark underground dungeon of the Roswell estate, the young boy sat alone behind heavy iron bars. Looking out through the bar door, he pondered how many days had slipped by since his capture, noting that he had neither been forced into prisoner rags nor stripped of his personal belongings. He weighed his vast array of ultimate magical abilities, spanning absolute physical defense to high-tier elemental resistance and divine restoration. He realized that unleashing power far beyond human comprehension would destroy the entire structure, and he refused to employ destructive magic that might cost innocent lives. Glancing toward the guard stationed outside, he acknowledged that even if he managed to acquire a key, he lacked the physical strength to overcome 3 armed sentries on his own. Realizing he was completely checkmated, he brooded over how diplomatic talks with neighboring nations had triggered a domino effect of instability across the entire realm. He recalled how delighted he had been when Mari-san personally asked for his help, realizing too late that his eagerness had walked him right into a clever trap. Clasping his divine record book tightly to his chest, he searched his heart for a way forward. Display revealed a staggering accumulation of over 13,000 points, a testament to the collective hope and happiness felt by the people of the land. Sitting on the cold floor, he considered whether spending these points to formulate a strategy could secure his escape and grant him the divine revelation needed to return to the Paradise Forest. In anguish, he pulled the tome closer, tormented by the thought of using those hard-earned reserves purely for self-preservation. Resolving his inner doubt, he declared to himself that these points represented the earnest feelings entrusted to him by everyone, and they had to be used for the good of all rather than his own desires. Forcing himself to remain calm, he closed his eyes and pushed his thoughts deeper, searching for a path that lay beyond desperation. He stood quietly within the stone walls of his cell, reflecting on how he had returned at Mars's plea to save Mari-san, only to discover it was an elaborate trap all along. Everything that transpired across the land had been masterminded by Mari-san under the Holy Church's orders, capturing him to harness his world-altering power and resurrect the fallen divine Dragon Duke. Absorbing the weight of these revelations, he realized that his very presence in this world had become a threat to its existence. Sudden, dark thought crossed his mind. If that was the case, perhaps it would be better if he simply vanished from this place entirely. Shaking off the grim impulse, he immediately caught himself, realizing that surrendering to despair would solve nothing. He remembered Smirnoff's stern warning never to treat his own life so lightly, nor to make light of the sacrifices others had made to protect him. Pacing back and forth, he shifted his focus back to the core issue, attempting to unravel Marison's true intentions and underlying motives. Reminiscing about their childhood together, he recalled how Mari-san had always been distant and reserved, often scowling or skipping lessons, yet effortlessly outperforming everyone in examinations. He remembered how Marison's quick thinking had once saved him from their father's fury, showing a brilliant intellect that far exceeded what anyone else perceived. He pondered it calmly. It made little sense for someone as non-religious as Mari-san to become a devout, devoted follower of the Holy Church's teachings. He knew Mari-san was not the type to blindly follow circumstances without a hidden objective of his own, even if he kept his true feelings unsaid. Considering Marison's lack of genuine faith, he reasoned that there must be a specific, calculated motive behind his presence within the Holy Church. Yet, as hard as he tried to figure out what that ultimate goal could be, the answer remained elusive. His chain of thought was violently shattered when a skeletal figure suddenly materialized outside the bars, issuing a sharp demand. Staring at the bony apparition in sheer disbelief, he recognized the figure, shocked to see Alucard reduced to such a dramatic, skeletal state. He listened intently as the skeletal figure explained his predicament, revealing that he had fallen into a trap laid within the Grand Mausoleum, which bound even his formidable power and required time to unseal. The undead guest explained that he was using a minion's vessel to check on everyone's safety, assuming the others were in a similar bind, while the young noble voiced his concern for their allies. The sudden clatter. The bony skeletal avatar collapsed to the dungeon floor as its magic spent, leaving the young prisoner to ponder the strange encounter under the Holy Church's protection. Before he could process the event, a harsh voice called out from the hallway. A captive soldier approached his cell bars, recognizing the young boy as the Lord of the Forest. Soldier lamented their captivity, bitterly noting that they had nowhere left to return, a sentiment the young noble found entirely mutual. Man explained their situation further, detailing how their family had been taken hostage to force their service, treating them as little more than expandable pawns for the Roswell territory. Realizing the weight of his careless words, the young noble listened quietly as the warrior expressed how meaningless all their past actions had ultimately proven to be. Soldier recounted how, upon returning, they discovered their house had already been destroyed and their families were gone, leaving them discarded as convenient tools. Interrupting the conversation, another guard urged George to move along, insisting they needed to bring the next subject in for interrogation. The boy called out to hold them back, asking about the giant warcat beastkin held in the adjacent cell. Pleaded through the iron bars, arguing that the beastkin had no connection to human religious faith and asking if they could spare them. Soldier rejected the plea, explaining that doing so would put their own lives at risk, especially since Inquisitor Mari-san was personally overseeing the orders. But the boy firmly stated he had a plan. Detailed his strategy, offering to draw the guards' attention within the castle, so the captive could escape with the beastkin, assuring them that Mari-san would not dare execute him. Warrior stared in utter disbelief at the young boy's suicidal proposal, questioning his sanity for offering to endure the torture himself. He openly mocked the boy's reckless benevolence, incredulous that a complete stranger would risk everything for a group of strangers. Looked back with wide, earnest eyes, entirely serious about risking himself as the decoy. Stunned by the boy's conviction, the guard cursed under his breath before frantically unlocking the cell door. He urged the captives to hurry out before the interrogators arrived, while another mercenary called out to him in utter disbelief. Mercenary questioned whether George was truly helping them escape, unable to comprehend the sudden betrayal. He warned George that if discovered, their lives would be forfeit, demanding to know how he planned to find his missing family without a life. The young noble calmly assured him that there was no need to worry. Guard explained that under Marison's rule, his family had likely already been executed, leaving their own fates entirely uncertain. He reflected bitterly on his standing, knowing that after returning from his mission, he would be relegated to mere jailer duties, destined to die as a minor guard in a remote fortress. He confessed that despite his minor noble lineage, his father had given him an exhaustive education before passing, leaving him with a sense of pride. He recounted how the beastkin had previously shown him mercy during a battle, even overlooking human atrocities and allowing him to turn a blind eye to slave trading on the king's direct orders. Turning to the young noble, the warrior offered him sanctuary, inviting the boy to seek refuge in their country whenever he found himself in trouble. The boy accepted the offer warmly, though the warrior chuckled, admitting he had spoken without fully thinking it through. The cell finally unlocked. The young noble suggested that they make their escape immediately. The warrior outlined their plan to slip through the back alleys upon reaching the surface, though acquiring a carriage in the city posed a major hurdle. The mercenary promptly advised against relying on a carriage, explained that the Holy Church's night order was stationed throughout the town, meaning any attempt to secure transport would result in instant capture. He added that the advance force had already launched an assault on the demonic forest, warning that if their leader were captured, the entire situation would turn disastrous. Listen carefully as the young boy pointed out the harsh reality. Their country currently possessed no military strength capable of facing a proper army, especially with children among the Warcat survivors who could hardly be counted on as combatants. Recognizing the urgency of returning home as quickly as possible, the cloaked warrior offered a viable solution to to overcome their predicament. Gestured toward the iron grate, explaining that the underground waterway ahead led straight to the great forest, offering a route faster than any carriage despite the rapid currents. A lingering doubt was raised about having to swim through the dark waters. He reassured them that swimming wouldn't be necessary, as he knew the location of a boat large enough to accommodate everyone. Their plans settled, the young leader requested his guidance, urging everyone to move quickly as time was of the essence. Focusing his mind on those left behind, his eyes narrowed with quiet determination as he silently promised Amelia that he would return to her side as swiftly as possible. Footsteps echoed loudly through the stone passage as the group sprinted deeper into the underground tunnels toward their escape route. Meanwhile, outside the forest, a masked figure stood at the head of a heavily armored battalion, declaring calmly that the time for divine judgment had finally. High above the bustling residential district, birds glided through the clear sky over the stone-paved streets. Walking through the town, Amelia took a quiet moment to reflect on her daily routine. She reflected on how completing her public inspection rounds was only the beginning, as growing cities inevitably brought new complications. Listening to every citizen's opinion could easily consume an entire day without end. She chided herself for daydreaming, knowing she needed to remain focused and follow Hiro's example, even as she admitted to herself how much she still had to learn. She recalled how Hiro managed all household affairs while effortlessly handling more than 3 times her volume of administrative duties without complaint. Determined not to fall behind, she resolved to work harder as his assistant to bridge the gap between them, confident that Hiro was giving his all elsewhere in Roswell. Looking off into the distance, she softly spoke his name, reaffirming her dedication to supporting him. Thoughts were abruptly cut short when dark plumes of smoke began rising over the rooftop horizon. Noting that the season was far too damp for a natural wildfire, she caught a strange, unsettling scent mixed in the air that was clearly not burning wood. Local guard hurried through the stone streets toward the source of the commotion, urging quick action. Reaching the guard, she inquired about the situation, noting that the rising smoke seemed entirely unnatural for a simple mountain fire. Guard explained that before the smoke was spotted, a suspicious figure had been sighted, prompting the local defense force to investigate the area and determine the fire's origin. Acknowledging his report, she instructed him to notify her immediately if anything new was discovered, deciding she would alert the surrounding residents in the meantime. Standing alone in the wide street, she called out to the citizens, urging them to remain calm while reassuring them that the fire was unlikely to breach the city walls and instructing them how to handle stray embers. Her brow furrowed as smoke began rising from a completely different direction, confirming her worst fear that this was no natural disaster, but a deliberate act. She realized with growing dread that if this crisis exceeded her ability to manage alone, it could be the work of bandits or a criminal operating inside the city itself. Shaking off her weakness, she steeled her resolve, knowing she had to protect the place Hiro would return to. She called out to Jack as he approached across the open square, relieved to see that he was unharmed. Standing atop the stone stairs, the warrior eagerly inquired whether the shops and production sectors had escaped the chaos without severe disruption. Adjusting his spectacles, the merchant reassured her that the subterranean storehouses were completely secure, though he admitted the surrounding farmlands might suffer losses with harvest season approaching. Went on to emphasize that materials could be replaced so long as human life was protected, though he expressed concern regarding the safety of the local school. Surprised by his mention of the school, the merchant questioned why the students weren't currently taking part in an outdoor field trip under her supervision. Shocked by the claim, the young catfolk stared back in disbelief, stating she had never heard of any such scheduled outing. Throwing his arms wide in confusion, Jack pressed further, asking if she truly hadn't received the written directive sent under Hiro's authority. She pressed the merchant for details, questioning if the message truly originated from Hiro, to which Jack confirmed it was brought by a messenger from the Ardmic Guild bearing unmistakable handwriting. Determined to uncover the truth, she asked if he could recall the exact contents written on the document. Recalling the letter, Jack remembered the instructions mentioning rare flowers blooming outside the city walls while Hiro was away, along with a request to take everyone on an extracurricular trip to see them. He added that the note was enclosed with a map indicating the location just near the outer wall for that very day, which raised subtle doubts in his mind. Unrolling the letter, the Beastkin warrior pointed out that Hiro would never write something so vague about rare flowers without giving a thorough, detailed explanation first. As the gravity of the situation hit them, the realization dawned that the forged directive was nothing short of a deliberate trap. Leaving the merchant to direct local defense efforts, she immediately bolted toward the city outskirts to intercept the children. Sprinting through the forest trails beyond the city limits, her heart pounded with urgency as she raced to reach the students before danger struck. She realized with growing dread that the destination marked on the map was nothing more than a dead end, making it painfully clear that whoever lured the children there was attempting to corner them. Desperately hoping that everyone was still safe, she pressed forward through the woods, praying she would not arrive too late. Deep within the clearing, a line of armored soldiers stood in formation, holding their position amidst the trees. Upon reaching the area, the catfolk warrior was met with shouts from the soldiers claiming a forest fire had broken out and ordering an immediate evacuation. Confronting the unit directly, she demanded to know what business armed troops had in such a remote location. A masked woman flanked by heavily armored guards stood before her, exuding an air of cold authority. The intruder expressed mild surprise at how quickly help had arrived, acknowledging that while it deviated slightly from their plan, it mattered little before asking who she was. As the catfolk warrior realized this group was the reason for the commotion at the holy sanctuary, the masked woman formally introduced her unit as the Special Inquisition Squad belonging to the Holy Church, presenting her companion, Vice Captain Envy. Adopting a condescending tone, the Inquisitor feigned pity for the local beastkin, claiming she had come to rescue them. She continued her patronizing speech, explaining that her master had sent her to inspect the fire, and argued that even if they were mere slaves, they should not be treated so harshly. He proclaimed that the Holy Church extends its saving hand to all beings without discriminating against any race. Unmoved by the speech, the warrior sternly ordered them to withdraw, rejecting the notion that beastkin were treated with discrimination or reduced to mere pets. Proudly asserting her heritage, she declared that the catfolk were an honorable race who served their lord as capable retainers, receiving genuine affection rather than being kept as livestock. She further emphasized that all residents within this realm were treated as equals, leaving no room for prejudice, before adding one final warning: steady confidence. She instructed the Inquisitor to realize that any words spoken to her were equivalent to speaking directly to the deputy representative of the nation, leaving the masked woman visibly taken aback. She stood firmly, watching as the masked Inquisitor scoffed at the notion of demi-humans having any say in politics, deeming it utterly absurd to let her kind govern. Inquisitor mocked her words, calling the realm's representative a fool, but Amelia demanded she immediately retract the insult to her nation. Questioning why the church dared display such an arrogant attitude without a clear doctrine, Amelia pressed on, though her opponent merely dismissed her claims of superiority. Reflecting on their plan to use children as bait to flush out heretics, the masked leader casually admitted it might have been simpler to just burn the entire nation to the ground. Inquisitor explained that a cardinal had devised this strategy to avoid unnecessary casualties, though she personally felt heretics deserved no salvation whatsoever. The cold command. The masked woman ordered her armored soldiers to prepare for a full-scale assault, giving the directive to attack the town at once. Offering a chilling greeting, the Inquisitor prepared to initiate the slaughter. A massive soldier leaped down from above with his weapon raised, but Amelia's heightened senses instantly picked up on the incoming threat. Swinging her staff with expert precision, she shattered the attacker's guard, relieved that the children had not returned to witness the battle. Stepping back to brace herself, Amelia declared she would hold nothing back, warning her opponents not to underestimate her. Unleashing her technique, triple shot, she fired precise energy strikes directly at the vulnerabilities in the heavy armor of the advancing knights. Force of her strikes battered the heavily armored soldiers, leaving them staggering under the relentless impact. Following up without hesitation, she unleashed Sonic Burst, sweeping through the ranks with rapid, powerful blasts. In moments, the entire squad of elite knights lay motionless on the snow-covered ground, completely overwhelmed by her strength. Looking down at the fallen troops, Amelia calmly advised that if they retreated now, she would not pursue them further. Watching her closely, the masked opponent muses aloud that despite poor eyesight, she manages to serve as an archer, wondering if the secret behind her skill lies within the bow itself. Emitting a feeling of envy toward the powerful weapon, the masked figure warns that such reliance carries a cost before triggering a skill card. The Curse of Leviathan, designed specifically to nullify any object of envy. In an instant, Amelia stands frozen in utter shock as her beloved staff and equipment shatter into countless fragments, standing resolute in her detailed battle armor. The catfolk warrior confronted the mysterious masked opponent. Above them, an ominous vision loomed, signaling the intense clash about to unfold. But on the barren, open clearing, the two opponents maintained a strict distance. The opponent taunted her, questioning whether she had any secret countermeasure prepared. She stood firm, asserting that whether her bowstring snapped or her blade broke made no difference. As long as an enemy stood before her, her sole objective was elimination. Her opponent merely smirked at the unwavering determination, openly wondering where such boundless confidence stemmed from as a danger warning flashed nearby. Before she could even react, the masked figure moved with terrifying swiftness, instantly appearing directly behind her back while she struggled to keep up visually. Playful mockery, the opponent sang out that it was too bad, darting across the rocky terrain while the warrior spun around to re-engage. Drawing upon her martial strength, the beastkin warrior leveled her arm and launched a powerful projectile strike straight toward her agile adversary. The attack violently struck the earth, causing a massive explosion of debris and dust around the masked figure. The dust settled across the cratered wasteland. The masked fighter stood completely unharmed, looking down at the impact zone, determined not to lose ground. The catfolk warrior declared that this was her final warning to retreat, promising that the next strike would not miss. Hearing the threat, the opponent casually questioned if she truly believed the previous miss had been an accident rather than intentional restraint. She nonchalantly pointed out that she hadn't even felt the need to step aside because the attack had missed by such a wide margin. Standing far apart in the desolate landscape, the warrior admitted that she had deliberately aimed away to test her opponent's sight beyond the mask. Irritated by the feeble excuse, the masked figure leaned forward and dismissed the provocation as entirely amateurish. Reaching up to her face, the masked fighter unclasped her visor, revealing her wide, expressive eyes and dark hair, noting that things would be much clearer now. Esmeralda's eyes widened in realization upon seeing feline ears atop the young girl's head, instantly recognizing her as a fellow beastkin. She questioned why another of their kind was standing before her, but the unmasked girl only sneered bitterly, scoffing that those raised in comfort could only utter empty, idealistic words. Puzzled by the harsh reaction, Esmeralda pointed out that their catfolk lineage was known for producing exceptional attendants favored by their masters. The girl immediately shot back, dismissing such naive beliefs with harsh reality. She declared that their kind possessed neither strength for battle nor the means to thrive, remaining nothing more than weak, forgotten pets forsaken by divine grace. Turning her cold gaze toward Esmeralda, she asserted that as a fellow catfolk, Esmeralda ought to understand the miserable truth of their existence better than anyone. Her mind drifted back to her wretched past, remembering how she and her companions had scavenged through filth and trash in damp alleyways, desperate for even a scrap to survive. She recalled the humiliation of enduring unwanted touches and consuming spoiled food just to hear hollow praise about how cute she was. In the depths of that agonizing rock bottom, an unexpected hand reached out from above. It was not a loving embrace that pulled her out, but a hand reaching down to brandish her like a sacrificial weapon. Every passing day had brought unrelenting violence and cruelty, leaving her bruised, starving, and broken as she endured constant abuse. In her quiet solitude, she had offered desperate prayers every single night, begging God to rescue her from those tormenting demons. Prayers were answered when the Holy Church took her in, pulling her straight from the shadows of hell. Church provided her with clothing, sustenance, education, and the power required to slay her oppressors. granting her a purpose despite the agonizing trials she endured. She insisted that the cardinal opened her eyes to the true nature of the realm, a kingdom of demons that gathered vulnerable children under the guise of salvation only to exploit them ruthlessly. Esmeralda shouted back in outrage, vehemently declaring every word to be a complete lie and demanding to know if the cardinal had brainwashed her with such fabrications. Ignoring the outburst, the girl turned her back, recalling her superior's instruction never to engage with the deceptive words of a witch. Announcing her opponent as a wicked witch, the young catfolk warrior charged forward across the barren ground, determined to defeat her and rescue the children. Opposite her, Esmeralda realized that fighting the girl directly was futile. She desperately needed to find a way to neutralize her without causing harm. Closing in rapidly, the attacker declared her victory as a divine danger sense skill flashed in her mind, allowing her to anticipate her target's next move before it even unfolded. Leaping high into the air, she launched a swift mid-air strike, cutting off all pathways of escape. Esmeralda gasped in shock, suddenly realizing she was trapped, unable to dodge or react in time while suspended in the air. Shouting a warning for her opponent to defend herself, the young warrior braced for impact as she lunged forward. Activating her three-dimensional movement skill, her agility quadrupled, allowing her to leap off invisible footholds in mid-air to deliver a devastating strike from above while lecturing her foe about overestimating herself. Touching her divine crest, the young girl smugly explained that with its power, predicting and landing attacks was effortless, mockingly adding that her opponent probably thought the strike was guaranteed to hit. Bewildered, Esmeralda questioned how she could possibly possess divine revelation, as such a blessing was supposed to be exclusive to the leaders of the Warcat tribe. Realizing the truth, Esmeralda asked if the young girl belonged to that legendary bloodline, while distant memories began to surface. Confirming the suspicion, the dark-haired warrior recalled taking the child from another beastkin during an interrogation of Shadow Guild members, remembering the distinctive features of the young warcat. She expressed open envy, remarking how unfair it felt that she had been born with nothing while someone of the same lineage inherited divine favor. Esmeralda stood firm, asserting that divine favor was a guide granted by God to navigate life, questioning how it could ever be taken away during a heretical interrogation. Standing face to face across the open field, the dark-haired warrior offered to show her proof, asking if she wanted to see the truth with her own eyes. Admonishing Esmeralda for spacing out in the middle of battle, she warned that hesitation in combat was fatal. Caught off guard and unable to defend, Esmeralda scrambled to regroup, realizing that relying on bare-handed defense against the beastly attack power boosted by the strike skill was completely useless. She took the full brunt of the devastating strike, leaving her crumpled on the ground in pain as her assailant looked over her damaged hand, musing on the overwhelming power of the stolen skill. Looking down at her bleeding knuckles, the attacker realized she had put far too much power into the blow, causing backfire damage to her own body. Meanwhile, the injured catfolk warrior struggled to catch her breath, noting how continuously using such a divine skill would eventually tear the user's body apart. Refusing to yield, the assailant activated multiple magical spell cards to buff her strength, preparing to unleash an even more violent follow-up attack. Esmeralda pleaded with her opponent to stop, warning that her body wouldn't hold out and offering the help of their inquisitor to heal her. But the attacker cursed and charged forward regardless. Lifting her bloodied fist, the dark-haired warrior drove another ferocious strike downward directly toward Esmeralda. Instead of defending or retaliating, Esmeralda threw her arms wide and wrapped her enemy in a gentle, protective embrace. Holding the hostile catfolk tightly, she absorbed the impact, dropping to her knees while anchoring her opponent in place. Shocked and furious at being restrained, the attacker struggled against the embrace, shouting for Esmeralda to let her go. Esmeralda refused to release her grip, explaining that if she let go, her opponent would use the divine skill with both hands and destroy herself. Pressing her face against her adversary's back, Esmeralda questioned whether divine guidance was truly meant to leave someone broken in body and heart. The attacker snapped back angrily, insisting that Lord Inquisitor was her savior and that his true holy mission was to eradicate demons using this very divine power. Esmeralda countered quietly, asking how someone living in blind obedience could understand true happiness, shelter, food, or comradeship. She continued softly, asserting that if God truly existed, he would never send his followers into battle to suffer like this. Deciding to put an end to the madness, Esmeralda prepared her ultimate technique, determined to shoot her adversary down to save her from further destruction. She dropped to her knees in the dust, her posture slumping as the dark-haired assailant collapsed lifelessly before her, neutralized at last. Sighing in relief at having neutralized her foe, Esmeralda felt a sudden wave of severe dizziness. Her strength rapidly drained away, a perilous recoil from her intense exertion. Soft, glowing light began to envelop her seated form, shimmering softly around her cat ears and shoulders as she gasped in surprise. Her eyes widened in realization as she remembered the solid tree, trunk positioned right behind her back, preventing her from falling over. Stealing her resolve, she insisted she had to keep enduring to protect the town until Hiro returned. But a gentle voice interrupted her, reassuring her that everything was fine now. Hearing the warm voice speak her name and offer heartfelt thanks, tears welled up in her eyes as the tension finally released. Hiro wrapped his arms securely around her from behind, embracing her tenderly, while thanking her for protecting the place. Awakening alone in a desolate clearing, Amelia remembered the Holy Knight's sudden ambush before she lost consciousness, realizing with dread that she needed to hurry back to warn the town. Her mind flashed back to the grim declaration that their nation was already doomed, a haunting memory of destruction left in the enemy's wake. Bolting upright in bed with a sudden gasp, she cried out Hiro's name, her cat ears twitching in alarm as she scanned the unfamiliar room. Looking around the quiet indoor sanctuary, she tried to gather her bearings, wondering where she had been taken. Hearing a voice reassure her that she was safe inside the official residence, she turned in surprise toward the balcony, startled to find Hiro standing right there. Hiro explained that he had spotted smoke rising from the forest upon his return, searched the area, and managed to find her just in time before she collapsed. Amelia softly apologized for causing him trouble, but Hiro warmly brushed it off, expressing his sincere relief that she had managed to protect the town. She recalled the warmth of being carried to safety. She realized it was Hiro who had supported her when she lost her footing. Relieved that he had noticed her distress, Hiro admitted that handling everything alone would have been far too much for him. Nearby, a bound catfolk warrior woke up with an angry groan, fiercely questioning why an enemy was present inside the mansion. Hiro pointed out that because she was wearing the attire of the Holy Church, she was the only one brought inside for security. Amelia inquired about the other knights. Hiro clarified that the rest of them had simply turned back and returned to the city. Glaring back in utter disbelief, the captive warrior spat out insults, accusing Hiro of lying. Struggling violently against her bonds, she shouted that their holy souls had been corrupted into demons by setting foot on this cursed land. She boldly declared that a death curse hung over the nation, and that the knights had merely retreated to report the situation before returning with a full battalion. She looks at Hiro in utter disbelief as he connects the dots, wondering aloud if the strange outcome was caused by the barrier. Calling the defensive ward Alucard strengthened, he points out how it instantly turned the attacking soldiers into undead when triggered, yet somehow spared the young catfolk girl when she was brought inside. Turning her gaze back toward the bound captive, Amelia notes how bizarre it is that the barrier's magic had no effect on this specific warrior. Observing the prisoner closely, Hiro explains that holy practitioners serve God directly, whereas this warrior serves a cardinal, which might explain the difference in spiritual protection. Further reasons that the hostility she harbors toward him stems from deep-seated conditioning instilled by the cardinal, rendering the barrier's corrupting influence completely ineffective. Enraged by his clinical analysis, the bound warrior thrashes against her restraints, demanding to know what right he has to speak of her background. Proudly asserting her title as a special inquisitor of the Holy Church, she shouts that her sacred mission was bestowed directly by the cardinal himself. Moved by her outburst, Hiro steps closer to secure her bonds, calmly advising her to stop struggling lest she injure her legs further. Despite Amelia's panicked warning to stay back, the warrior lashes out with a swift kick, catching Hiro off guard and sending him tumbling backwards. Bound tightly to the wooden post, the defiant catfolk warrior scoffs, declaring that even with only her legs free, she can easily begin her interrogation of the demon. As Hiro scrambles behind Amelia for cover, The prisoner leaps upward and delivers a powerful, flying roundhouse kick aimed straight at them. Amelia expertly blocks the heavy strike, urging them to take the fight outside where there is more room to maneuver. Just as the tension reaches its peak, George steps into the room, exasperated by the commotion, while Amelia and Hiro look on in surprise at his sudden arrival. Outside in the courtyard, George explains how he was rescued from the underground dungeon where he was imprisoned, leading his allies back to the estate ahead of the Holy Knights. Hiro listens intently to the explanation, contemplating the implications of George's imprisonment and the imminent threat posed by the advancing church forces. He reflected gloomily on how his own naive complacency had played directly into the enemy's hands, allowing himself to be thoroughly manipulated by their elaborate strategy. Questioned about the grand scheme behind these events, he explained that rather than being Marison's personal plot, everything that had occurred in the kingdom was masterminded directly by the Holy Church. The Church's ultimate goal was to revive the divine dragon, using its power to incite a war against the demon race and cast themselves as heroic saviors to secure absolute dominance. Noted that to control the revived dragon, the Church required his own divine talent, revealing why the entire series of regional crises had been orchestrated to capture him. His companion pointed out the apparent contradiction of starting a war when Jack had warned that the Roswell domain was already on the verge of total collapse. He admitted he had naively believed brothers wouldn't turn on each other for power, but George dismissed his idealism as absurd, scoffing at the thought of shared ideals simply due to blood ties. George mocked his brother's naive worldview, declaring that despite being the elder brother, he understood nothing of how the real world functioned. Esmeralda sneered arrogantly, explaining that special inquisitors held the highest status within the church, position that could never be bought with mere money or influence. George added that Esmeralda had suddenly entered the priesthood and risen to her high rank in a matter of days after a previous high officer mysteriously went missing during an escort mission. While Hiro noted Esmeralda's deep knowledge of Mari-san and expressed a desire to question her further, Esmeralda made it clear that her extreme devotion to the cardinal was absolute. She flatly refused to cooperate, stating she was willing to hear a confession but would never listen to the whispers of a devil. Esmeralda suddenly offered to listen if they could defeat her in combat, then immediately lunged forward with blinding speed while Hiro and George scrambled to react. Hiro raised his staff just in time to block a furious overhead strike as Esmeralda's attack shattered the ground beneath them. Shocked by her incredible agility, Hiro realized that her physical capabilities were far beyond normal limits despite lacking magical enhancement. Closing in for another strike, Esmeralda warned Hiro that daydreaming during a fight would cost him his life as she swung her weapon. She charged forward with a furious cry, only to watch in confusion as the boy effortlessly sidestepped her frantic assault. With a swift, subtle gesture, he stuck out his foot, sending her tumbling wildly out of control. Momentum slammed her face first onto the cold floor, leaving her bound and completely neutralized. Fuming with rage, she accused him of playing foul, but he calmly pointed out that she had been the one to look away mid-combat. In that quiet moment of defeat, memories surged back. Warnings from her past regarding the heresy inquisitors and her dangerous habit of stealing and wielding foreign divine talents at great physical cost. Observing her strained condition, Hiro realized the rumor was true. The Holy Church's inquisitors had indeed been forcibly utilizing stolen divine gifts. Standing over her, he declared the contest finished, commanding her to yield before the overwhelming aura of the Beast King. She struggled in vain to push herself off the ground. He raised 2 fingers to execute his command authority. Invoking the supreme power of the Beast King, he barked a single absolute order, forcing an invisible weight onto her back that slammed her back down. Pinned beneath the crush of magic, she clenched her teeth in bitter despair, wondering if this cruel subjugation was what they dared call a paradise for her kin. Knowing words alone would not convince her, Hiro reminded her of their deal. The vanquished must obey the victor. Looking directly into her eyes, he resolved to let her live in this land, so she could witness the reality of their society firsthand. Standing tall before the fallen inquisitor, he challenged her to decide for herself whether this kingdom was truly a haven or overlooking the lush, cultivated fields. A quiet sigh escaped into the afternoon air. The peaceful farmland stretched out wide, far removed from the tension brewing nearby. Amidst the sudden commotion, the catfolk chief looked around in utter bewilderment at the crowd of children gathered before her, completely baffled by how the situation had turned into a chaotic gathering of youth. Watching the instruction take place, she questioned why she had to be dragged into dealing with kids, though the observer noted that first-hand experience in this land was necessary to truly understand its workings. Addressing the group with authority, the instructor instructed everyone to pay attention, explaining that today's lesson involved assisting with field work and purchasing goods using the harvested crops. She outlined the exact procedure. Harvest vegetables in the field, take them to the preparation area for appraisal, calculate the earnings from the board, and purchase a bento box with the proceeds. Pointing toward the shop counter, she added that lunch would be a bento available for purchase there, sternly warning that slacking off would mean going without lunch entirely. Narrowing her eyes with intense resolve, Emeralda calculated internally that defeating the elf leader in front of her would surely free both herself and the children from this bizarre captivity. Without warning, she lunged forward with a sharp war cry, preparing to strike down the enemy chief with a decisive surprise assault. Before her blow could land, the instructor smoothly intercepted the attack, effortlessly grappling Emeralda and locking her into a helpless, immobilizing hold. Gritting her teeth in frustration, the defeated catfolk chief struggled uselessly against the overwhelming grip, blushing with embarrassment and anger at her total defeat. The calm, unflappable expression, the instructor reminded her that no member of the catfolk tribe possessed skills exceeding hers when it came to close-quarters combat. Exuding an intimidating aura, she warned that next time would not end with a simple throat press, prompting a terrified surrender before turning back to tell everyone to begin their tasks. Later in the field, the catfolk warrior sighed heavily while holding a freshly harvested turnip, thoroughly demoralized by having to participate in what felt like child's play. One of her young companions pointed out that reading, writing, and calculations were skills orphans rarely possessed, yet all the children present were handling the complex duties effortlessly. Posted notices around the workshop clearly detailed the rules. 12 copper coins were needed for a bento box. Vegetables yielded 4 coppers, and damaged produce would result in a lower payout. She watched as one of the young catfolk counted on her fingers, attempting to figure out how many baskets of vegetables they needed to gather. The proud grin. The child held up 3 fingers and explained that delivering 3 full baskets would earn enough to purchase a lunchbox, making the chief realize the practical motivation behind their labor. Amelia solemnly explained that all the children working here were orphans, revealing that in their warrior tribe, social standing was determined strictly by strength, leaving weaker orphans cast out without a place to belong. She added that Hiro had created this refuge specifically for these children so they would not despair, encouraging them to learn reading, writing, and math to prepare for their future. Recalling Hiro's previous remark about a church informant blabbing secrets to outsiders, the chief grimly realized that the young lord held leverage over their situation. As they carried their harvested produce along the dirt path, she listened to the reasoning that keeping outsiders comfortable and pacified was the safest way to preserve peace. Grasping a fresh fruit firmly in her hand, she agreed that they should wrap up the harvest quickly so they could finally eat lunch. Surveying the filled baskets, the group agreed that the yield was plenty and decided to head straight to the trading stall. At the counter, Hiro stood wearing a comical fake mustache, cheerfully greeting them and offering to buy their freshly picked vegetables. Instantly seeing through the disguise, the chief angrily demanded to know what he was doing, to which Hiro playfully explained that since he made the lunch boxes today, he had promised to act as the merchant. Maintaining his merchant persona with a straight face, Hiro requested to inspect the quality of the produce they brought forward. Upon carefully examining the fruit, Hiro pointed out that several pieces were bruised and damaged from rough handling, explaining that he could only pay 2 copper coins instead of full value for careless work. Harsh evaluation left the catfolk group crestfallen as they realized their reduced earnings meant they would not have enough money to buy lunch. Overwhelmed by guilt, the chief began to spiral, blaming her own rough handling for the penalty and despairing over her past harsh words and choices. Cutting through her self-reproach, Hiro pointed a finger directly at her from behind the counter, firmly objecting to her logic. Watched as Emeralda reflected on his words, acknowledging that while she didn't fully comprehend everything that had transpired, she was being urged not to blame herself so heavily. Standing alone in the field, she absorbed his reassurance that she had suffered and repented more than enough for past mistakes. He continued to explain that anyone who truly repents deserves forgiveness and salvation, offering a way forward if she was willing to accept it. Being invigorated by his message of absolution, Esmeralda raised her head with dramatic resolve, declaring that she herself would grant forgiveness and deliver salvation. She grandly announced that she would demonstrate her divine favor, gesturing triumphantly toward their produce baskets. Pointing to the harvest, she insisted that none of the remaining fruits were damaged, conveniently ignoring the fact that Envy had just eaten the bruised pieces while Hero checked his system log. Seizing the opportunity, Esmeralda loudly accused Hero of being a crooked merchant trying to cheat them, while he frantically tried to clarify that it was merely part of their educational lesson. Hearing his defense, she leaned in close with a smug grin, acting magnanimous about accepting his explanation. She casually offered to forgive his mistake provided he showed proper sincerity to make amends. Striking an overly proud pose, she demanded today's bento lunches for free as an apology and insisted on keeping their earnings as pocket money. Hero barked in disbelief at her outrageous demands, prompting her to turn to him with a confused look and wonder aloud why he wouldn't agree. Before Hero could properly refuse, Lillian delivered a swift overhead chop directly onto Esmeralda's head, cutting short her shameless negotiations. Straining the cat girl, Lillian sternly scolded her, reminding everyone that this task was a vital lesson meant to teach the children about society and the flow of money. Lillian turned her wrath on Hero and the group, fuming that the children were growing up better than they were and berating them for instilling such corrupt greed. As punishment for her greedy behavior, Lillian assigned cleanup duties to a weeping Esmeralda, who whined as she began cleaning up the site. She sat resting under the shade of a tree, brushing off Hero's polite gratitude by insisting she had done nothing worthy of thanks. Sitting down beside her on the grass, Hero asked if he could inquire about the dragon child, curious about what could have driven her to such despair. Hero explained that due to various circumstances, the dragon child had been forced to leave after a falling out during their final meeting, noting that Esmeralda was already aware of the situation. He went on to reveal the grave threat facing them, explaining that the Holy Church was attempting to revive the divine dragon in order to instigate a full-scale war. Esmeralda claimed that Mari-san was handling those affairs and that she knew nothing about it, asserting that a distant war had no bearing on a small nation like this, though Hero firmly insisted it did. Hero explained that the dragon child was his daughter and that his companions were deeply involved, making it impossible for him to stand by and let this country be dragged into the conflict. He expressed his earnest desire for everyone in the kingdom to live happily with smiles on their faces, maintaining that this land was meant to be a true paradise for them all. He described a peaceful realm free from forced labor, enslavement, or social discrimination, a place where any person or beast could live a normal, peaceful life. Listening closely to his words, Esmeralda's eyes softened with understanding as she acknowledged his reasoning and found herself convinced by his vision. She let out a gentle smile, reflecting on how beastkin who had suffered persecution elsewhere were living happily here, surrounded by genuine laughter. Hero noted with a grin that she too seemed to have enjoyed her time, though she quickly turned her head away and huffed that she still harbored no affection for children. As they sat together in the tranquil field, Hero gently asked whether she intended to remain in this kingdom permanently. Her eyes widened in sudden realization at his quiet proposal. Shaking off the thought, she stood up abruptly and barked at him not to talk foolishness, reminding him that as a special heresy inquisitor of the Holy Church, she could not afford to idle away her time. Looking down at him with resolve, she declared that reality in this nation differed completely from what she had been taught, and she needed to return to headquarters immediately to verify the truth. She prepared to depart as the young noble insisted on seeing her off to the front gates, offering her funds for her journey while expressing gratitude for her help. Looking down at her hands, she recognized the smooth, white feline mask he had given her, realizing it was a carefully crafted replica of the one destroyed in battle. Realizing he had crafted a replacement so she would not be troubled, she quietly acknowledged his thoughtful consideration. She remarked on the gesture with a slight smile, noting that non-believers were surprisingly thoughtful despite their reputation. Turning to the feline warrior beside her, she expressed her gratitude for saving the child, leaving her companion shocked as to where she had obtained such a rare potion. Beastkin companion recalled how the young noble had recklessly spent his entire fortune on medicine to save her life when she was near death. She explained how she had gradually collected the elixir through merchants bit by bit, fully aware that a normal amount would never completely heal her injuries. Catfolk chief then questioned the young noble about his intentions regarding the Holy Church's impending war, asking if he truly intended to stop the conflict single-handedly and become a hero, though he promptly dismissed the notion of heroic grandiosity. He replied calmly, noting that everything in this territory had progressed too smoothly up to this point, and that relying solely on good fortune would not guarantee lasting peace. He believed that people could never achieve true happiness if they merely accepted what was given to them without earning it. With resolute determination, he declared that he would gather allies with his own hands to thwart the Holy Church's schemes once and for all. Intrigued by his resolve, she bade them farewell, lightly mocking his ambition while warning him not to regret restoring her strength. Adjusting her glasses, she warned him that the next time they met, she would repay this favor twofold. With that final declaration, she turned and walked away into the distance down the quiet stone courtyard. With her departure, the group turned their attention to their next objective, planning their journey toward Maxwell territory before heading to the Great Tomb and the Dragonfolk village. Noted that their upcoming journey would be just the two of them again, much like when they first met, before formally asking her to accompany him. She replied that it was obvious, firmly declaring that this time she would follow him no matter what, even if he tried to refuse her, as he extended his open hand toward her. Clasping her hand tightly, he urged Amelia forward, standing proudly side by side with her. He raised his fist in the air, declaring with absolute determination that they were going to save. As the wooden wagon rattled along the unpaved forest trail toward Maxwell Domain, Hero gently nudged the sleeping cat girl beside him, calling Amelia's name to rouse her from her slumber. Amelia rubbed her eyes and asked if something had happened. Hero explained that he thought it best to wake her since they were finally entering the domain, pointing out that their destination was now in sight. Leaning out from the side of the moving wagon, Hero pointed toward the horizon, identifying the grand fortress ahead as Maxwell Keep, known as the Fortress of Asgard Kingdom. Birds circled peacefully in the open sky above the tall stone towers, an imposing arched gate of Maxwell Keep. The entrance checkpoint, the guard called for the next traveler, prompting the cloaked figure ahead to present an official document and explain they had come to procure trade goods, which the guard recognized as belonging to the Ardmic Trading Company. Inspecting the permit closely, the armored guard granted them passage, allowing the traveler and their party to step through the gate. However, just as Hero and Amelia walked past, the guard called out to halt them in their tracks. Tension instantly filled the air as Hero turned back nervously, asking if there was some sort of problem while the guard stared down at them sternly. The guard advised them to be cautious, explaining that due to recent shifts in the political climate, beastkin were not particularly well received in these parts, and warned Hero to keep a close eye on his companion. He noted that while merchants traveling with beastkin were a rare sight, Amelia should make sure to pull her hood down low to conceal her ears while inside the city. Believed that it was merely well-meaning advice, Hero wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and expressed his sincere gratitude for the guard's thoughtfulness. The final stern reminder not to cause any trouble. The guard watched as the pair made their way through the gate wall. Walking down the bustling city street, Amelia remarked with relief on how kind and considerate the gate guard had been. Hero, however, admitted that his heart had been in his throat, terrified for a moment that their forged trade documents had been exposed. As they continued down the stone street, Hero reminded her that since he was an escaped fugitive whose former identity as Mari-san meant he might be wanted, they couldn't lower their guard against potential traps or search parties. He observed his surroundings as they walked down the stone-paved street, noting that despite the back alleys looking slightly unkempt, order appeared well-maintained overall, making it seem like a completely ordinary town. She pointed out that common citizens likely remained unaffected by high-level political disputes, even if names like Segway were raised during heresy interrogations or claims of lordly bloodline circulated. Looking up at the towering architecture lining the thoroughfare, she remarked on how grand and imposing the buildings were compared to those in her homeland. Explained that Maxwell territory was known as the King's Sword, serving as the final fortress for capital defense while housing its own dedicated order of knights. Contrasting this with his family's domain, he noted that Roswell prioritized defensive fortifications, resulting in a complex urban layout, whereas Maxwell was engineered with wide avenues to facilitate massive troop movements. He added that the vast streets were lined with uniform buildings designed to allow archers to repel invaders from the rooftops if the perimeter was ever breached. He expressed confusion over the sheer number of churches in the city, wondering if it was designed that way to deter direct attacks, though he recalled there hadn't been nearly as many during his previous visit. The voice suddenly trailed off into shock as her eyes caught sight of something posted nearby, prompting her to call out to him in alarm. Weathered wanted poster slapped onto a stone pillar prominently displayed his likeness and true name, offering a massive bounty of $10 million for Hero Roswell. She stared in disbelief at the official notice, while he nervously admitted that no matter how one looked at it, the portrait was unmistakably him. Realizing the grave danger they were in, she pointed out how terrible it was for them to be standing out in such a wide, open area filled with passersby. Townspeople walking nearby began to glance over, their attention drawn toward the hooded travelers standing near the prominent notice. Noticing the growing scrutiny around them, he urged her that they needed to slip away quietly before a public commotion erupted. They quickly pushed their way through the gathering crowd, apologizing softly as they squeezed past the onlookers to escape the open square. Panic mounting as they moved, she anxiously asked him what their next move should be if they couldn't remain out in the open. Peered cautiously around the stone corner, scanning the open square where heavily armed guards were assembling. Urging his feline companion into the back alleys, he sprinted forward as the shouts of guards echoed behind them, identifying them as the wanted fugitives. Together, they skidded around a sharp turn into a narrow passage, desperate to break line of sight. She anxiously asked for their plan. He explained that creating a public spectacle would only work against them, making it best to retreat beyond the territory's borders. He gestured for her to follow, but she pointed out that fully armored guards were already closing off the alleyway. He suggested looking for a gap in the patrol to push toward the main gate, but she warned that direct passage was far too heavily guarded. Calling a guard's earlier subtle movements, he realized the man was trying to aid their escape, and she nodded in agreement with his assessment. Actively creating an obstacle, she tipped over heavy wooden barrels behind them to trip up their pursuers. Shouts rang out from both ends of the thoroughfare as more guards converged on their location. Handing off her heavy gear to him, she resolved to breach the incoming guard line through sheer force. Charging forward with her staff, she slammed directly into the armored front ranks, scattering the guards. She yelled for him to move while she held the bottleneck against the pursuers. Keeping fluidly between the narrow stone walls, she engaged in vertical maneuvers to bypass their shields. Unleashing her specialized beastkin combat arts, her rapid staff strikes battered the armored guard's back. He attempted to support her with magic spells, but quickly realized the strikes were barely piercing their heavy plate armor. Watched as Amelia desperately urged him to escape while she bravely held off the attacking knights in the alley. Amelia executed a swift aerial strike, severing a knight's sword in midair. She landed smoothly, having completely immobilized the heavily armored attackers in seconds. As the dust settled, an elegant butler, Segway, stepped forward calmly to greet them after the skirmish. Segway politely explained that he had arrived to escort them following word of their arrival from an acquaintance. Hero expressed his surprise at the sudden turn of events, while Segway remained composed. Segway clarified the situation, explaining that the head covering was meant to conceal their identity. Hero pressed for answers about the current situation, asking if the negotiations had failed now that they were no longer in Maxwell territory. Segway reassured them that the two were safe and heading toward the governor's office, though uncertainty lingered. He revealed that Lillian had reported the Holy Church now managed the land, leaving the master's safety unconfirmed. Hero pondered why Lillian would take such measures, while also wondering about Smirnoff's involvement. Suddenly, loud voices echoed from a nearby corner, catching Hero's immediate attention. Noticing the impending danger, Segway offered to guide them to a safe hideout used by the anti-church